Round of 48. Joe Chappelle alongside local boy Warwick Wright for the call as we assess the conditions. Good morning, Walk. It took a little bit of time before the contest officials called the contest on this morning.
Yeah, morning, guys. Yeah, I'm surprised. I actually thought the soil would be a little bit bigger. It is definitely a lot more clean, but as we can see, it's a little bit chopped up from what the wind did to it yesterday. But still super contestable waves. We're into heat number one. Things are starting to heat up already.
Here goes Damian Hobgood, setting it up off the lip, backside wrap all the way around. Nice rebound, but for Hobgood, but he ends up going down on the completion. So a little warm-up start, then right into Jeremy Flores. Bully right-hander. Flores rips it back in the pocket off the bottom and punches it out on the inside corner. And he'll take off in the lead, and it continues, Walk, with Ramsey.
There goes Ramsey. Oh, just coming unstuck on that one. So a flurry of waves out the back there. Every surfer getting their first wave on the board. Loving that last wave of Jeremy. Surfed that whole wave. Just used that whole wave to its perfect, to the ability, and surfed it really nice. Those big open face calves looked really sick.
He has such a smart beach break act that he's been bringing to the primes the last couple of years. He did well in Portugal during the Mosh Series to make some heats and clinch the European national title. Jeremy Flores probably off to the best start here in heat number 9 as we'll go to the replay, and we'll start off with Mark Lacamar's wave.
Yeah, guys, Lacamar's first one. Just that quick first one, you see the fins going out the back. A little bit stuck, and then just a quick check turn, and then bang, just for that third finish. Yeah, strong wave for Mark. Mark had a really good heat yesterday, getting an 8-point ride, actually. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I think we've still got some more replays to come.
Well, Mark Lacamar had a great year in 2013, was in the running for contention to qualify at the end of the season, heading into the Vans Triple Crown over in Hawaii. Was a couple of spots out from qualifying. It was a kind of a sudden death feeling at the Pipe Masters when you had the names dropping off the list. Guys like Mitch Colburn just missed out. As we go to another replay here, this is Ramsey's opener.
Yeah, you see Ramsey's that first open face turn, and then he kind of comes quickly unstuck. As we've been seeing throughout the week, a lot of short little waves. Guys trying to pack in those turns quick, especially, coming off the bottom on that first turn. I think that first critical turn is going to be, kind of what sets you apart from the rest.
So judges taking their time setting the scale on those opening scores. Mark, Damian, and Ramsey, 3 goofy foots in this lineup, and Jeremy Flores, the top seeded surfer, the only natural footer out there. The goal for the judges and contest officials is to try to complete this round as we go right back to Ramsey booking him from Morocco, clearing some space. Nice vert re-entry, but he ends up running out of room. A much different look on today's conditions compared to yesterday. The highlight reel is all about Felipe Toledo's performance. As this one continues, Walk, here's Lacamar.
Just that first open face crack. 2 big ones, and a third, if you can ride that one, I'm just getting stuck on top of the foam there.
Pretty powerful start for Mark Lacamar. Always good for a massive first turn. His wave selection has been impeccable on each and every day, and he's always good for a powerful opening hack. Let's go back to Ramsey's.
Yeah, there Ramsey again, just trying to look for that first big open face turn, but it almost seemed like a bit of a check, and then getting his board right out the water on the third turn, but getting a little bit stuck in the foam and not making it quite through.
Well, a difference from size from yesterday to today, Walk. Are you thinking about board change for smaller surf on a day like today, or would you stick with what you were riding yesterday?
Yeah, for sure. I think, yesterday that swell kind of just doubled in size, within a heat or two. So it might have got a little bit tricky for the surfers, I guess. They might have been a little bit scared about what they were going to ride. Today it does seem a little bit smaller. I kind of would have used what type of equipment I would have used on the first day of surfing. So it's in the 3-foot range. Pretty much just a small board. You need the board that's going to kind of float you through those little dead sections.
Well, right now, Walk, we have scores in for Jeremy Flores. A 7.33 start on his opening ride. Lacamar will be riding contention, setting his wave up just under Flores. And now smaller scores coming in for Damian Hobgood's opener. Let's go back to Jeremy's opening wave.
I just love how he did that first wrap, and then he sets it up here, and just so much rail, and just all that. You can see that big fan of spray, and then bang, just that inside connection. A change of maneuvers there. Obviously, the judges were loving it. It's a 7.33.
Well done for Flores to come out of the gates with a massive opening score. Lacamar starts with a 6.5. Book in with a 2.5 start. Damian Hobgood with a 2.17 start, and we still have 25 minutes to go. We're going to do 30-minute heats once again like we've done every day so far at the Mr. Price the last couple of days. Always scored on your top 2 rides. So right now, Jeremy with a keeper to start. Here goes Ramsey out the back walk.
Just a quick little wrap around there, and then bang, that vertical maneuver at the end. The 2 quick turns. It almost seems like he's trying to get those waves that don't really have that lip as he kind of takes off. The difference between him and Mark Lackamore's waves, you see Mark's taking off behind that section and coming right around strong with the bottom and hitting it vertical. Let's just take a replay of that though here.
So we'll check out the last couple of waves ridden so far. Just a couple of waves of the day. This is Mark Lackamore on the inside corner. Always good for a finish on that last wave. Just clean backside surfing. We're not seeing anything innovative, but those power hacks in the pocket are always going to be scored well from the panel.
Yeah, Mark's such a strong goofy footer. He's still a bit of a younger surfer, but he's quite solid. You can see how much spray he's throwing off the back of those turns. He's coming so square off the bottom, and the judges are just loving it. He did the exact same thing yesterday.
So now we'll bring you another replay of the last wave for Lackamore. And sometimes the judging panel just wants to see these waves a couple more times. They always watch it in normal speed. They never slow things down when they're looking at the replays. They always have a score down first with their original reaction, and they'll just double check with the replay when they can. That system was brought to surfing a few years back, and it's good to see it on the Prime Series, especially with 4-man heats these days.
Yeah, for sure. It can get quite tricky up there, trying to remember whose wave was whose. With the replay, we can kind of just see it again, slow it down, and see how critical the guys can actually get.
Second score coming in for Mark Lackamore. It's a 6.7. Way before was a 6.5, so he's out in front. Flores to second, but now Jeremy up and riding as he blasts one off the top. Perfect snap. Deep bottom turn and hammers it in the pocket one more time. Closeout section. Super tight and complete. Flores with a similar rhythm to his fellow Frenchman Mark Lackamore, not making any mistakes at this stage in the heat, as we'll check out the replay.
Yeah, this is Mark's 6.7 ride. Bang. Oh, no, this is actually his first ride of that big first turn of the fins coming out the back. He checks it there, and then the quick vertical snap to the end there.
Clean finish for Lackamore as he's out of there. Kind of put as the next hopeful to qualify for the top 34 to represent France. It's crazy when you look through the years and the French surfers that have so much talent, and Jeremy Flores is kind of the lone soldier these days representing the top 34 in the European Pro Junior Series. Their national titles are always so heavily contested. We'd like to see a few more guys representing that amazing country. Yeah,
for sure. Jeremy kind of been leading the charge here for a few years now. He's always been like this little professional surfer since the age of like 13, hanging out with guys like Kelly Slater and that with Quicksilver. But you can just see his surfing now. He's looking better than ever. I've been really impressed with the way he's been surfing. He's got really good in the bigger stuff too, but that's all that experience on tour. That last wave of his, wow, he just opened up really nice. I'd like to see what the judges are going to throw against that.
He's definitely looking really sparky on his board. Big first turns, nice finishes, using complete control of his rail. That roundhouse cutback was insane on that 7.33. So Jeremy Flores leading the charge along with Mark Lackamore as the Europeans dominating the start. Back to Jeremy's last wave walk.
Just see how he opens that. You get so much speed coming out of that turn, and then, wow, again, he kind of throws that tail straight out. The judges, the view just kind of went out of TV there, but here we see an open pan view of live surfing.
So we can see our whole lineup here at Surfers. You can see how much different it looks from yesterday if you're watching the action. We had a lot of size. There's some solid set waves that were coming through. A nice bowly one of the bigger waves of the day here for Damien Hobgood. 2 big backside turns off the top. That was kind of the formula that we were noticing yesterday. If you can hit the lip 2 times, nice and clean, and tighten the pocket, you'll be getting a keeper score to move on.
Yeah, for sure. The judges have been loving that the whole of yesterday. Here's a replay again of Jeremy's wave. Kind of goes a little bit flat, but he kind of sets it up. Oh no, this is his first or second wave. Bang! Wow, that board looks really good under his feet.
So solid finish for Jeremy Flores. His second score is similar to his start, just like Mark Lackamore, who started with a 6.5, then got a 6.7. Jeremy starts with a 7.33. Backs it up with a 7.23. Judges rewarding his surfing. Jeremy back to first. So we check out the drift replay from Damien Hobgood.
There goes Hobgood. First quick snap and then bang straight up as we were talking about yesterday, those quick up and downs from the goofy footers, it was working. That was a really short space for Damien, and I think he did quite well there just to get those 2 maneuvers in.
So Damien, before that wave, only had a 2.17. He was comboed to move into the top 2, so now he's making his way to get to that point at the 20-minute mark. Last of Ramsey Bookham, a 4.67. Also had a 3.33 before that. So Ramsey needs an 8.53 now to move into the top 2. Damian Hobgood has the most experience out of this 4-pack, representing Florida, but spending a lot of time in California these days. He's kind of rerouting his career since he's fallen off the top 34 for the first time. Former Rookie of the Year on the WCT, is now starting to think about the Big Wave World Tour as an option as well in this stage of his career.
Yeah, Damien, we know, Damien's no stranger to the bigger stuff. Pretty much the best surf I've ever seen out of Chopu. Pretty much the guy who has the biggest balls. He doesn't care. He just goes, just kind of spins around and doesn't really think about it until he realizes what he's done. So I think, with big wave surfing, I don't really know that much about it, but I think if you're a good enough surfer in small waves, to take that leap into the bigger stuff, you'd land up becoming one of the better guys in the world, just like Shane Dorian.
Well, it's amazing to see how those guys can kind of get older and have more experience in the lineups, and they'll go to some of the most frightening lineups in the whole world and completely dominate. Damian Hobgood took a strike mission down to Chile recently and got some really massive waves, and he's really thriving off that adrenaline rush. Last wave for Damian Hobgood, 2-turn combo, just comes in at a 5.5. Keeps him in 4th, but now he needs a 7.7. He did break the combo, but still needs a little bit more to move on through this heat. Last of Flores, 6.77. Walker, former tour competitor, how does that feel when you know the judges are liking what you're doing right now? A guy like Flores hasn't made a single mistake, and they're giving him the highest numbers every time he stands up.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it right now. He's probably only surfing at like 60-70%. That's normally how you start when your first 3 waves. You just kind of build up, and he's dropping pocket 7s on his first 2 waves. So he's obviously feeling as confident as possible. He knows the judges are throwing him the scores, so he might just kind of just sit and play the waiting game, be patient, and try to drop a big excellent score towards the end of the heat.
Well, it's interesting when you look at the country breakdown as we check in with our priority blocks real quick. First priority is with Mark Lacamar, who's currently in 2nd place. Second priority is with Ramsey Bookham from Morocco, who needs an 8.53. Damian Hobgood is holding 3rd priority, and Jeremy Flores has been active. He's on the bottom of the list, but he still has the heat lead, so he's been effective every time he takes off on a wave. It's a brand new system, and if you're smart and play the game right, you can really use it to your advantage. You want to finish a heat with first priority if you can, and the lead. We saw that happen yesterday. Some guys that were really selective, their strike ratio was perfect. They got 2 quick scores. They were able to run out the clock with first priority.
Yeah, for sure. As we saw Mark Lacamore's heat yesterday, he kind of played more the patient game, and it obviously had paid off. He's through to the round of 48 now. But, he seemed like he just kind of sat and waited for those 2 bombs to come through. He got the 8-point ride and the 6.5. He had a solid lead over everybody else. Now you can see it's kind of the same thing between Jeremy and Mark, the 2 Frenchmen.
That's exactly right. 2 Frenchmen. There are only 2 surfers representing France that are left in the draw here at the Mr. Price Pro, and they're matched up together. So far, so good, as they're both sitting in the top 2 spots. As you kind of take a look at the country breakdown, the big theme every single day, we've been repeating the Brazilian domination because it's been so clear-cut that they've been dominating heat after heat, especially with the all-star performer Felipe Toledo yesterday. One of the best heats of the whole season on the ASP World Tour, counting a perfect 10 and a 9.83.
Yeah, wow, man. He got that total of 19.83, and those were just 2 turns. It was pretty much 2 aerial maneuvers, and that's what got you a near-perfect score. I pretty much watched the repeat of those 2 waves about 20 times last night. It was incredible. He's such a small guy. He was hitting like 6-foot lips and doing full rotations and landing straight up, and I was just like, oh, my God, this is pretty much mental surfing.
More waves on the way in this one. Gliding in with the whitewater will be Jeremy Flores, who has 4th priority. He has took the advantage of taking a look. Nobody wanted it. Not effective there. He'll just keep roving through the lineup. Still has the heat lead with 15 minutes on the clock. Felipe Toledo has moved on to the round of 24 as we see Jeremy still hunting another up and out as the situation remains the same. But Felipe has moved on to the no-loser round of 24. It's an all-Brazilian battle. We'll go to 3-man heats once we get to that stage where he has a draw with Tomas Hermes and Heitor Alves. Tomas has really impressed you as well this week, Walk.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the better heats of the round for sure. Tomas, Felipe, and Heitor Alves. Heitor, that quick goofy footer, is throwing his board up so fast and quick. You almost can't even see how fast it is. You have to watch it on the replay because you have to slow it down. But yeah, those three guys have been ripping. Tomas, I was actually watching him have a little practice surf this morning. Such a clean, smooth style. Throws buckets of spray, got a lot of power. He's got a good air game too. We saw that yesterday. Kind of got him through his heat, throwing down that big 360 reverse. Here we see Flores again on that left.
Nice snap to start for Flores, winding up for a bigger inside section, and he ends up going down. So now he's incomplete, still counting his first two waves, a 7.33 and a 7.23 at this stage. But Brazil still with 8 surfers left in the draw as we continue on through the round of 48. Coming up in the next heat, it's Marco Fernandez representing Brazil, Ace Buchan from Australia, Michael Dunphy from Virginia Beach, USA, and Hiroto Ohara will be out there to battle. Here with 30-minute heats and top 2 moving on into the no-loser round of 24. That no-loser round's kind of been interesting halfway through a contest in the last couple of years, but sometimes you end up providing a really good stage for these guys to go for it a little bit more, and hopefully that'll inspire the air guys like Tori Meister, who's got a heat with Frederico and Matt Banting, to go for something massive.
Yeah, for sure. It takes a lot of pressure off these guys now. They know that they're not going to lose, so they're all going to put it on the line, I believe. Tori Meister yesterday, he was in the heat with Geordie. He went for a couple huge, crazy flips, those corrupt flips, almost sticking them. So I can't wait to see what some of these guys are gonna do. Like guys like Felipe, they're going to take it to another level. Or can they take it to a further level than they did yesterday?
I bet they can. It's going to get tougher and tougher the further we get down the draw, and we expect bigger things from them. Last night, the talk of the town was during the free surf. Christian Kimmerson was out there. The Gudauskas brothers were free surfing, and also Connor Coffin. And Christian Kimmerson did a backside full rotation air, and everyone was screaming because he pulled it perfectly, did 3 more turns, is easily a perfect 10, but that sent everyone whistling. David DeCarmo couldn't stop screaming after he saw that one go down, and you could hear it way back in the hotel behind the scenes. So Christian Kimmerson on fire. He comes up in heat number 4 of that non-loser round. With smaller waves like this, he could be a serious threat for the win.
Yeah, he's going to be the danger man for sure. I watched a lot of the surfing after the contest yesterday, and I didn't get to see his big air, but I know, through his heat, he gets so much pop in the air, and he kind of widens that style when he hits it for the air, and that's probably the reason why he sticks 90% of them, And then I watched Paddy Gudauskas pretty much land the biggest straight hair I've ever seen in my whole life yesterday. I was freaking out. I was sitting on the veranda of Geordie's house. I was just like, oh my God, what has this guy just done?
Pretty amazing when you see the straight airs coming back. Just big loss, massive puns. Yaden Nickel had a huge one in his heat the other day. There's so many amazing highlights from a massive day 2. This is day 3, and we're definitely finishing this round. We just have 4 more heats to do so. 11:20 to go in the first heat of the morning, and it's Jeremy Flores still with the heat lead. Lacamar just with 2 waves. That's what he's been doing this whole event, being very selective, but picking off the right ones to move on. Hit a 6.5 and a 6.7 at the very beginning, and he wants to take a look at this one, Walk.
There he goes, Lacamar. Staying so close to that inside, just to the... Oh, there he goes for the air. You don't really get to see Mark doing much airs. Obviously, the wave didn't really show up to its potential, so he kind of thought, hey, why not? Let's see if we can just ride one of these out.
So right there, just trying to change it up a little bit. He won't be using that one into his top 2. Hobgood still needs a 7.7 to advance. Ramsey still needs an 8.53. Here goes Bookiam on the back end. Deep bottom turn. Clean rail work onto the inside. One more backside hack on the end section to finish it off. He's been building with every wave. Started with a 2.5, then got a 3.33. Turned into 4.67 on wave number 3. And might go a bit higher on wave number 4, Walk.
Yeah, for sure. You can see he's trying to look for that quick first vert off the top. Unfortunately, a lot of his first 3 waves didn't really have that section. He has live serve. Here goes Flores again, looking on a good-looking inside. Oh, I love that open arc. Straight into another one. His boards look so amazing under his feet. He gets so much speed and flow off them. Jeremy's sitting comfortable in the lead right now. He's just kind of trying to get a few of the waves just down to the end of the tower there.
Well, I like the intensity from Jeremy Flores, current WCT surfer in the top 34 for a few years now. He's been around for so long, he feels like a seasoned vet. His breakthrough win was back at the Pipe Masters when he beat Kieran Perot. It was a dramatic win, and if you have to pick a venue on tour that you're going to take one out, I think everyone would pick the Pipe Masters.
Yeah, for sure. You want to be a Pipe Master. That's one good result to have under your belt. That was one of the most perfect years I've actually seen a Pipe. It wasn't very big, but it was just absolute 6 to 8 feet, perfect backdoor. There goes last save. That's Hobgood. How's that big blowtail out the back? And then bang, setting up for his last turn. Does he get the fins out? So that will, Hobgood looking for a 7.70. He's got a 5.5 under his belt. It's going to make his. It's going to be a little bit more closer for him to get to that second place now.
Well, always an exciting surfer. Damien Hobgood picked off a great wave, had the variety, big fin ditch to show some risk on that opening turn. As we'll check out the drift replay from last to Jeremy Flores.
Yeah, I like this first turn. Whack! He just throws so much spray on that arc. It's a little bit stuck there. I think he's sitting more in front of the tower now, so the waves aren't as good there. He's not really sitting with the rest of the pack because he doesn't have priority. He's probably just trying to pick off a few waves, just keep his feet nice and warm. And but you can see he's surfing really, really good. He's looking really good on that board right now.
So right now, Jeremy Flores getting his score in for wave number 8. He still has 8:20 on the clock here in heat number 9 of the round of 48. It'll be a 5-ranger, not affecting his total. Start off with 2 keepers, and he's still going to be sitting on him. A 7.33 opener, then a 7.23 backup. Flores just looking for some momentum on the WCT. Last year he finished 18th in the world, which was kind of a fallback from what you're accustomed to from Jeremy. This year he's had a couple of up and down starts on the WCT, and last year his goal was to do more primes and other events just to get the winning feeling again. He's had a lot of success in the 4-man heats early, always knows where to sit, great wave selection, and hopefully this will give him a jump start before he goes down to Jeffreys Bay to compete. Yeah,
for sure. For a lot of these really good guys on tour, they need to kind of stay hungry. They need to keep surfing heats, and when you surf against some of the younger guys on tour, they keep that hunger going for him. There's that first blowtail. You see almost half of his board coming out. He flies across that next section, then bang, fins out again. Best style, Damien Hobgood. Both of the Hobgoods, one of my favorite surfers to watch. And you got so much. They look so they almost make it look slow, but you don't realize how actually fast they're going. And they're just flying across those quick sections and making it look so easy.
And just sitting perfectly in the pocket. Damien Hobgood's going to be right back in the game with that last score. He had a 5.5 on his second wave, and now his third wave will be his best so far of the heat. He needs a 7.7 to move into the top 2. The first 2 judges agree that it's enough. He has 1.77 exactly on the mark. A 7.8 is dropped in for Damien Hobgood, and now an 8.0. So we will have a serious change. Mark Lackamar doesn't know it yet, but he's going to be back to third. It's a 7.87 for Damien. Lackamar to third now needs a 6.68 to get back into the lead, as we now have a new best wave of the heat walk.
Wow, that just shows you how it goes out here, especially in this stage of competition. It's never ever over. We're over 6 minutes. Damien has that high 7 now, and for him to go sit now and wait and kind of just drop that 5.5, it could take him straight to the lead, Joe.
So a smart surfer in Damien Hobgood as he's looking to re-qualify potentially for the top 34. When he fell off the tour, everyone was quickly to kind of ask his plans over in Hawaii of what he was going to do the following year, if he was going to enter a lot of the events, and he was actually pretty comfortable and casual with this new kind of reroute in his career. Love that he's still involved with the primes. Love that he's going to take a part at a moment on the Big Wave World Tour if he gets a chance. And so I think he's enjoying just a different feeling this year. After being on tour for as many years as Damien has been, he should be rewarded with being able to do whatever he wants this season.
Yeah, for sure. I think, for a lot of those guys who sit on tour for like 10 or 12 years and, they don't really have to go through the QS route, it's difficult when they get knocked off. It's kind of unassuming what they'll do next. And here we see Damien again.
Nice bottom turn, high line snap. He's over it with a closeout section coming up abruptly. Nothing changing to his total in second. Damien now needs a 6.69 to take the lead. Here comes Ramsey walk.
Just those quick 2 turns, and then bang, that vertical maneuver. His last score was a 4.87. It was kind of similar to his 2 counting waves. I think Ramsey kind of needs to go sit at the back and wait for one of those bigger sets like Hobgood and Lackamore have done.
As we hit the 5-minute warning here at heat number 9, Jeremy Flores dominating this effort. 5.9 was his last score. That didn't change anything. Lacamar, though, in a bit of trouble. He needs a 6.68 to move into the top 2. Ramsey needs an 8.5 to move into the top 2. Great to see Ramsey representing Morocco in this event, as you always kind of are familiar with the Australian contingent, the Brazilians that dominate, and now Ramsey representing a cool nation as we go right back to Lacamar now, Walk.
Yeah, there we see Mark. He needs to try chip away at that 6.5. He needs a 6.68, so not a big score for him to, to reclaim, to get back into that second spot. But I got a feeling now Damien's put the pressure on Mark. We're under the 5-minute mark now, so things are going to heat up.
Good part of the heat coming up next. Another great matchup here in the round of 48. Ace Buchan, Marco Fernandez, Michael Dunphy, and Hiroto Ohara are going to be fighting for the top 2 spots to move into the round of 24. Always 30-minute heats each and every day here at the Mr. Price Pro. And right now, Jeremy Flores setting the stage. We waited quite a long time before we got the ball rolling. It was nice to let the tide kind of settle. We saw a little bit more clean water once we waited, and there's been some fun peaks. Seeing Jeremy start with 7s has promising signs to potentially go into the round of 24 as we check out a replay. Last wave of Lacamar.
Yeah, a little of a smaller wave for Mark. I don't know, was that a little bit of a fist pump there?
I think he wanted to show the judges that he had great control, and we have Ramsey kicking out of the next one. So Mark is feeling the sense of urgency. He knows he needs a score, down to 3:20 on the clock. Claims have always been a big topic in pro surfing because we've seen them forever. Ever since there's been a competition, we've seen a version of a claim.
Yeah, for sure. I guess when you need that score and you're chasing that score, you're pretty much ready to do anything to get that score. We saw it with Jordy yesterday. He needed at the time, he needed a high 8, like I think it was an 8.87, and he did that massive air maneuver and got that 9.2. But what we didn't think was Tori Master, who was currently in second, bettered his second better wave and got that 6.77, which kind of put Jordy into combination. So unlucky for Jordy, he was out. And here goes Flores again.
Jeremy snapping it off the top and just gets out of there. Smaller wave on the inside. Not going to change his total in first. 2:30 remaining. Damien still second with the best wave of the heat at a 7.87 that he had for 3 backside snaps, including a fin drift to start. Threw in a lot of variety on the backhand. But now Mark Lacamar, he's been one of the most consistent guys in this contest, belting the lip super hard. He had a great start in the 6 range, but they're wanting him to do just a little bit more. A 6.68 will get him on to the next round.
Yeah, look, there's such a small score, separating these guys. It could have gone either way with Mark and Damien. But as we see there, the 6.5 and the 6.7 to start off with Mark's account. Solid surfing, and he's quite good at that. He normally plays the waiting game, but if a good wave comes his way, he knows how to take it to the attack and get those 6.5s and 7s.
Well, it's interesting. Mark Lacamar took a pretty solid win in the round of 96. He advanced on with Michael Dunphy. They took out Dion Atkinson and Cooper Chapman. Dion was one of the WCT surfers that we're surprised to see go in that opening round of competition, along with some of the big upsets where all the past champs completely wiped out of the event. Guys like Tanner Gudauskas, we lost him. We lost Pat Gudauskas. We lost Glenn Micro Hall. We lost Jordy Smith. That was kind of the major theme in those early rounds because whenever you're a former champ, you're always expected to go the distance. Here's Ramsey on a wave that he really needs to come through for him, Walk.
Yeah, that first turn was a massive crack. We just saw it there. He's looking at the judge to say, yeah, that might have been a good one. The second turn, he kind of came more of that wraparound carve, so he did change his maneuvers up a bit. He's looking for a 6.71, so not a real massive score for him to get. We'll just have to wait to see what the judges say.
52 seconds on the clock. Ramsey needed a 6.71. We'll check out the replay to see if it's enough. As we now pan back to Ramsey Bookiems, could be his final attempt. How'd you like the start of this wave?
Yeah, well, that was the second turn. That we haven't seen the start of it yet. I kind of just saw a quick glimpse of it. He surfed the whole wave pretty much to his potential. A bigger wave. We're seeing scores drop now. He needed a 6.7. We're seeing a 6.2, a 5.7, a 5.7, a 6. I don't think it's going to be enough. It is his best wave. It's a 5.63. So now he's only looking for a 6.71. Here we see Mark Lacamar. He's on the chase looking for an aerial maneuver. It starts getting intense, We're down to 10 seconds. So one more chance here for Ramsey.
Ramsey now needing a 6.71. It's going to come down to this wave. Backside air reverse, and he can't hang on. Final wave written for Damien Hobgood. it's not going to matter. He's still going to be in second. Moving on to the round of 24. Right behind Jeremy Flores, Lacamar finishing in third. Even though he's been so consistent, he exits out in the round of 48. And Ramsey Bukiam, he was one of the big stories of the Mr. Price Pro last year in 2013. He exits out, even though he had a 6.67 to his name. 2 solid goofy foots out of the contest as we prepare for Heat 10 walk.
Yeah, great surfing there from Ramsey. He really impressed me yesterday too. He's quite a big dude, you know, coming from Morocco. So you can see how strong he is on these right-handers. You know, he's obviously no stranger to right-hand points. Morocco having some of the best right points I've seen in this, pretty much in this world.
So now we'll take a quick break. We'll come right back with the round of 48 here at the Mr. Price Pro after this. Thanks for being with us here in South Africa. You're watching the Mr. Price Pro Ballito, a prime event on the ASP World Tour. Brand new heat on deck featuring a W. Let's get a quick start. Michael Dunphy on the back end from Virginia Beach, USA. Blows the tail on the inside corner. Good for one turn, and he'll take an early lead here with 30 minutes on the clock. Joe Chappelle alongside local boy Warwick Wright here for the call. Well, let's check out a quick replay walk to see what happened on this opening exchange brought to you by Drift.
Yeah, this is Hiroto Hatara, sorry. Getting a little bit stuck there. Obviously not a great way for Hiroto. Just looks like a 2-point ride. But we can see that the waves have changed a lot today, Joe. The swell coming in a lot more from the east. So as we saw Michael Dunphy taking a left, we haven't really seen that many lefts over the last 3 days.
Yeah, so rare left-hand opportunities. We've seen maybe 3 being scoreable throughout this entire week, usually due to the errors from the goofy footers like Christian Kimmerson. In this one, O'Hara checks it out. He gets a 2.0 on his opener, and now his second score will be just a bit better. Hiroto O'Hara was really excited just through the round of 96, getting through his first heat ever in a prime event. So taking this big step up, finding himself in the round of 48, and representing Japan well. His last wave at 3.83, and he'll hold an early lead.
Yeah, for sure. He had a great heat yesterday. He had that that high 7 ride. Did those 2 big tags on top of the lip. He was kind of in that heat where the swell kind of changed, where it got a lot bigger. So, you know, Hiroto, a smaller dude, and you know, going to town on those big sections.
It seems like you can tell region by region where people grow up and start learning where their styles are coming from. All the surfers in Japan these days have the most dreamiest style, real easy to watch, great style and flow and rhythm, and Hiroto leading the charge out in front so far. Now let's take a chance to catch up with Jeremy Flores, the winner of the last heat, on the beach with Andy Van Ziel.
Hey guys, well, it's the first heat of day 3 of the Mr. Price Pro, and I'm here with heat winner Jeremy Flores. Jeremy, you must be really happy with the call to run the contest today.
Yeah, we've been here since early this morning. And it was tricky. It was a little bit too high, I think. So now it's a lower. It's still tricky, but there's waves for everyone. So I had fun. I had my South African family here, so I'm really happy. It's special for me.
Yeah, it's so special to watch you surfing. You're a CT surfer. Everybody really enjoys your style. You look so comfortable out there. You got off to a good start with your 2 7-point rides. How are you enjoying surfing these primes compared to the CT events?
Yeah, well, I haven't had such a good start of the year this year. I haven't made many hits, so now I'm starting to get in the rhythm of making hits again. And so I'm just happy winning both my hits. Especially in this heat, I had 2 good friends of mine too, with Mark and Ramsey. I think they're Europe's next generation, and definitely waiting for them on tour.
And how was it surfing with Damon Hobgood in your heats?
Yeah, Damien Hubgood is one of my favorite surfer, barrel rider. He was on tour for so long. Now he's trying to qualify again. I hope he does because he's a good friend and he's one of the best surfer in big waves barrels.
Well, it was an awesome heat to watch to start off this day 3 of the Mr. Price Pro. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. A special heat for Jeremy Flores, and he has a South African family here watching over him, and I think that just shows what it's like for a pro surfer like Jeremy, who's left home at such a young age. Everywhere he goes around the world, he has somewhere comfortable to stay. As we'll now get caught up with this heat walk. This is Ace Buchan on his start.
Buchan, bang, just that first out the back there. A little bit stuck on top of that foam there. Yeah, Jeremy's he's been a mini professional since the age of like 13, so he's done the world 20 times over. He's made some great friends along the way, and it's cool to see that we got some South Africans that are here supporting the Frenchman. This is Marco Fernandez.
Marco driving down the line. He got this wave during the interview. A little closeout hack. Nice and controlled start for Fernandez. Starts with a 4.33. Buchan starts with a 2.7. Dunphy's opener, a 2.67. Smaller scores so far. The best start was with Marco Fernandez, who represents Bahia in Brazil. Former Brazilian champ is in second. Needs a 1.5 to take the lead off Hiroto Ohara, who started with a 2 and a 3.83. What does it feel like, Walk, as a competitor when you're listening to the scores come through and you realize nobody really has a serious score on the table at the moment?
Yeah, it kind of keeps the pressure off. It kind of lets you know that you're still in the game. There's nothing worse than sitting out there. You haven't had a wave, and guys are dropping sevens off the start. It's a scary thing, and you got to step it up. From my side, I always like to start strong. I feel like I'm not a chaser. I like to get my my pocket sevens and then kind of just sit around and maybe wait for another one. But chasing scores is not good for me.
When we think about all the great events that have happened in South Africa, do you have a personal best moment for you, whether it was a Star Series event or getting the wild card at Jeffreys Bay?
Yeah. I think my first real experience was when I got to surf the Gunster 500, before the Mr. Price. I was probably like 14 or 15 years old. And I was an alternate, and I got in just before it actually went dark. I was literally the last heat. And, all I wanted to do was just surf there in front of all these people. That was what I wanted to do. So, I got my chance, and it was, it was pretty funny. I pretty much got stoned last, but, just to get out there and experience it. But then, to win I won a World Junior title at my home beach, which is like pretty much the best thing I think that'll ever happen to me. Alongside my best mate, Travis Logie. So, that was a good day for us, a good day for South Africa. I was running around the beach with, they shaved my head bald, I was just a little 17-year-old kid, and they, as initiation, they shaved all of our heads, and I didn't care. I was probably running up surfing, looking like a little convict, but it was a special moment for all of us, so that was, I'll take that forever with me.
Oh, what a solid dream. Looking back on that big moment, it's like when you share that with your friends, especially with your home country, a great one for South Africa, because when you travel around the world, surfing can feel like such an individual sport. You're out there on your own, and when you can kind of hang out with your countrymen, support each other heat after heat, it really makes it extra special. You kind of see that happening with, kind of the Brazilians leading the charge, the Aussies stick together, and I think it's kind of like paving the way for other regions to really hang out together, support each other, root for each other heat after heat, to really channel that positive energy.
Yeah, surfing's such an individual sport. We become really so selfish in ourselves. The one thing, as you said, the Brazilians are really stuck together and really proud of each other. And I don't think you get enough of that on tour with with the other countries. But the cool thing was, we got to surf that that as a team sport, and I felt like I was a part of the team. I wasn't really surfing for myself. I won the title, but I got to share it with everybody else. It was just as rewarding.
What a great experience. Joe Turpel alongside Warwick Wright for the call here at the Mr. Price Pro. Looks like we're committed to finishing the round of 48 as we're back to the action with Marco Fernandez from Brazil hammering the first turn, but he ends up letting go. Just needed a 1.5 to take the lead, and he was probably going to fall just short of that score with 21 minutes and 22 seconds to go. There's a lot of familiar faces, Walk, when you look at a big draw like a prime event, because there's a lot of seasoned veterans, but there's sometimes a couple of new guys on the scene. For you, has there been any like newer names that you haven't seen a whole lot of that have really impressed you in the last couple of days of competition?
Yeah, I've been off the turf for now probably about 3 years. Let's just quickly go here to Ace. This is live surfing. I love his bottom turn. Bang, you know how critical that was right there? Straight back into the pocket. If you can stick with this and get one last turn, it's going to be a really big score for Ace. But yeah, getting those 2 big turns. But yeah, as you said, a lot of new faces. You know, Caio Belli wasn't on tour when I was there. Marco Fernandez, who's in this heat. So a lot of the younger Brazilians. But the way they surfing now is so much different to when I was on tour. It's pretty radical.
As we check out the replay, Walk, Ace Buchan timing the drop well, nails the first turn.
That was a massive first turn, like perfect. Hit it in that apex of the lip, and then that quick carve back. The judge is gonna be looking a lot at that first turn again. It's gonna get him out, get him out the starting blocks. He only has a 2.7. No real big scores have been dropped in this heat so far. It's kind of a slow heat.
Well, it's interesting. Over the last few years, Ace is often references the best goofy foot on tour. You being a goofy foot, Walk, what is it about Ace that makes him so special as a goofy footer?
Yeah, Ace to me, I first met Ace when I was about 13 years old at World Juniors, and he was actually a World Junior champion, and he's such a professional surfer. Like, he's always been this really professional, and you can see him, everything is so tack sharp and precise, So Ace is the type of guy that won't really get many small scores in heat. He's going to, like, pocket sevens is what he does. So, don't be surprised if you see that coming up on the scoreboard here. But he's a really determined, focused surfer, and he's, the only way I can actually really, one word to give him is precision. He hits it in the most perfect spot. He comes off the bottom as sweet as can be, and the judges can't fault him on anything really.
It's great to see, and I think you get a lot of old school surfers that always really appreciate what Ace is doing. He's not racing down the line, going for a crazy 360 air, but he's always using his rail to his best ability, doing big carves in the pocket, as we see a couple of goofy footers in there hanging out with. There's Davey Cathles. He's a regular footer with the beanie on. Behind him, Ryan Callanan had an all-star performance with a big win, moving on with Mitch Colburn just the other day. As Callanan's watching the conditions, let's see how far he can go in this contest.
Yeah, there's obviously Ryan Callahan's another guy who I didn't actually mention. He's an amazing surfer. But, I've always felt that you get those two different types of surfers. You get those solid power surfers, and then you get those aerial surfers who are the more innovative guys. And, each of them are going to stick to their game. So a guy like Buchan, he's going to focus to surf his absolute best at the top to bottom surfing. So that's all he can do. He's going to focus on getting better and better at doing that. And then someone like Callanan is just going to push himself to do more crazy stuff, just like Felipe. Look at the aerial rotations that those guys are doing. They're going bigger and harder, landing in the flats, going off bigger sections. And the more they practice that, the better they're going to get at it. Just like Buchan in his own, at his own accord.
Pretty impressive how you can kind of take your own school of thought as far as pro surfing goes, fit your version of the criteria.
For sure.
Whether it's power carves or the innovative and progressive maneuvers. Ryan Callanan coming up against David DeCarmo, Goni Zubizarreta, and two-time World Junior champ Jack Freestone in heat number 12 of the round of 48. We still have 17 and a half to go in the second heat of the morning. If you're just joining us, Jeremy Flores and Damian Hobgood finish in the top 2 in the first heat. They'll be seated into the round of 24 as we get back into Michael Dunphy here. Walk.
Surfing us, Dunphy. Big blade throw tail. Michael's another one that actually really impressed me yesterday. I love those carves he does. He opens those shoulders. He has live surfing.
Ace Buchan off the bottom, squares up perfectly for his first backside snap off the top, drills the next section, comes down with the roof.
That was crazy.
I think, Walk, that's exactly what you've been talking about with Ace.
He comes off that bottom so perfect. He hits it the most perfect spot too. He's going vert, he's throwing big spray. Here's just this one from Dunphy. Just a quick setup, and then this big blowtail. Bang, he kind of slides the tail right over the lip, across that floater, and sticking that. So, he's also putting it on the line. I'd love to see that replay of Buchan again.
Now, Ace Buchan, 2 backside hacks. We'll bring it to you right now. What'd you think, Walk?
Yeah, here we go. Sweet, bang, vertical, big spray, and then right on the most critical part, on a set wave. The judges are going to be loving that 100%.
Total control, rode out of it without a problem. Ace started with a 2.7, then out of 4.6, and now he should get a little bit more for his third wave at 16-minute mark here in heat number 10 of the round of 48. Ace Buchan won the Billabong Pro Tahiti last year over Kelly Slater in the final. Took off on some big barrels, and it was an emotional post-heat interview for him because he'd only won one CT before that back in France, and it'd taken a few seasons to get that winning feeling again.
Yeah, he surfed really, really good that trip. He was getting so deep in the barrel. I've always thought, goofy footers, I think Chopu is really nice for a goofy footer, but I always feel the natural footers always take over there because they can get so much deeper. You've seen what Andy does out there. You've seen what Slater does out there. But, for Buchan to come and step up and, win that event, which is a major event, I think it was great for him. We're seeing his last score drop here. It's looking like a big one, Joe.
A solid score for Ace. Let's slow this last replay down from the drift replay. Why is this going to go in the excellent range, Walk?
So look how, just all rail there and then bang, straight in the lip, the most critical part of the wave. And he just throws himself straight in it again. Bang. Lands really hard. He sticks it and rides it out perfectly. A bigger looking wave. We saw yesterday what the judges were looking for. It was those two big critical turns. And... Adrian seems like he just got it there as 8.17.
So an 8.17 for Buchan as he takes over the seat. Michael Dunphy drops a 5.67 as Hiroto Ohara has his crew supporting him right on the beach. He needs a 4.52 to move on. Fernandez needs just a 4.02 about halfway through. So plenty of heat to surf here in heat number 10. Hiroto Ohara looking to move into the round of 24 for the first time in his career. As we start looking at the heat to come up next, Matt Wilkinson, fresh off a trip to Mozambique, has a heat with Yaden Nickel, who is one of the all-stars from yesterday's performance. He's getting barreled, going for big airs. Mitch Colburn and Jonathan Gonzalez will be having a dogfight for the top two.
Well, I didn't even look at that. That's pretty much the most stacked heat of the round for sure. There's, Wilco, Yaden used to be on the tour. Jonathan Gonzalez has been doing the QS for a long, long time. He's always been a top 30 surfer, and Mitch Colburn. We all know about Mitch Colburn on all those Carnival movies. I think he's the first alternate this year for the World Tour.
Yeah, he's been able to get the call up a couple of times. We got to see him come out to Fiji to compete, a place he's been a wild card a couple times throughout his CT career. He's also got the call up at Margaret River, so he's been able to surf in select events after such an emotional ending to last season. Colburn was just waiting to see what his destiny would be in 2014, and due to the changes on the World Tour, the One World rankings that we used to have, it made it a little bit tougher for guys on the QS to qualify. And the ASP is always working hard to have the best system in pro surfing, and they changed it to a two-tier system once again in 2014. And hopefully it'll bring more new talent. Guys like Mitch Colburn make it a little bit of an easier road to see fresh faces on the WCT.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Mitch from last year. What I've noticed about Mitch is he hasn't really been that focused on just the tour. It seemed like last year he gave it a full crack, and then you saw what came out of it. He's winning big 6-star primes, so I think he's a lot more focused now. He used to just be more focused on doing his video parts, getting his his shots in the mags, but now he kind of seems like he's found a balance of both of them, and he's kind of focused on making this tour.
It's great to watch Mitch Colburn over the last few seasons. A lot of times, I think last year he really focused on the primes and wasn't too worried about the smaller rated events. He just kind of let it all hang on the prime events. His big result was at Saquarema in Brazil. This year it was Wiggly Dantes who won that one, which brings up another theme of our chopping block we've had in the early rounds. We lost a lot of our top 10 on the QS already as we're into the round of 48. Marco Fernandez up now, carves into the pocket, blasting it off the lip, and he falls again. This is a guy that usually is guaranteed a quick start, and he's had a few rare falls already.
Yeah, Marco battling a little bit here, just trying to try to find his feet a bit. He's had 3 waves. He started off with a 4.33, so he's not totally out the game. We're on the 12-minute mark here. We saw what Marco can do. We saw some of the surfing he pulled out yesterday, so it's easy for him to drop an 8-point ride at this stage.
So right now, Marco with a 1.73 is his low score, still only needing a 4.02. It's another beautiful day here in South Africa. We're in a place called Ballito, just north of Durban. And I'm sitting with Durban local, Warwick Wright, for the call. Walk, this place is really special when you look back in surfing history. You always hear about the stories about Mike Savage back in the day, kind of having this little secret spot up here on the North Coast where you could find perfect barrels every other day, warm water, especially in the wintertime. A really epic move to have the Mr. Price Pro come up here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, our winters on the northern coast here in Ballito are unbelievable, world-class waves. It's funny that you say that about Mike Savage. You know, one of my first times ever surfing on the north coast was actually his wave. It's called Sav's Island. It's probably about 2 k's north of here or south of here, but amazing barrelly wave. And here we see live surfing.
So a nice panned out shot of Michael Dunphy from Virginia Beach, USA, trying to get a 7.11 for the lead. Dunphy started with a 2.67, then had a 5.67, and he's working on moving into the lead if he can. Ace Buchan, remember, had the 8.17 before, a 2-turn combination with complete rhythm and power off the top, and we still have 10:35 remaining. Well, that was looking back in history, Walk, going back to Sav's Island and him coming here to Ballito. Who are some of the modern day underground chargers that we don't see on the world tour these days, but really represent this spot really well?
Yeah, well, there's some really good locals that are from here. A young guy named Alan Johns. He might have done the trials, but surfs this wave really good. He's just from up the road. And then a couple of the older guys. You know, we're gonna get Greg Swart in here over the weekend to come chat with us. Soros is one of the gnarliest chargers ever to come out of this place for sure. He used to I remember stuff of him at Cave Rock, like 8-10 foot, just backdooring it, just with a Gath helmet, old school Gath helmet. And I actually saw a video of him literally 2 days ago online, taking off on like an 8-foot wave and just fully backdooring it. Now, you must understand, the guy's like almost 50 years old. I shouldn't say his age, sorry. But, he's an old dude. He's a full family man, but he's still hardcore charger, loves to surf. They live up here on the north coast. His daughter Jessica's working on the event with us. So, it'd be great to have him here over the weekend.
It's great when you go to the big events around the world. All the legends come out of the woodwork to kind of really want to see what has happening on their home break and see the next generation. Once you're in surfing in the beginning, you're in it for life. And that's great when you have guys like Greg Schwartz still standing by. Former tour competitors like Pierre Tosti is part of the Mr. Price family nowadays.
Toast for sure. Toast used to be a really good surfer too. Like, we used to watch competitions of him at J-Bay. He used to he had this old Casio. He used to be sponsored by Casio watches, and he'd get barreled for like 3 barrels, and you could check him as soon as he come out the barrel. He'd be checking his time to see how long he was in the barrel for. Hey, Toast is one of the best barrel riders from South Africa for sure.
Pretty impressive looking back on Pierre Tosti's career. And then he was a longtime lensman for the ASP World Tour. Spent a lot of time on airplanes traveling. Former winner at Jeffreys Bay back in the day. And he's part of that Mr. Price crew that brought this event down into the shores. Graham Daniel, the event director, is setting things up for a great food and wine festival. We'll have a lot of great music this week. As we have round of 48 underway. Ace Buchan leads. Michael Dunphy still second. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with the Mr. Price Pro after this. Welcome back to Ballito. You're watching a big wrapping cutback from Hirota O'Hara. Wraps it into the pocket one more time. Now he's going to set this rail turn on the inside corner. Steps on the top of the roof for a little float. And he kicks out. Got pretty methodical through the inside section. Started with a 2, then a 3.83. Hirota turning in his best wave so far as he's looked to break down a 7.67 after a serious lull we just had, Walk.
Yeah, Hirota definitely building on those last 2 waves. Looked like he opened those shoulders up a little bit more, looking nice and smooth in the pocket there. We're going to have a quick replay from that last one. And then we'll see Hirota here. I know this is actually Marco Fernandez going on the left here. You can see it's changed up a lot. A couple quick check turns. And then bang, the last big vertical turn.
So Marco Fernandez taking off on a rare left. It might be a more common theme with this kind of size we have on day 3 of competition. It was really just the dominant right that you expect here at Surfers the opening couple of days. Now it's getting smaller, a little bit more lully. and the whole game plan is changing right out front. 6:30 remaining now in Heat 10 as we check the replay from Hiroto.
Yeah, I like this. Wow, straight in the pocket, nice and critical. And then bang again, just opening up those shoulders, looking really nice. And then a third one, full roundhouse cutback. So three nice turns there. Obviously, the first one, I think they're definitely going to catch a judge's attention. We're seeing a few scores drop here, looking like in the 5 range.
So one more score to lock in for O'Hara. He'll be in striking distance of moving into the top 2. Dunphy's best, a 5.83. He got on his 3rd wave in this heat. Last of O'Hara, a 4.93, so not as solid as Dunphy's score. He's in 4th now, but needing a 6.57 to make the difference. Fernandez turns in a 5.17 on his last wave, so he needs a 6.33. Both those guys getting a bit closer as we'll slow this one down. Hiroto O'Hara's best wave.
See how he opens those shoulders up, so he can kind of just pull it all the way around back into the pocket. That's what the judges are looking for. And then bang again. He did actually really well for that wave. It kind of went quite flat there. And then another, just a full little roundhouse. Bang, straight off the foam. Surfed that wave really, really well, getting that 4.93. So looking for a quick 6.57. We're almost on the 5-minute mark here.
5 minutes remaining here in heat number 10. Ace Buchan still leading. Started with a 2.7, then got a 4.6, then turned in an 8.17 as Ace is looking for a bit of rhythm before he heads down to Jeffreys Bay. Ace made headline news at the last WCT they had at J-Bay when he had a 9.87 on a wave. He had a non-elimination heat with Jordy Smith and Julian Wilson. He was the underdog in that matchup, but he was able to beat both of them to skip around into the quarterfinals, and he ended up making the semifinals that season.
Yeah, I remember that heat. Ace's backhand just keeps on getting better and better. Especially that heat against Jordy and Julian. Those are pretty much the 2 best guys out there. Jordy's, won the event twice. I've seen Julian drop 10s like it's nothing. And it's good to see a goofy footer sticking it to those boys, because it is a harder wave, for a goofy footer. It's definitely more set up for a regular footer, as you've seen Jordy and Slater and Parkers in the past.
It was pretty cool to see the celebration of fellow goofy footers like Matt Wilkinson when Ace turned in that score. They felt the pride of the goofy foots because they talk about the challenge of riding that wave on your backhand, and he proved himself as one of the best on that day. And coming into J-Bay once again, he's going to be one of the favorites to try to break the goofy foot curse that sometimes happens down there. Jordy's locked up the last 2 victories there for the regular footers, and we'll see if we can get Ace and a different goofy footer on top of the podium.
Yeah, for sure. Damien Hogwood was on the last seat. I think he was one of the last former finalists. That was one of the goofy footers. But yeah, as you said, it is a harder wave for the goofy footers because the turns you do are kind of methodical. They become a lot of the same thing and monotonous. The natural footers get to change up the turns. They get to do the carves, the snaps, the barrels. It's quite a hard barrel for a goofy footer because it's quite a high barrel. So you have to set it up quite perfect. For guys like Slater, that they make it look so easy. But yeah, obviously I'm always rooting for a goofy footer, but at the same time I'm also rooting for a South African.
Do you ever wish you were a regular foot sometimes, Walk?
For places like that, of course. But I'm from South Africa. I live in the land of the rights. I basically never get to go left, and I can go right pretty good, but I think my left sucks. I can't go forehand.
We're down to 3 minutes on the clock. Hiroto O'Hara looking for a 6.57. Deep bottom turn. He gets clipped on the opening turn, but he's really going for it, but losing some opportunity as he's running out of time. Fernandez still needs a 6.33 as well, as Dunphy holding on to second. Ace Buchan still in the lead. Waka, if you're packing up your car right now to drive to Jeffreys Bay, how many hours are we talking?
You're looking at least 10 to 12 hours. It's a pretty hectic drive. It's a beautiful drive, getting to go through, you get to see some pretty cool spots of our coastline, but you go through the Transkei and then it gets quite hectic, quite scary. A lot of, cars and that just kind of cruising in the middle of the road. I would never do it at night. It's too dangerous. I remember us coming back from J-Bay to go to Durban one year. We literally hit 2 cars straight in the middle of their heads, and I think if we actually hit their body, we probably would have all died. So they just kind of cruise, in the middle of the streets. There's no it's pretty rural out there.
Wow, pretty scary story looking back on those adventures on the road with 1:45 to go. It seems like a common trip for a lot of local surfers to just comb the coastline, find some empty waves, and right now we're at one of the best waves in the world. Right now a smaller version of it, but we've had some big scores. Ace Buchan was one of the better numbers, an 8.17. A 4.6 is his low score. We have Dunphy still hanging on to second with a couple of 5s. Fernandez needs a 6.33 to move on. O'Hara needs a 6.57 as we approach the final minute here in heat number 10. Coming up next, Matt Wilkinson takes on Yaden Nickel, Mitch Colburn, and Jonathan Gonzalez as we wait for a final exchange to see the outcome of heat number 10. Ace looks like he's safe with this kind of slow motion in the sets right now, but he's going to take off on this one anyways, Walk.
Just a quick unstuck. That's quite unlike Ace. But, yeah, he is. He's quite safe in the first place there. Dunphy, who's in second, he needs a 7 to take over Ace right here. There goes Hiroto.
An important wave. Hiroto goes for a big float and comes off.
Wow,
it looked like he was in two minds, maybe going for an air and thought about floating it last minute. He needed a 6.57. It looked like it would have been a decent wave to go for that score.
Yeah, I thought he was going to actually go for the air, but he opted for that big float, and it almost looked like the board kind of just scissored in between his legs. I hope he's okay.
Ooh, a brutal wipeout for O'Hara as we hear the horn. He has run out of time in his first prime event ever, making the round of 48. We'll also say goodbye to Brazil's Marco Fernandez. Super talent, super powerful, but ended up falling on a couple of waves. So we'll see Dunphy and Ace into the round of 24. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back at the Mr. Price Pro after this. Welcome back to the Mr. Price Pro Ballito. We're into another exciting heat on the day. We have a series of Australians, Matt Wilkinson, Yaden Nickel, Mitchell Colburn, all from different parts of the coastline. Matt Wilkinson from Copacabana, New South Wales. Mitch Colburn from the Sunshine Coast. Yaden Nickel from Western Australia. We also have Jonathan Gonzalez representing the Canary Islands, who packed a couple of tubes in a messy lineup. Some great rail work to come from behind and move on into this point in the heat. 30 minutes on the clock, scored on their top 2 rides. Matt Wilkinson featured as the highest seeded surfer in this event. He's another one of those guys, kind of like Jeremy Flores, the Brett Simpson stories, that are trying to get that winning feeling against surfing in the primes. They're the best surfers in the world, but sometimes they just avoid that winning feeling. They're surfing in round 2 quite a bit on the top stage, and we'll look for Wilco to get an early start. We'll give Wark Wright a break from the booth, and we'll invite in Giggs Selliers for the call. Giggs, how's your morning going?
Joe, morning to you, and obviously to everyone that's just logged in. It's a great morning here in, day 3. The swell's still pretty consistent. Obviously not the punch and the power that was on offer yesterday, but great scenes down at the beach, great performances. Been listening to you guys. There's still some top-end scores coming through.
Yeah, it's fun. It just changes the game a little bit. It's like a brand new venue. I think that's why surfers are so talented. When it comes to other sports, they have the same setup every day to practice and compete on. And now we'll have a totally different skill set coming involved with small wave surfing. Matt Wilkinson, Yaden Nickel, Mitch Colburn, all known for what they can do above the lip. Jonathan Gonzalez is kind of the master for finding barrels and turns, which sometimes feels like it's a little bit harder to look for on smaller days of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, it's a matter of the cream is starting to rise to the top here. If you look at that pool of 96 surfers we started with, we're starting to see the names spark out that we expect to see performances from. I mean, this one particularly, I think this heat's going to be a pretty stacked up one.
A fun one to start. Jonathan Gonzalez takes a quick look. Now we'll go into Matty Wilkinson, who's just fitting a couple of turns in the pocket, waiting for this thing to set up. Goes off the top and hammers it shut, trying to force the issue on that inside corner. You can see how small and gutless that wave was. Wilco's been riding some boards with some wider outline lately, which could help him in smaller conditions like this.
I was listening to yours and Walk's discussion a little earlier about the equipment choice, in respect of how much punch the waves had yesterday versus sort of, there's been a little bit of a slack down in the seconds on the swell period here and a little bit of a tweak in the swell direction as well. So the waves are approaching the bank a little softer. They are rolling a little more. Had a chat to Pratamo, head judge, about it, and they are still looking for combinations and power and stuff like that from Johnny Gonzalez right there, Joe.
So Jonathan Gonzalez just mixing it up, hammering it off the top. blasting a solid second turn and included a finish on the inside corner. We kind of expected him to kind of choose a more of a power element to his game, and he'll have the best wave so far and take an early lead with still 26.5 on the clock. Yesterday, Yaden Nickel put on an all-star performance going above the lip, getting barreled as well. Yaden's got that really amazing prowess when it comes to really exciting the audience. Yaden and Mitch Colburn were part of that cool Kai Neville video series at Modern Collective and putting those all-star performances together. Here goes Yaden now, Giggs.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, let's see how he links this up. He's kind of lost a little interest here halfway through, but he'll pay attention here and applies himself. Joe just goes down, but yeah, you said there sort of a video star performance there from him in the air. And here we go for Mitch Colburn. Also, well, kind of just letting it out of first gear and into second, and Matt Wilkinson back in the groove.
Just mixing it up for a couple of backside turns on the inside corner, and Wilco building on his series out in front. He had a 3.67 start. That'll be his second scoring ride through the first 5 minutes of this matchup. When you look at all these guys, Yaden and Mitch, they've obviously made those amazing movies where they're just going for huge moves on demand. Giggs, how's the change relate to putting on a jersey when you can't afford to fall too much? You're not looking for one big photo, one big video part. You need to put two solid waves together to move on.
Well, this generation of surfers that's been bred now for the tour, I mean, these guys are coming in with a kind of throw it all into the wind attitude, but still with that competitive pedigree in them. So that's where we're starting to see the level of surfing move to, is when they can go absolute all risk, but still keep some kind of sober thinking in their competitive approach. So it makes for amazing viewing.
As we'll check out, Giggs, a replay from Jonathan Gonzalez, who blitzed this right-hander. How'd you like the start of this wave?
Well, here we go. I mean, this is solid cracks to start. I'm kind of copying Wok's word there, crack, but that really is what he's doing to the lip there, Joe. And to me, that was quite of a workman's-like wave. He's just nailing a score early on. You said we were literally in the first 5 minutes of the heat, and he's nailed out a mid-range score there. So probably a bit of a working attitude. He might start flaring it up a little later in the heat.
Well, right now, with just 24 left on the clock, Gonzalez posts a 5.0. Let's take a moment to catch up with Ace Buchan, who's with Andy Van Zyl.
Hey guys, I'm down on the beach with Ace Buchan, who's just won the second heats of the day, day 3 at Mr Price Pro. Ace, talk us a little bit through your heats. How were the conditions out there? Do you feel they've improved a bit?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit better than this morning. It's completely different to yesterday. It's more wind swell today, but still super fun, sun shining, so stoked to get through.
And are you enjoying surfing this Prime event as a warm-up for J-Bay?
Yeah, definitely. I love coming to South Africa, and this is a great event, warm-up for J-Bay, but I mean, it's a prestigious event in its own right, and I really want to do well here this week.
Well, it's so good to have such a prestigious surfer like you being here. It's great to watch you surfing, and congratulations on your win today. Thanks, Ace.
Ace Buchan on to the next one into the round of 24. Ace has his dad here traveling with him. His boards didn't show up right away, but as soon as they got here, he went down to business and picked off some great scores. Wilco just got a wave during the interview, Giggs.
Yeah, here we go. Wilco just nailing a score, keeping the scoreboard ticking there, Joe. Another real special contribution for wave 2, but it's also sub-mid-range score. And here we go. Wilco live on wave number 3 for him.
A left-hand option for Matty Wilkinson. Couple of top-turn carves into the pocket, springing off the lip on the third effort, and he'll kick out. Tough read for Wilco, but he surfed it well all the way through. 3 more scores will be dropping for Matt Wilkinson, and we'll have a situation set. Colburn's opener, a 2.6. Yaden started with a 1.6 on the incomplete aerial attempt, and Jonathan Gonzalez briefly in the lead, but I think Matt Wilkinson is going to take it over in just a moment. Wilco recently has been just exploring the African coastline, came off a trip from Mozambique recently before preparing for this event. Giggs, if you had people coming down, well, before we get into that, break down this left for us.
Well, here we go. This is wave 3, Joe, for Matt Wilkinson. A rare ridden left, and I think we're going to see more and more lefts being picked on as the tide drops out here today. We did speak about how the conditions have changed a touch. The swell has settled down and slowed down a touch, so I think a little bit more mixed up peaks, lefts and rights for the boys to work with.
Here goes Yaden Nickel, float to start. Coming around the corner, has the lip to hit, blasts the fins out, picks up his board under his feet, and then goes down. Impressive how he almost pulled that one off. Seemed impossible, Giggs.
A little bit of gymnastic work there, a little bit of foot tapping on the top deck of that board there, Joe. I thought for a second he was going to recover it. Let's have a re-look at that. Here he goes. First section, it's a really good approach. He does project through it with power and whack, the whole whipping all the way around, almost 180 on the rotation there. Just comes unstuck, Joe.
So Yaden Nickel going for it. He'll get his best wave so far. Needs a 3.84 to move into the top two. He'll fall short of that one, but he ends up going down. Yaden, we always know he's from West Oz. He was really epic to watch, getting the wild card into the Margaret River Pro on the WCT level, where he was able to seriously do some damage, ended up taking out Mick Fanning from the event, and really upset the world title race.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, if you look at the pedigree loading of this heat, Wilkinson, Nickel, Colburn, Gonzalez, all four absolute warriors. They can get the job done. We're set for a great 21 minutes remaining. So
plenty of time to go on the clock. This is one of the heats that we couldn't wait for. Matt Wilkinson has the heat lead. His last wave of 4.77, and he's going to set up a nice first turn. Squares up vert, carves down to the pocket. He'll slip off on that final turn and still hang on to his lead, though, at the moment. 20 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Remember, Matt Wilkinson did well in the Coldwater Classic as a prime event. Won that event. It got the upgrade to the WCT status, and he capitalized. Finished runner-up to Taj Burrow. Ever since, though, he hasn't made a final in the WCT, as we anticipate that with Matt Wilkinson's style as a goofy footer. We'll get back to that. Look at this one, Giggs.
Oh, here we go. Beautiful approach to the tube there from Gonzalez. You saw him just put the handbrake on to start, got himself behind the curtain. Remember, this is a little bit of an oblique view down the beach as well, so a square-on look from the judges. They would have liked that. And backing it up, Mitch Colburn answers on the second wave of the set. So a little exchange there for the judges to work on between Gonzalez on the forehand, Colburn on the backhand.
Well, it's impressive just seeing how Gonzalez can find tubes when you don't see a whole lot of them in a lineup. Went for turns, got the 5. Let's take a look at the tube effort.
Well, here we go. And you see straight away as he drops down the face, just handbraking it, does his work behind the curtain, gets the power snap as well. It does sort of implode around him. And he kind of just methodically works his way through the end there. But definitely, I think the judges will have taken some special note of that tube for sure.
Jonathan Gonzalez needed a 4.10 to take the lead off of Matt Wilkinson. Nickel needs a 2.34. Mitch Colburn needs a 2.84 to move on. Still plenty of time remaining on the clock, as we'll check another replay from last of Mitch Colburn.
Yeah, Mitch on the backhand. This wave does kind of let the party down a little bit here. It becomes broken and disinterested on the inside. And so, look, it's early days. Mitch Colburn still building momentum. That was only his second ridden ride. So it's early days. Still going to check in at a reasonable score, Joe.
Yeah, Mitch Colburn will be right back in this one once that's locked up. Gonzalez just had the 5 before, but the judges playing some serious catch-up with a pretty active heat to start. Another replay to get caught up. This was Mitch Colburn. Just a quick one actually live. He'll step off, and now we'll go back to a replay to check out the previous wave of Jonathan Gonzalez.
Well, here we go. And there's that stall as he drops in, Joe. He's done the stall the whole way. Now there's the release, gets the trim line. You can just see him tweaking. A little bit of body tweaks as he comes out of the barrel. Perfectly executed, Joe.
And then goes into the wrapping cutback to show he has complete control. Whitewash will just land on his back, but he still had the rhythm to come out of it. So Gonzalez awaiting his last score for the tube ride. Colburn finished off on his second wave, his best so far, as this heat continues to build with 18 minutes on the clock. And Giggs, we're on a really fun part of the coastline here in South Africa. If you had people coming from different parts of the world to do a surf trip here, what would be the best piece of advice you would give them?
Drive on the left-hand side of the road. No, I'm just having
it starts right there, right? We'll get back to that one. Here goes Yaden.
Oh, Yaden, well, you could kind of see, let go the clutch, got it out of first gear. Nothing more on offer there. We're talking about the coastline. You're talking about what's on offer here, Joe. It's a fantastic surf country as a destination. I'm surprised surf tourism is not more prolific here. I think it does take a combination of local knowledge. We got quite tight windows to operate with. I'd say if you're going to do a surf trip to South Africa, come in April, leave in July, you're going to leave with some dizzy memories of some world-class waves for sure.
Well done. Primetime season to be here in South Africa as we just start the South African leg of the tour, starting with the prime event, the Mr Price Pro, and then going down to the WCT at the J-Bay Open. Back to this one.
Well,
Yaden.
Here's Nickel, gets the snap to start working. It's a bit of a working wave on the inside. You can see it's kind of a little coned out little wave on the inside. Nothing special on offer. What he is doing, though, there, Joe, is he is keeping a steady work rate. We saw some big upsets yesterday, particularly blamed on wave selection and possibly being over-selective. So I'm just thinking the guys are going into today with a little bit more work rate. The plum waves are probably a little less on offer, so the guys don't want to miss any opportunity.
As we watch the scores, Gigs, Jonathan Gonzalez now getting scored for his two bride. It'll be similar to his score to start with the turns as we watch Mitch Colburn. Nice clean snap on the shoulder. Wave standing up, and he belts it off the lip. Nice and vertical, but he reached for it, and he ends up losing it on the third turn. He has such a smooth style. His arms don't move too much, and he always has that element of surprise, but he really needed to finish that wave, Gigs.
Yeah, just looking at the two goofy foot approaches, Wilkinson probably weighs a little less on the weight scale than Colburn as well. You can almost see it in the way they're both approaching it. Colburn kind of more solid down on his board. Wilkinson probably a little bit more elastic and nimble. It's going to be nice to see how those two goofy footers square up in this heat.
Yeah, they're very different styles from what you expect to see from a lot of the kids coming up with a lot of form coaches. They've got a real loose, fun, free surf kind of approach. As we'll see the start of Mitch's wave one more time.
Well, here we go. I mean, lots of extension through that bottom turn there, Joe, and then through to the section. That's a fantastic hit. And then he just kind of overextends it there. I think the wave may have just foxed him a little as well. It kind of stood up and then backed off on him. So early days, it's not really early days now, Joe. We're getting to that halfway mark in the heat. We'll see the boys trying to wrap up those backup scores now.
15 minutes on the clock. Jonathan Gonzalez did take the lead. A 4.87 for his two bride. Has him in first. Wilkinson dropped to second, and now his second spot is in jeopardy. Colburn just needed a 4.17 on his last wave, and a few judges thinks that it will be enough. It looks like we will have a switch in the standings here at 15-minute mark, and Yaden Nickel still needing a 6.0 to advance on. Wilco now to third, with Colburn dropping a 4.43. Very tight heat when we're comparing a lot of 3s, 4s, and 5s. That we don't have anything better on the bark right now.
Yeah, exactly. Just as those scores peppered in there, Joe, just looking at that point spread that you mentioned. I mean, Nickel down in fourth in the white singlet, needing just a 6.26. But here's the important point for Nickel: is one of his counting rides is a lowly 2.77. So as you said, I think everyone's going to get to work in this back 14 minutes now and see if they can build some double momentum, so to speak.
So now 14 on the clock. Mitch Colburn tries to press the issue. It looks like the best wave of the heat is about to lock in for Mitch Colburn, and he's going to be our new heat leader. Needs a 4.95. Let's go back to Jonathan's tube one more time.
Yeah, well, this is the visual beauty of the heat so far with this tube ride. Great replay there from the team in the production. Thanks very much. It's a gorgeous looking tube. Ironically, it may not have been deep enough to really sort of get the judge's attention. He was just sort of flirting with it. So a 4.87, Joe, he's going to need more than that.
And it felt good for Jonathan just to get the vision. It's the best feeling in the whole world. There's surfers that reroute their whole career just based on finding the best tubes around the planet.
Oh, absolutely. There's people that lose their homes and wives over that stuff too.
It completely takes over, and it becomes the most important thing in life. Here goes Matt Wilkinson, needing a 5.10 now as he comes into his second turn. Nice float off the bottom and puts it together from start to finish, making sure that he completes that final turn. He knows what it's like to get big numbers on tour, but it was a smart effort to try to get back into the top two at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Wilco lying in third at the start of that ride. We'll go to replay of it shortly. Let's have a look at Matt Wilkinson, the way he links this together here, Joe. Gets the entry straight. Look how silky smooth, straight rail turns. I mean, he's just linking the whole thing. There's not a little glitch in that process. All linked. 1, 2, 3. It's very, very copybook. Perfect stuff to look at, actually.
Well done for Matt Wilkinson. Scores will be dropping in just a moment. He originally from Copacabana, but then moved down to Bondi for a couple of years, and then just moved again recently up towards Byron Bay. And first thing I asked him was how things been going at his new place, and he said he's actually been surfing waves that he can't even believe he's surfing by himself. So it was, I think, a really smart move to get some better conditions on his home court. We know he's gone all the time, but when he is home, he has some really insane waves to surf all alone.
Oh man, and he's such a talented surfer, you know. So to give him that little arena out front to work with, he's going to be coming up with crazy stuff over the next couple of years. I mean, I think Wilco's going to be around for a while.
He's such a character. I think one of the best days he had out front. Usually pro surfers have to work with their filmers all the time, and Wilco's filmer is one of his best friends in the whole world, and it was so perfect. He just said, I just want someone to surf with. They didn't get any clips that day, but they had a great free surf session. But anyone else working that hard probably would have had their best buddy on the beach all day getting their clips to watch.
Classic. Well, a 4.8 for last of Matt Wilkinson, Joe, has pushed him. Well, it hasn't pushed him anywhere because that other score of Colburn locked in. So a new leader in Mitch Colburn here, Joe.
Here we go. Colburn out front. Wilco did not get the score. He got a 4.8. He still needs a 5.07 to take second off Jonathan Gonzalez. Meanwhile, Yaden Nickel, down in fourth, needs a 6.77 to turn things around. He came out of the water the other day, and he just was really impressed at the rhythm that he had with the ocean. We had bigger waves, and those kind of chunky sections were just perfect for a guy like Yaden to go for broke and go for massive airs and tubes. A smaller day today, but he's still found a couple of ramps. If he gets some more opportunity, he could pose a comeback. Let's check out Wilco's last wave.
Absolutely. So here we go. You can see how smooth Wilco goes. Inside rail, outside rail as he links these turns. There's the second one. It squares up over the lip. And then just a little working tweak there to get it into the third maneuver. A 4.8 from the judges. Still lying third. Yaden Nickel, we're still keeping an eye on him here, Joe, lying fourth, and a slightly bigger requirement for Nickel in fourth. A 6.77 will be required by him now. So this thing's going to squeeze in on the boys now with just over 10 minutes to go.
So still keeping it very close at this 10-minute mark. Colburn with a 4.93 and a 6.17. And Wilkinson still needing the score. We'll go back to Yaden's last wave.
Yeah, here we go. Now, Yaden, you know, the way he approaches, the angles that he produces as he goes up the face of the wave with speed and power, it's always going to get the judges' attention.
He always has so much flair on that first turn, not one to hold back or try to nurse a score to the inside. He's always pushing it out the back. Great first turn for Yaden Nickel. He needs a 6.77 to move into the top two. Yaden made the move to Santa Barbara where he got married. He's a new father now, and he enjoys being close to his shaper over at Channel Island Surfboards, and he has Rincon, all those great right points in his new backyard. I think he's really settled over in that California atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a great all-round athlete, and I think he's still got a lot to roll out in the years ahead. Some scores dropping in for exchanges between Wilkinson and Nickel, and have a look at this replay. These are some powerful. This is more than Matt Wilkinson we've come to see. And the judges have posted a 7.5 for that replay. And well, let's have a look and see if we can pick up a 5.57 that's just been thrown out for Nickel as well from our production crew. It's warm. It's beautiful down here at the Dolphin Coast. People are flocking into the beach, Joe. It's all good down here.
Oh, it's an amazing scene at the Mr. Price Pro. It's a real comfortable crowd. It's real peaceful, and there are a lot of eyes on the water right now watching this. This was the replay a couple of waves ago from Yaden Nickel, the 5.57.
Well, there, I think that's that big square turn right there, that power hack. So, yep. It's a new leader in Matt Wilkinson, though, Joe.
As we see Matt Wilkinson now live checking out a quick wave. He got a 7.5 on his last to jump all the way to first place. Colburn went to second. Gonzalez down to third, but here goes Jonathan.
Here we go. Now, we saw that nice tube from him earlier, back on the forehand, racing down the line. This is a little inside wave, and it does turn itself inside out on that inside sandbar, Joe, so nothing special on offer there for Gonzalez.
Tough one for Gonzalez. He's still in third, needs a 6.11 to advance. Wilco, though, got a crazy rhythm on the back end. Backhand he became world famous for, as he was a very exciting rookie on the WCT. He seemed like another character, kind of like a Mitch or a Yaden, that really could have just gotten creative with his career and became a free surfer, locking down video parts. He has rodeos in his game. Now back to Yaden here.
So here's Hayden. He's finding himself down in fourth. Gets that first turn there, Joe. Does chunk it out on the tail there. And in screen behind him, second place position, Colburn, working away as well here, Joe.
And now one more turn for Colburn. He'll step on the whitewater, jams it one more time. A beautiful exchange here in heat number 11. Yaden threw his fins out, stomped the landing in front of the crowd. Colburn was trying to protect the second spot from Yaden, And this battle continues with 7 minutes to go. We'll check out the drift replay. Let's start with Yaden's wave.
Well, here we go. Solid forehand approach, bottom turn. I love the way he rasps that cutback. And here he goes to set the fins free. And we link straight into that action for Mitch on the outside.
Mitch just a cool, cruisy rhythm. He makes it look so effortless. He'll just pick his points as they approach down the line. Nothing super major towards the tail end, where you saw Yaden. He had a punchier wave, drilled the carve, and threw the fins out, landed in the flats. It felt like an awkward landing, but he had no mistakes, no hesitation, and Yaden will better his 3.10. Mitch is going to look to better his 4.93 with 6:20 to go.
Yeah, I wonder if Brad and the guys in the booth doing the production could maybe throw out the Yaden nickel last of white wave again, but super slow it down at the end. We'll just see how those fins come free.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how dynamic he is on the finish. Here you go.
All right, so let's look at the first part of this, Joe. Square off the bottom. There's that big carve that, it's signature for him. And now the wave does tend to fall apart, but this is where he kind of gets it out there, Joe. What do you think? Not 100% free out, but it's a good one.
And I think for that section, it was incredible to watch. Had the element of progression involved, and then you see the bottom turn and the hammer on the back end of Mitch Colburn. That was the best part of that wave. And even better just to keep in sync with the end section, and he didn't fall off. Now Jonathan, live action.
Wow, big wraparound cutback for Jonathan. That wave has let him down, though. So lying third is Gonzalez, looking for a 6.11. His time available, 5.5 minutes. Now we're getting to the scratchy last 5 minutes of the heat, Joe.
Wilco wants this one. He'll stuff the first section, so he's out. He just has a 7.5, but he's keeping the door open, holding a 4.8 as his backup. Now Yaden Nickel taking off.
All right, is this a pendulum swing in the heat? Crack for Nickel. Or it kind of falls apart on him. He's got it. He's got the bicycle back under his feet, so to speak. He's pedaling away again. And, well, Joe, I think the judges will kind of crit the middle part of that wave. I'm not sure that's what he's going to be happy with.
Yeah, you see him slip a couple times, but he recovered well. But he did have a couple bobbles in between turns. Yaden Nickel's wave before will be his best so far. The two-turn combo. We'll see what happened on this last wave.
Well, signature, I mean, there's nothing wrong with his approach to that first one. It's as he exited it, Joe, just kind of got stuck. You'll see a little bit of wash and bump on the wave face. Wave selection proving to be fairly critical again today.
And it probably will be a decent number. He had a couple little moments where he slipped, but he was able to recover to finish his rides. 3 solid turns, and we'll see what the judges thinks about those little slide outs in between sections. 4:10 on the clock. Last of Mitch Colburn about to lock in. He's not going to get the score to move into the top 2. The focus is on Yaden and Matt Wilkinson right now with 4 minutes remaining.
Well, a 6.57 for last of Yaden Nickel, Joe. It's got him up into second, so an important situation change there.
Big one for Yaden representing Western Australia. He's been building on his scoreline. He went for a massive punt in the beginning, ended up with a 1.6, got 3s after, but now a 5.57 to a 6.57, and now we'll check out the replay of his last effort.
Oh, here he goes up. Gee, I mean, how's the redirection? Once we slow that thing down, start taking it apart, I mean, this is that little bauble that you spoke about. Just kind of loses it there. This definitely not going to be one of his special scores. It's going to be a mid-range 3.5 to 4-pointer, but it's the one before that, the 6.57, that's got him in the running with this heat, lying second.
Well, you see, Yaden didn't want to give up on that wave, even though he kind of had a slippery start, but it won't affect his position in second because Mitchell Colburn got a 5.4. Colburn needs a 5.98, just a little bit more to take out Yaden Nickel from this contest. We're down to 3 minutes on the clock. Gonzalez needs the biggest number, a 7.14, as he's taken off now.
Well, here we go. He's obviously used that first priority to his advantage. He likes the look of that, and so do we. Really vertical, gets the snap in the pocket there. Little ramp comes towards him, Joe. It does push him side on. And, well, there you see, little gesture.
He likes that one. He loved the way that one felt. He wants to kick out like he had control, showing the judges that he has confidence in that wave. With 2:30 to go, Wilkinson's going to take off.
Here's your heat leader, Wilkinson. Can he link together some more smooth transitions for us? Well, he can unleash on little pockets like that. Wilco through to the inside. It's not a showstopper, that one. I think he's... look, Joe, he does need to drop a 4.8 if he wants to cement a lead. So maybe that's what he was thinking on the start there. I certainly might not be anywhere near his good scoring 7.5 though.
So now hitting the 2-minute mark, Giggs. The 7.5 was the game changer for Matty Wilkinson. We'll see the last of Jonathan Gonzalez.
Well, judges will be having a full-on re-look at this. He really did hammer that. I mean, that was right angles, super strong surfing. And, well, efficient and economical through the back end of that wave and back to live action with Colburn.
Nice climb to finish for Mitch Colburn. Standing tall as he wants this one. Needs a 5.98 to turn it. Gonzalez needed a 7.14. He had a beautiful first turn. The wave tapered off. He was able to finish on his feet. Mitch Colburn, always so smooth and making it look so effortless. We'll take another look as we approach the final minute to see if he'll be close to turning this one. Yaden Nichols' low score is a 5.57, and that's what's making it interesting. Wilco is counting a 4.8 as his low, so no one with really a solid backup, which means it's anyone's game.
Absolutely. Well, I think judges will be looking at replays here as well. Gee, I like that crack. I mean, it was probably the most powerful single turn of the heat so far. The rest of it, Joe, I don't know, debatable. Yep.
Well, Jonathan Gonzalez was able to lay low to complete the final turn. It got a little iffy when those two waves collided on the inside corner, but he was able to stay on his board, rode out of it. His big first turn was the most explosive. So he has a fair gamble to maybe put up his best score of the heat. Will it be enough to turn the heat? That's another question for the panel. 35 seconds to go as scores will start drifting in. Looks like it will be Gonzalez's best score, but he won't be moving into the top two.
No, I think it's going to come in a little short here. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. It's a 6.13. The requirement was in the 7-point range. He remains in fourth, Joe, looking for a 6.02. Here we go. Backhand surfing from Nickel.
Setting it up back into the pocket. Yaden looking to protect the second spot. It's staying gutless on the inside, but he's still hammering the pocket with a couple casual turns. And that'll do it for Yaden's heat. Couple of seconds off the clock, and it looks like we'll have one more score coming in, and we'll give you the final outcome of this heat after this quick break. We'll be right back. Thanks for being with us here in Ballito. You're watching the Mr. Price Pro, the second prime event on the ASP World Tour. We're waiting for the final score of Mitch Colburn to come through, and we'll give you that final outcome. Joe Trappell, along with Giggs Selliers for the call. Giggs, it's great to be here on your home turf, watching some of the world's best battle, even in smaller conditions. We've had some exciting heats this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, Mr. Price have packaged an amazing event together here at the Prime event. The location of Ballito itself, great surfing on offer. I mean, day one and day two, some electric stuff going down. A lot of upsets too. We can talk about that all day. But certainly as far as playable conditions here for day three, absolutely great scores still available for the guys. Slightly slower rhythm to the sets. Tide is draining out. I think we've got some exciting surfing ahead.
Well, one more score to drop for Mitch Colburn. He needed a 5.98. That last score looks like he's going to end up just short of what he needs to move on to the next one. Matt Wilkinson unofficially taking the big win, and Yaden Nickel in second, and now it looks like it is official. Colburn just short. An exciting finish as they caught a ton of rides. Wilco with 9 waves, Colburn with 8. Yaden Nickel turns in 7. Gonzalez even had a chance to try to turn it with his last wave.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think everyone in with a real shout there. And the other thing you mentioned there, a relatively high wave count for everybody. Everybody going into sort of working mode through the second half of that heat. We did say that would happen. And, well, it does happen that Wilkinson and Nickel advance.
As we wait once again, Jonathan Gonzalez had one more wave at the end of that heat that we didn't see. So there is another score drifting in. He needed a 6.02. He ends up getting a 7.2 at the end of that heat. Gonzalez goes all the way to the lead. Wilco drops to second, and Yaden Nickel ends up getting knocked out.
Oh, wow. All right, so judges were playing that close to their chest. They were using those replays that we were afforded to look at as well, and they took their time throwing that score. A 7.2 for that very, very strong angular front-hand attack from Gonzalez. ends up the heat winner, Joe.
Pretty impressive. And so that was a surprise, waiting for a lot of scores to come through. Looked like Yaden was safe in second for the time being, and Jonathan had one more wave. His last 2 waves ended up making the big difference. He was in fourth and then ended up taking the win. Wilco finishing in second as we introduce a brand new heat, the last heat of the round of 48, as we introduce David DeCarmo from Brazil, Ryan Callanan from Australia, Goni Zubizarreta representing Basque Country, and Jack Freestone representing Australia. Gigs, another exciting matchup, all going for the top 2 spots to move on to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. So stick with us. It's the Mr Price Pro Day 3 of action down here at the Prime event at Ballito. If you've just logged on, I think local time in Sydney, around 7 in the evening now. So yeah, I think a lot of people home from the office got the domestic computer up and running over supper. Welcome to everybody out there. I think, we'll have viewers from New Zealand that are still on the timeline. Well, east coast of the US, probably around 5 in the morning. So most of America probably sleeping, but I'm sure we got a lot of viewers online still at odd hours there.
There's some diehards out there, Gigs, that's for sure, especially when you still have guys from the USA left in the draw. They'll be staying up late to see if we get all the way to heat number 4 of the round of 24, where we have Timmy Reyes and Dylan Perillo featured. Timmy from Huntington Beach, California. Dylan Perillo from Malibu, California. And both some really exciting surfers left. As you always check out the country breakdown, Tiago from Portugal along with Frederico Moraes, keeping them on the map. But the Brazilian contingent have the most guys left in the draw. An all-Brazilian matchup in heat number 2 is looking like one of our favorites that we're looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the national flags flying, I mean, gee, the Brazilians are just stomping on us. The Aussies have got their flag out flying, and, well, we rolled up the South African one yesterday and put it back in the cupboard.
That's right. It was an unfortunate day for South Africa. We lost Jordy Smith, a former champ who is the hopeful to take this one out this season. He had a last-ditch effort, a 9.2 with his back against the wall, but he needed 2 new scores at that point, so no matter what he did, he wasn't going to be able to turn the heat.
Yeah, I remember that. He said goodbye in 3rd position, needing just a 4.77, but the clock ran out on him.
As we now look at the start of this heat, it will be Arkell snapping it off the top. Callanan onto the second snap. One more to fit in on the inside section. 3 great backside hooks for Callanan to take the lead. Here's DeCarmo.
Well, here we go. So goofy foot exchange to start. The Brazilian goes down early, but energetic surfing from Callanan in the white singlet to set the ball rolling for him.
So Callanan out in front. We saw DeCarmo just get a quick up and down. Goni Zubizarreta waiting for a wave, and Jack Freestone also waiting with the 4-man priority rules. Since Ryan took the first wave, he's in the back of the line. David DeCarmo is on the next wave, so now Ryan Callanan will have 3rd priority. Dave DeCarmo has last priority, and Goni and Jack are still trying to sort it out. And we'll see DeCarmo up again real quick.
Yeah, DeCarmo wastes no time picking out his second effort of the heat. And, well, I like that first approach there. I mean, that thing had a bit of chunk on it, nice bit of wall in that bowl. And he travelled along that coping quite nicely there, Joe. We'll get a re-look at that on the replay shortly.
Here's the replay from Ryan Callanan. Starts off with a nice first turn and followed up with another blast off the top and finish. They like when they're in sync. Back to live. Here's Jack Freestone.
Well, yes, Freestone opens with one of those rare-ridden left-handers. We did say that we'd see more and more of them as the tide drops out. Freestone knows what he's doing. He's got a good competitive head on his shoulders, Joe, so I'm looking out for good stuff from Jack Freestone.
Well, the 2-time World Junior champ from the Gold Coast of Australia, Jack Freestone, has put as the next great hope from Australia to come on to the WCT. He has some great highlight parts in some movies, but really trying to dedicate himself to the tour. Let's see the start of Jack's wave.
Well, here he goes. Off the bottom. Gets a nice sort of Z-slash going there. Then he gets vertical in that pocket. And, well, the rest is just ticking the boxes on the way to the rip there, Joe. I think, you can be happy with that. I don't think it's going to match the opener of Callanan and White. I think the best of it will be the opener for the goofy footer.
Well, now Jonathan Gonzalez came from behind in the last heat to steal the win. He's standing by with Andy Van Zyl.
Got some smoothies and...
Guys, I'm here with the winner of the heat. Last 10 seconds, that was an absolutely amazing exchange, going from 4th to 1st. In the last 10 seconds, how are you feeling right now?
Well, I was waiting for the score before, but I was pretty sure that was not enough the one before. And I just gave all my surf in that left. That it was a kind of weird because I was looking for the right on the corner, looking for the good potential wave from the way I look. So just lucky. Last 10 seconds left is incredible.
Yeah, it was really amazing heat to watch and very, very nail-biting. Is there anything, Jonathan, that you would like to say to your family watching back home?
Sí, un saludo a la gente, sobre todo a la gente de Canarias que me ve, a mi familia y a mi novia Marta.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and congratulations.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Jonathan. Jonathan sneaking that win at the tail end. He got a right that got him in contention and then snuck a left at the end. Well, out of our vision to go right into first place and upsetting Yaden Nichols, sending him out of the contest, and Matt Wilkinson ended up finishing runner-up. Back to this one. Here's Goni's first wave.
Yeah, here's Zuba Zareta opening his account here. 2 nice grinding turns. Gets it, does the link through to the inside sandbar, and it's a good efficient way for Zuba Zareta to open as well. He'll need to be staying in the race on the openers because Freestone in black has opened with a 6.33 and Callanan in the white singlet a 6.67. So a nice pace being set quite early here, Joe.
Yeah, Ryan and Jack have known each other for a long time. They're both teammates on Billabong, and they've been, kind of the next great thing, part of their program for many years now. They spend time in Hawaii on free surfing trips. Here goes Jack now, driving, covering some ground, going for the takeoff, big air reverse, and he'll stomp that one. A full rotation aerial from our 2-time World Junior champion, and that's what he's famous for, always landing on his feet. He'll be our new heat leader.
Yeah, well, there you go. He nails his wave number 2, cements it. Judges are working on Zuba Zareta and another wave for Carmo. And here we go. Let's have a look at how he winds this up into the air. Beautiful. What can we say? Textbook.
Impressive maneuver for Jack Freestone. A complete torquing air reverse. That full rotation motion is such a pleasure to watch. And he already had the 6.33, so he'll be deadly in this heat. Here's David DeCarmo.
Here he goes. Wave number 3 for the Brazilian. Goodness me, those are 2 big turns on the back end. That wave has stood up for him, and he really did hammer it. Met that wave with as much power as it needed. Now Zuba Zareta is involved in the exchange here. Forehand carve for the experienced surfer from the Basque Country through to the inside. Wow, nice exchange here between the Brazilian and the European surfer.
Another little roll in for Jack Freestone. He's starting to drive. He has another lip to hit. Another fin throw reverse, and he stomps it again. Throws his hands up. Perfect landing for Jack. He has 2 big scores coming in.
No, that was not a replay. That was live action, but a virtual replay of his first one there, Joe.
Well, now we'll go back to the replay, the one we've been waiting for. This is David DeCarmo on his last wave.
Well, look at how much ground he covers here. That's a real big up and down effort there. That wave has got chunks of energy in it, and he matches it beautifully for his wave number 3. Then Zuba Zareta posting wave number 2 here, Joe. Wrap around turn, fair squirt out of the bottom deck there. The concaves are flaring, and he does kind of run a little bit of ground here on the inside and has to work it. And then here we go for wave number 3, Freestone in the air. Didn't quite have the height and the projection of... We might even ask the boys in the studio to compare the 2 aerials. Wave 2 and Wave 3 of Freestone. We'll see if they can put that together. In the meantime, judges owe us scores now for 3 surfers, Joe, and a little flurry of activity there.
What an exchange that was. Every part of that set was utilized by our competitors. DeCarmo doing those crazy backside floats. They're like extension backside floaters where he was able to get out in front again. And also Zuba Zareta getting a 4.5 to start. But Jack Freestone, he's so efficient. His free surf the other day, he was not falling. He landed everything, and he just wanted to channel that into his heats, and it looks like it's working out for him.
All right, here we go. This is the first of the airs, Joe. And watch for that's got some altitude on it right there.
And a perfect landing. Front side grab, but it's inverted. It's not like the flat rotations that you've seen in the past. That's the new school version that Freestone and some of the best in the world are putting on it, where he's inverted, upside down, a perfect landing. The judges are going to love that one. Let's go to his last one.
Well, here we go. So now this is wave 3. This is the second of the airs from Freestone. Not quite the projection, but still absolutely crisp. Gets the rotation around. He's got that feline landing on his feet. And now we start thinking about the other big airs that we've seen in the event so far. How does that tie up to Geordie Smith's 9.2, to Nichols' big punt yesterday? So now the judges have got, they're going overboard on the brain scan there.
Here goes Goni Zubizarreta punching out the first section on his backhand. Good for one turn, and he steps off. Open with the 4.5, and you can see the boys, Mitch Cruz, Dylan Perillo, talking about those last couple of maneuvers that just went down. Perillo's coming up a little bit later in Heat 4 of the round of 24.
So, Joe, as everyone digests all that action there, the judges have locked on scores for Freestone, your Heat leader. That big one earned an 8.67. The follow-up one a 7.83. So, yeah, nice grading from the judges there.
Well, they kept it very close. Dylan and Mitch see themselves on camera down in the athlete area, and that's also Matt Bemrose on the other end, checking himself out on the Jumbotron. Some of the best surfers in the world downstairs preparing for their heats, and it's an exciting day. When we started getting delayed from our start from our contest officials, we're almost worried that we might have a lay day, but we've seen big numbers ever since, and Jack showcasing why he's one of the best small wave surfers in the world. Specifically, I think there's something quoted by Joel Parkinson in the past. They're doing some training on the Gold Coast, and Joel mentioned if the waves are just a couple of feet, Jack is one of the best surfers in the world and really hard to beat.
Wow, big call, and now we're starting to see evidence of that summary of Freestone here. So he is your Heat leader, but what has happened is those two big rooftop floats from the Brazilian in red has earned a 7. So DeCarmo up into second position. So Jack Freestone in the lead. Nice pair of scores, an 8.67 and a 7.83. But making a charge here is the Brazilian with that 7, Joe.
Well, David DeCarmo became world famous at event number 3 on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour when he took out 3-time world champ Mick Fanning in the second round. Here's Jack again going for another air reverse. Wanted to reach for a different grab. Still good for the landing, even though he didn't connect. And his third completed aerial, he hasn't made a single mistake, and he's still out front.
Absolutely. His throwaway score right now, 6.33. And that third contribution in succession, aerial surfing from Jack Freestone. You'll see how his board sort of double bounces when it lands. So we're getting an opportunity to compare maneuver for maneuver. A little double bounce there. The wave not as big, and I don't think that's going to oust his previous air of a 7.83.
Well, you can see that backhand kind of drifting for the stalefish grab, and that's kind of been noted as maybe one of the most challenging grabs to do, especially with the reverse motion when you're going the other way. Only a few surfers in the world have that one dialed. I think Kolohe did one in competition back at a Lowers Prime event. We also have had Josh Kerr nail it. Jordy Smith did it a couple of years back when he won his event back in Rio de Janeiro. But it's like a little tight class of air surfers that are pushing each other on the technical aspects of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at Freestone here. The judges haven't pinned a score on this one just yet. And there he goes. Watch the bounce. Oh, it's beautiful to watch. I don't think it's going to be in the range of the thing, but Callanan is posting another meaningful score for us here.
So Callanan started with a 6.67. That was the first wave of the heat. And now that'll be his backup so far, as he needs a 5.51 to take DeCarmo's spot in the second position here at the 17-minute mark. Callanan became world famous around the world when he got the cover of Surfing Magazine for doing a crazy backside air that was inverted and had a full rotation on it. He's dealt with a couple of injuries, but the good news is he's back.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the replay of him, yeah, Joe. Kind of totally just attacks the wave, and then just the board just releases itself almost. It's not going to be a top-end earner as far as the points range goes, Joe, but it's certainly going to establish a backup score for him at this stage with around 16.5 to go.
So Callanan's still working on it, sitting in fourth position at the moment. One of the big things that happened to Callanan at the end of last season was getting the call-up as a wild card in the Billabong Pipe Masters. Here goes Dave DeCarmo now.
DeCarmo, backhand attacking again here in the Ballito Bowls. Second linking one and a third crack. This has proved to be an economical way. Well, gee, he's super happy with it. Bit of drama and flair from him there and showmanship, but certainly a good wave, and let's see if it ditches out his 5.17.
Well, that's the fun part of watching David DeCarmo. He is always going to share with you when he's feeling the moment. We remember that back at the Vulcan Pipe Pro this year. When he's getting barreled, he'd celebrate every single time. And let's take a look at this last wave.
Absolutely. Let's have a look. Very nice first set of turns. There's the second one with all the emphasis on number 2. Number 3 is an efficient crack as well. You see the emotion exploding out of him there. Hey.
Felt good to him. He had a great link up. Those backside hammers off the top have been scoring ever since we started this event here at the Mr. Price Pro a couple of days ago. When you're hitting the lip with a lot of power and control, the judges are going to reward it. Nothing new school, but just picking off a wave like that, you could do that all day long and make your way to the final. DeCarmo gets rewarded, an 8.17.
Wow, top-end score of the heat belongs to the Brazilian in red, an 8.17 there, Joe. It's not enough to upset Freestone's lead at the top of the chart here. So Freestone leads DeCarmo now second. It's got Callanan under pressure and Zubizarreta under a combination situation. Let's have a re-look at this, Joe.
Really slowing down the first turn. Squares up really vertical. This was the kind of wave that he took out Fanning in Brazil. He was able to use the lip again, threw a little bit more power off the top. Perfect transition. Didn't have to bounce his board down the line and just slammed it shut right there. He knew it was the score. He's still second as he needs an 8.34 to catch up to Jack Freestone. But now Callanan needs an 8.5. Zubizarreta is now combo, needing 2 new waves, a 15.18 total just to advance.
Well, with Ryan Callanan in the white singlet with 14.5 minutes available to him, Joe, he can't hold on to that 3.5 much longer. He's going to have to work at shaking that out and then possibly seeking out another score. And here he goes.
Driving down the line, Callanan keeping a high line, doubles up on the inside corner. He's able to drill the first section. Still a lip to hit, blast the fins out into the backwash. He knew he needed something really exciting to finish on. Forces it and doesn't get the score.
Yeah, you saw as that he kind of knew as that wave was winding itself down to the end that the wave was starting to let him down. He had to really flare out and try and squeeze something out of that. It's going to be a throwaway score, Joe.
So now more packed crowd down here on the beach as we finish off the round of 48. Coming up next, we're switching rounds. Round of 24. We'll be down to 24 surfers left after starting with 96 when we showed up for the opening round. First heat on deck is Caio Abelli for Brazil, Tiago Perez for Portugal, and Davy Cathles representing Australia. Kyle's kind of been setting the pace. He's always in the first heat of the opening rounds, and he's been putting on a great performance, getting barreled in his first heat, doing huge turns in the pocket, and he's really loving his experience here in South Africa.
Absolutely. Well, a spread of the world's best surfers right here in Ballito. And why wouldn't these people want to take off work, take advantage of the school break, get down to Ballito? Well done, Quadakuza City Council. You've done another great job in 2014 along with Mr. Price. It's another great day here.
And the local boys on the skis, Damon Pidamatikos. He's been the water patrol for the last few seasons out here. Loves his jet skis. He's got a couple up at his house up top. Loves giving everyone a ride when it's pumping to make sure they're getting the best waves that they can. We've got a lot of great supporting sponsors like Monster Energy coming on board as the official energy drink of the Mr. Price Pro. We've got the whole Monster tent and their crew hanging out behind the scenes and supporting their athletes, guys like Nick Von Rupp and crew that are dedicated to getting the best waves around the world. And when they can do it in a jersey, it makes it really special to watch.
Absolutely. Joe, do you think if we spoke to them nicely, they'd put us on a nice let's go search for the best waves kind of a... You guys got budget? Let us know. We love surfing good waves. Here we go. This is an all-important wave for Ryan Callanan down in third. He's on the hunt for an 8.5 here, Joe, and he's going to keep working.
Well, you could see he was really feeling the moment. It was a gutless little right-hander, but he really was putting everything into every turn. So he got more out of it than that wave was worth. He needed an 8.5. His goal is to try to improve on the 6.67 if he can't get the 8.5 to just get a little bit closer to turning the heat.
Yeah.
DeCarmo's been crazy to watch. The wave where he did the 2 backside floats, it was a very different style of surfing where he was able to project and cover ground. Sometimes those floaters, you just create space, but he ended up making them real scoring maneuvers.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, the way DeCarmo approached that thing, but I think a lot of it would have been in the wave selection as well. The wave itself afforded him to get right up there. So it's got to be a real dramatic floater to eke out the points from the judges, Joe.
Exactly, Giggs. 11 on the clock here. More waves on the way. Exciting start to this heat. Our heat previous started off super slow and hit the climax towards the tail end. This one started off with a bang with Jack Freestone nailing 2 solid airs back-to-back. Callanan now taking off.
Callanan, oh, and it's a wobbly ride down the slope there for Callanan. The judges do owe him a score, though, Joe, for that previous ride. A lot of working in it. And let's have a look. Zuba Zareta down in 4th. Needs to unlock something special if he wants to stay in the game. He's got to replace his entire scoreboard. And he's found himself something here to work with. I think it's his best contribution right there, Joe.
So 10:30 remaining. Goni's effort was to try to break free of the combination. If he doesn't, he'll still need 2 new waves. But with the time on the clock, he needs to do it right now. Jack just took a look at one, didn't affect his top 2. Callanan still needs the 8.5, and David DeCarmo looking for the 8.34. As we'll check out the last wave of Goni Zubizarreta. Do you think this will be his best wave so far, Giggs?
Joe, let's have a look. Here's real-time replay of Zubizarreta on his wave number 4. That's a big hit right there. That's a powerful, useful cutback, and he kind of locks into a new section of the wave here. Does splay it out. The fins get side on. I think the judges are going to like that. I'm not sure if it's a 9 or an 8. I think it's going to be 6 to 7 point range. Let's see what they say.
Well, good call, Giggs. I think it will be his best wave of the heat so far. It's starting to drift in now for Ryan Callanan. A 6-point ride. That was the wave before, a smaller wave that he surfed really well. The problem is he still needs an 8.5 to move on. So Ryan's still searching. 9:30 on the clock, which is a lot of time for beach break conditions like this. There's small waves, a lot of short rides. They can really work up their wave count right now.
Joe, 100% right. It is a fairly small, compact arena for the guys to perform in. I mean, the rides, if you metricate them, they're not really much longer than about 50, 60-yard rides at most. So the guys are able to get out there and repeat the attack quite quickly, especially with the lulls as well. They're not getting caught or trapped. Yesterday, guys were getting trapped some serious push-unders. Let's have a look. We've maybe slow this down a touch in a little while. We're still looking at a real speed replay here. Possibly Pratamo in the panel. Just dissecting that again.
Yeah, good call for the judges. They can rely on that when they need it. If they want to see a wave one more time, they can double check. But like we always mention, they always have a score written down right away, and this is just their way to kind of review it one more time, as we will again. This is the last of Goni.
Well, here we go. Now, I like this first one here, Joe. Strong. He does a little bit of technical work as he readjusts on his way up the face there. Then the wave does sort of fall apart, but he keeps a beautiful link. His momentum is good. Little catch there, and then onto the inside. Not a whole lot more he could have done with that, Joe. He's tweaked out what he can on this, and I think the judges, they'll appreciate that. They'll throw a 5.87.
5.87 for Goni. He's in 4th. He's broken free of the combination, but he still needs something solid. He needs a 9.3 to move into the top 2. Jack and David DeCarmo have had a stranglehold on the top 2. Now here goes Ryan.
Right, this is your surfer locked in 3rd position, and he's going to try and unlock something like that. Tumbling the lock on the safe door, so to speak. You've noticed what Freestone's done. He's gone into absolute idle mode. He needs to improve on a 7.83. So Freestone right now will be sitting at top priority. Callanan is trying to use that aerial approach now to try and unlock the similar scores that Freestone has achieved earlier in the heat.
Well, I think it's a smart intention for Ryan Callanan. He's one of the best aerialists in the whole world, and the judges have been scoring him. Here goes another great wave for Goni Zubizarreta, throwing down the reverse on the inside section, a 2-turn combination as he's trying to break down the 9.3 gigs.
Absolutely. Listen, a 9.3 is a big tree to chop down. He's going to need more than what we've just seen. Question is, does it improve on any scores? He is holding a 5.87 and a 4.87. Let's see if his requirements change. Here we go for the replay.
Now this is Goni snapping down to the bottom. It sets up this reverse for him just to change it up. He had the variety. It was a smaller wave on the inside. Surfed it well, but a 9.3 is almost a perfect score, so it'd be a pretty big ask. He's trying to chip away at it and put himself in a better position at the end of the heat.
Absolutely. And if we look at the scores that have clocked 8 and above, we've got 2 of them in the heat spreadsheet. There's that big backhand attack from DeCarmo, an 8.17, and then Freestone going to the air, technically perfect, an 8.67. So he's got to come in and fight the war on that level, otherwise he's going to remain down in 4th.
Well, that's what makes this one so much fun. We always talk about progression, and a lot of events around the world have kind of come back to the power base. We're seeing this air movement coming back, especially after what Felipe Toledo did yesterday. Now one more look on Goni's last wave.
All right, here we go. He has clocked a 5.27 for this, and let's just show you how he's put this together. There's a bit of money on offer there on that turn. I mean, he gets that done as good as possible, but it's not in those 8s and 9s, and that's where he needs to be operating now. A 9.3 is what's going to unlock Zubizarreta's 4th place position.
Well, it's pretty amazing to watch that whole reverse on how it's evolved over the years. That standard reverse where you're not doing an air reverse kind of seemed like it was brought back to Kelly Slater back in Huntington Beach, you know, a couple of decades back when he was working on his signature movie, Kelly Slater Black and White, when he showed what a reverse was forward and on your backhand. And ever since then, the evolution of what happens above the lip now, it's almost hard to keep up with how heavy these guys are rotating these days.
You know, we can have this discussion for several hours on every time the boundary on surfing performance moves. There's a certain Kelly Slater that's just kind of operating in that zone there. So, yeah, you're 100% right. And 5 minutes remaining. Joe Freestone with that progressive surfing, an 867 and a 783 in command here.
As we hit the 5-minute warning here in the last heat of the round of 48, Kaiwa Belli, Tiago Perez, and Davey Cathles are coming up next. We'll be down to 3-man heats, and we'll eventually wean it down to one-on-one heats. The second heat is Felipe Toledo, Tomas Hermes, and Heitor Alves, followed by heat number 3, Federico Moraes, Tori Meister, Matty Banting. These are the guys that have been making it through the first couple of days of competition. And with Matt Banting in the draw, 2 6-star wins. He's dangerous in waves that are 1 to 2 feet. Look for him to go to the air.
Absolutely. And talking of air, I'm going to ask nicely if the production team maybe can pull up that 867 and that 783, those pairings of aerials. It's definitely worth a relook. We're in a small lull. Let's see if we can pull that up. But you're talking about the subject of airs, but an 817 for the Brazilian on the backhand with 3 big power calves. He's achieved that same sort of zone of scores without going to the air. So both approaches are on offer. There are points available no matter how you approach it.
It's a good call. Giggs, I thought you were talking about the air conditioning in the booth to be turned on. Here goes Ryan Callanan. He's in third. He needs an 8-5. Behind the section, big snap to cover some ground. Blows the tail out into reverse. Inverted. Flare, that's that reverse evolution. He didn't come down with it. Would have been a major turn. He's still looking for an 8.5.
Yeah, absolutely. And both roads to earn the points are on offer there for Callanan. He's able to blow up the big turns. He's able to go to the air. So we're not going to write him off just yet. 3.5 minutes remaining, Joe. I do think it's a pressure zone for Zuba Zareta now, needing a 9.3 lying fourth.
A huge task at hand for Zuba Zareta to stay in this contest. Last heat of the round of 48. If you lose now, you get at least $1,600 out of the $250,000 prize purse on offer for the Mr. Price Pro. The Prime event, being a Prime status event, it's the second highest rated event you could have in professional surfing and really paves the way for these guys to qualify for the top 34. You can forget about the money. Usually the goal for these guys is to get those points so they can make their dream come true.
Absolutely. Listen, I mean, that's a debatable subject because some of these guys are self-funding. You know, not all of them have locked in those big sponsors, and some guys are in between contracts and that. So, you know, even that $1,600, it's an extra flight somewhere, but the guys are eking out those valuable points.
Good point, Giggs. A lot of these guys don't have the serious backing like some of the world's best have. You can see a great view of our competitors area, all the equipment there. There's one of Tori Meister's boards behind the scenes. Dylan Perillo standing in front of his equipment with 2:30 remaining. This one's getting exciting because Callanan needs an 8.5. Zuba Zareta needs a 9.3. Jack Freestone did all of his work in the first couple of exchanges. And DeCarmo's been quiet ever since he locked in his 8.17 on his backhand.
Yeah, absolutely. Smug and confident is your first and second place position surfers. Here we go. Freestone heat leader. Wow. How about that? Right there. Joe, you're going to talk us through that replay. He absolutely helicopters that thing through the air. Just perfect. Perfect execution.
It was fun to watch Jack start with the full rotation, frontside airs. Now Ryan Callanan, backside full rotation, lands it on the lip, but can't ride out of it. Super close to putting up a fair effort to get the score. 2 big airs back-to-back. Jack Freestone lands this full rotation alley-oop just to throw up something different after sitting quiet. We see him get the speed, coils up, pull rotation alley-oop, and then to the inside with a clean carve. Stomped it perfectly and combos it up on the inside corner.
Absolutely wonderful. And go on, production team, give us a slow-mo of that. They'll throw that back at us in slow-mo. Judges will take their time with that because they can. It's not a real pressure thing. He is our heat leader. 1 minute 15 on the clock. I'll tell you who'll be feeling the pressure now even more is Callanan. Have a look at this here, Joe. Technical, as you say, he coils it up, vertical attack, then the rotation. Wow.
Perfect landing. Jack Freestone still had control to execute a cutback on the open face. And we'll see if he betters a 7.83. His 8.67 to start with was one of the best airs of the morning. And now he backs it up just to show he's in complete control. 50 seconds on the clock. Callanan came close to landing his, showcasing his aerial prowess. Unfortunately, he couldn't right out of it, so the judges give him a 1.7. If he stomps a landing, he could move on. And still with 35 seconds, let's see him get another chance, Giggs.
Well, absolutely. We're watching with a bated breath here. There's your overview, folks. There are still waves rolling in. Oh, there's a little bit of cat and mouse going on. Obviously, Ian upstairs throwing out those priority calls, 1s, 2s, and 3s, and they can have an effect on the back end of heats like this.
Scores now locking in with 10 seconds on the clock for Jack Freestone. Looks like he will be using that score. It's an 8.43, and he's up again.
Oh, he's been the absolute star of this heat. He's done copybook aerial surfing. He's waxed it. The horn is blown. And an 8.43, Joe, for that last aerial of Jack Freestone. So he pairs it off, 2 pairs of 8s, an 8.67 and an 8.43. He's through to the next round.
Along with David DeCarmo, we say goodbye to Callanan and Zuba Zaretta. We'll take a quick break. We'll start the round of 24 and bring in Scott Turnbull for the call right after this.
So, welcome back to the booth here at the Mr Price Pro, the Prime event. Scotty, welcome back to the booth. You've been patrolling the beach. Some great surfing. I mean, how was that Freestone performance in that last heat?
I wonder if Jack was going for his helicopter's license. There was just rotations and air everywhere there from Jack. He went crazy. We haven't seen that today as yet. And Jack was successfully and functionally landing those airs at will, it seemed.
Yeah, absolutely. Throwaway scores in the 7+ ranges there. Welcome to the next round of competition. We're into round 3, heat 1. Some big names on offer here, Scott, as well. Kaio Abeli, Tiago Perez, Davy Cathels. Get a seat. Well, there's got to be people all over the world locked on now. We'll welcome the Australian audience. I mean, they're on probably around 7:30 Eastern time.
Yep.
So folks at home, they've just checked in from the office. They got the home computers on. It's a welcome to you all. I could start sending out 100 hellos, but stick with us. It's great surfing here at the Mr Price Pro from the east coast of South Africa. You can see the dolphins in the background there. Nice camera shot there with the Yamaha jet ski and the dolphins. It's all going on here. The temperatures are reaching into the 23, 24 degrees. And here we go. Working wave for Tiago Perez to start.
Yeah, so Giggs, this is a round of 24, so this is a no-losers round with 3-man heats. So the guys can go for broke on this one without the risk of being knocked out. So hopefully we'll see more of those air and high-risk manoeuvres that the crowd and we all love to see. And obviously first we'll make it through and advance and skip the next round with second and third going into the elimination man-to-man round of 16 next. So I'm excited for what the boys can bring. Tiago not known for his aerial game, but as we saw from Ryan Callan in that last heat, as we see up and riding, Davy Cathels.
Well, here we go. Cathels obviously with some kind of priority there, arresting this wave around that section. You'll see there's still a couple of clean waves on offer. Cathels with his workman-like approach there through that section, nailing his opening ride, Scott. Better than Tiago Perez's first effort, certainly.
Yeah, nice and critical on that one. As you said, it just looked like, I wonder if he had priority. We don't have the priority disc in here. We couldn't see it. But, or if he was just summing up with the other surfer on the inside. It might have been Kai. Might have been too deep for him. We'll check that out in the replay and see what happened there.
All right, so let's go to the replay. Have a look.
Kai just caught behind there.
Yeah,
so.
I think Abeli just got...
Lovely fin release there by Davy Cathels. And again, that second section tries to get round. Caught a little bit here. And hits that nice section, that end section nicely there.
Yeah, Scott, we saw some the big dump floater being really well rewarded in the previous heat with the Brazilian on the backhand. So we look at interest for this first score of Cathell's. You know, he zipped and joined a whole bunch of sections together there. Particularly that first turn, he flared that out real nice. We might even ask nicely for a slow-mo of that, because certainly I like the way the speed and projection into it, and then the angles as that board released. Let's have a look at this here, Scott.
Yeah, he drives off the bottom, eyes the section, hits it, just releases beautifully, just drops that back knee to his deck there to complete the control. Wanted to hit that next section, but unfortunately the chandelier came down on him. Looking down the line here and figures he's got one more move. And just hits that last section beautifully and rides it out. So the judge, as we go live.
Yeah, technically very, very good. And I think it's going to come in the at the top end of good as far as points earning goes. We'll see how the judges throw out scores for that. A lot of speed and flair on that opening turn will have definitely pricked the judges' attention. I mean, that first turn, you can make a strong statement for your points asked from the judges just on that first maneuver.
Oh, no doubt. And you see the different strategies of some guys' gigs. Some are going out and just starting off with their 4s and 5s. But Davey Cathell's approach seems to be he's going to go high risk. And we see the judges rewarding with a 7.5 for that one. So a fantastic opener for Davey Cathell's in early stages of this heat.
Absolutely. I think we could even ask for another replay of that, because at a 7.5, it's in the good to, it's almost bordering on the excellent.
Yep.
Right there to get going. Off the get-go for Cathell's in the first couple of minutes. Here we go, live action. Kaio Abeli, a couple of throwaways on his card at this stage. A third little peppering of a throwaway. And have a look who's in the rhythm here.
Davey Cathell's taking off on this one, the second wave of the set. Just not showing any great interest. Knows that one isn't going to add to his score, so he'll paddle back out.
All right, so with all this excitement in the first part of round 3, heat 1, let's go to the winner of that final heat of round 2.
I'm down here with Jack Freestone, 2 times junior world champion, and the man responsible for busting out all of those airs. Jack, you look like you were having so much fun out there.
Yeah, it was. It felt like it was exactly like home.
Yeah, similar conditions, similar weather. Can you believe that this is our winter?
No, I can't. It's beautiful.
How lucky are we? And are you having fun being in South Africa and surfing these prime events?
Yeah, having a lot of fun. I love this place. It's so beautiful.
Well, it's great to have you here, Jack, and thanks for giving us such an awesome show out there. Thank you.
Well, some chuckling and happy moods there from Jack Freestone. Certainly with his half-hour expression session heat he's just had. Literally, I mean, he just went to the air several times. Fantastic heat there. Pair of 8s to take the win and move into the next round, Scott.
Yeah, obviously a lot of confidence for Jack there going into that one. As you said, Giggs approaching that like it's just a free surf. And you see the guys approaching it different. Some are clinical and methodical, just taking it apart, starting with their 5s, building from there. Davey Cathell's we saw opening up, you know, this heat with a really critical surfing. And Jack just taking at will.
Absolutely. So the boys are reaching for the air here, and Ballito, stay with us because we are in heat 1 of round 3. It's going to be a high-risk approach to these heats, especially with that throwaway option where they can stumble and not get knocked out, Scott. That's going to see a whole level of performance rise here in heat 3. And take note, Philippe Toledo, Thomas Hermes, and Haito Alves up next. Don't go anywhere.
As we see the priority disc there, Tiago Perez, who's only got the one low 3.3, he's got first priority, and he'll use that right here, Giggs.
Here we go, World Tour surfer Perez attacking that second turn. Puts it together, crisp, clean surfing. He earned a 3.33 on wave 1, Scott. I think he's going to come in a little higher for his second score here.
Yeah, really critical when we look at that wave again. Tiago fitting in 2 manoeuvres. It seems that's the way today's going to go. The guy's going to be looking either for the air or 2 to 3 manoeuvres. As we said yesterday, they're running to that deep water in shallow, so they've really got to fit those manoeuvres in nice and tight, nice and quick, as we saw Tiago do there. Yeah,
well, the conditions are basically offering both approaches. You know, the guys can do some power slams on those end sections, and if the ramps are there, they can go to the air, and both are certainly getting the attention of the judges.
As we see Davey Cathell's for his third ride. Nice little wrap around with a bit of flair at the end on that one. Gets a bit flat here, crosses over to the back section. Just linking up with the white water there. And a bit of a redirect on that one.
Well, I mean, technically a sound approach there from Cathell's on a wave that I do think actually let him down a little bit. As he paddled into that, it did look like it was going to offer more. It did kind of fall apart. Let's have a look here at Perez's wave 2 here, Scott.
The first one, I like he tags that section, and here he just jams on the back foot and leans right back, and you see the spray flying. So really critical on that last section there. So the judges will certainly be happy with that one.
Yeah, I think they would have had a real life speed relook on the replay there as well. We may even get a slow-mo on it shortly. But certainly judges holding on to that second score of Perez right now. They would have digested that replay along with you there at home. And here we go for a replay of Caio Abelli, who goes to the air. Brazilian Airways makes its flight in this heat. And, yep, that's going to be crisp and efficient for the judges as well.
Yeah, so Kai's had, that's his fourth wave. He's had 3 little throwaways before that one. So that one happened whilst we were looking at the replay. So a good first score that Kai will lock in on that one there. He's trying to emulate, I guess, what Jack Freestone did in the last. As we see him go again, just racing down the line.
Well, watch him just completely go to the air there. He's 100% out. There's not even a nose pick in that. I mean, it's clean through.
It's amazing, Giggs. You look at these guys now, and that, you know, back in my days when you wax your surfboard beyond that sort of halfway mark, you used to get laughed at because I didn't think you're any good. As we see, Davey Cathles will come back to that. Jams that first section beautifully. Heaps of speed coming down the end. What's he going to do here? And just lies back. And unfortunately comes unstuck. So yeah, Giggs, as I was saying, you know, as a grom, I used to get laughed at if you wax your board too high. But these days, in order to stick those airs, the guys are almost standing on the front sort of, you know, 1/8 of their board, and they wax all the way up to it to make sure they've got that traction and don't slip off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, valid point. And also take into account that back in the days when you were waxing your board only halfway, the board was probably 6.0, and now the guys are riding 5.6s, 5.7s, and 5.8s. So, well, there we go. This is that replay of Perez. I think the judges had another little relook at that as well, just because they can. It's still early days in this heat. Almost a full 20 minutes still on offer here, Scott. And judges will owe us scores for that aerial of Caio Abelli, and I think maybe even 2 rides of Cathles, maybe 1. But definitely all 3 surfers in red, white, and yellow, all waiting for scores now from the panel. Let's have a little look at the drift replay here of Perez, and nice snap. So this will be a wave 3 that the judges will be digesting for Tiago.
Yeah, a bit of a junky one, that one for Tiago.
Yeah.
I don't think that wave offered him much scoring potential, and you saw that in his body language. But he'll go back out there. The guy's not using this jet ski assist today. No need. It's quite an easy paddle out the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's a small arena here. The guys are, 40, 50 yards off the beach. They're getting most of their stuff done in a 20 to 30 yard section, and the judges are wanting to see those combinations in that short stretch that's on offer on the open face. Let's have a look and see. Judges are working on scores. I'm sure Richie Porter is, I think you quoted it yesterday, will be online watching going, I'm the judge that's judging the judges. Was that you that said that?
I
Or
did mention
someone
that.
said
That was a bit of a go
I got to
at
have
Rich,
a go
I
at
think.
him. How's it, Richie, to you and your family at home? I'm sure we'll see you in Jeffreys Bay shortly. He'll be just having a little eagle eye view of the scores as they drop in. I mean, you online at home there, you've got your little tab at the bottom there. It's showing all 4 surfers and positions and points requirements if you look closely. And some scores dropping in now from our panel. And it's going to be a big range score for Tiago Perez in white.
So only the 2 turns on that one, but they really liked how critical he went, especially on that second one. It was really throwing over, and he just jammed that back foot. So that'll be reflected with some high scores, as you said, Giggs. We're just waiting for the last to lock in. We've got some high 7s, low 8s coming in there, which averages out a 7.93 for Tiago Perez. So a fantastic second wave for him. That moves him up into first position at the 17.5 minute mark of this heat.
Yeah, well, judges have dropped a score for Tiago Perez, Scott, as you said, of a 7.93. They do still owe us a score for Abelli in red and Cathles in yellow. So we'll wait for those to drop in. The judges, I think, are just, kind of enjoying the liberty of maybe looking at conditions as well and going, is it on the shift? Is there a little, I don't think enough to have a massive delay and debate over. But certainly they do have some scores on hand for us, and we are waiting for those.
Yeah, perhaps with the one less surfer, it means perhaps less waves are going to be ridden as well. So they've got the liberty, as you said, Giggs, of just taking their time and really considering those scores. Not that they weren't previously in the 4-man heats, but they can really, as you said, look at those replays 2 or 3 times and get their head and make sure they've got the absolute correct score.
All right, here we go for the replay of that big air of Caio Abelli, former world junior champ, and he'll be responding to what he saw from Jack Freestone's previous heat, of course, as well. I mean, those guys are taking note of what's going on around them. And the judges are liking that. This are starting to work on scores, 5 judges. I see a 7-8 and a 7-5 and a 7-3 already dropped in, 2 more to come. So it's going to be a mid-7 score once the computer tabulates it. And then Cathal's a more low-end score, previous of a 4.5 for Cathal's. Here we go. Live action from Perez. It's inconsequential. It will be a throwaway score for your man in white on screen. And judges dropping a score of a 7.7, Scott, for that aerial of Caio Ibelli, the Brazilian.
This makes it a really interesting heat now, Giggs. We've got all 3 surfers with a high score with pocket 7s. So it'll be interesting to see how this last 15 minutes of the heat plays out and how they approach. Do they try and get a couple of 4s and 5s? We've got Davey Caffels with a 4.5. Or do the guys go and wait for that another 7 and try and cement this heat?
Absolutely. So everyone pegged a 7 point something. The best of it, Perez with a 7.93, a 7.5 for Cathals, a 7.7 for Ibelli. So let's have a look at this again. This is the 7.7. Reaches for the sky. It's clean. It does get a nose pick at the end. Technically, very good recovery. I mean, that's the athleticism required to pull that off. That's a pretty special turn right in there.
I don't know how the guys don't bog their fins as they come around there. You saw that with Kai on that one, just really putting all that weight on the nose, which is otherwise the tail as he's coming down backwards, and really lifting up that back end where the fins are so they don't bog in.
Yeah, no, he did a great job of that. So now he'll want to take his time and match that up with, let's polish that up by 10, 15%, move it into the 8s for another score. That's kind of how Jack Freestone did it in the last heat with 7.83, and I think it was nearly 8s all round for for Jack Freestone's pair of scores. So no doubt all these surfers looking to match up and equal at least their openers in the 7s and high 7s.
Now, Giggs, one thing I noticed about that with Kai is he really rode it out after he did that turn. You had the day off yesterday. I think you went on a bit of a surf mission down the coast or something. So you might have caught Jadson Audrey's wave, which we'll come back to as we see Kai again. Is he going to go for the air again? Big frontside punt. Unfortunately comes unstuck on that one. So, yesterday we saw Jadson Andre with a Hail Mary right at the end of the heat, did the rotation, completed the rotation, landed on the roof of the white water, but unfortunately didn't ride it out. He thought he completed it, and then he was sort of a little unsure, and he came and approached the judges and sought clarification for that later on. And I spoke to the judges last night, and they said they mandated at year's beginning that the guys need to be able to ride out of those clearly and clearly show to the judges they can do that. We saw yesterday Philippe Toledo clearly riding out the flats, Jack Freestone today clearly making them. So they've got to distinguish between those ones where they land on the roof. They've got to be able to ride out and complete that wave, and we saw Caio Ibelli do that on his wave, and that's why his fellow countryman, unfortunately Jadson Andre, was bundled out and didn't get the score he was after at the end of yesterday's heat.
Yeah, I think with the way the waves were exploding on that bank, it was really grenading. I mean, there's almost some violent ends to waves ridden yesterday. And, Perry's live there on your screen, but going down for another inconsequential score. Looking at building, right now, Cathals is leading, holding a 7.5 and a lowly 4.5 is in the lead. Perry's on the hunt for small scores of a 4.07, and Caio Ibelli just needing a 3.57. It's all very tight here with a little under 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, so Tiago's going to be looking for a good result here. He's not overly well placed on the CT. He's been plagued with injuries over the last few years, got the injury wildcard replacement, and I think he might actually be the wildcard again this year. So he's really going to look for some backup scores here on the qualifying series, and with this being a prime, he's going to hope to really take something out here. What's interesting that Tiago is one of the few surfers, along with one other who I'll quiz you on, Giggs, if you can tell us who it is, who doesn't ever ride with a tail pad. Can you tell us the other one? Local boy. Bailed out yesterday.
Help me.
On the world tour. Starts with T, ends in Ravis Logie.
Oh, right, okay.
They guys, interestingly enough, don't ride with tail pads. I'm not sure the reason why that one, but obviously not doing Tiago any harm, really jamming the tail on that first wave of his for his 793, and, obviously that works for him. He can stick it as we see him up and riding.
Well, let's see how the wax on the back foot works here for Perez. He does get a nice crack there, and a second one as well. He just controls that second one, a third one. And does he ride it out? Well, almost debatable. You spent a little time on that subject a minute ago. So let's have a look and see. Tiago Perez, we'll go to his replay shortly. but cracking away on those first 2 turns there, Scott. And I mean, when he pushes that front foot down and he lets the hammer go, he really does knock a nail in right there, bang.
Yeah, he sort of, to make sure he got to that section, he did that double pump on that first turn, but really released and leant back on that first turn. Showed the judges nice to spray, lots of spray out the back there, which is what they're after, to show that real commitment.
Yep, so Perez knocks away on wave 6 of his efforts in round 3, heat 1. It is all happening here at the beach. It's a beautiful day down here. We like to brag about the winter climate. The reason why we do the bragging is because it's probably the only part of South Africa that reaches these kind of temperatures, 24, 25 degrees. You can use a bit of sunblock and enjoy the winter break. Certainly when you go inland to Johannesburg, they're reaching freezing temperatures at night. And certainly further south, once we get to the Jeffreys Bay down to the Cape Town area, it's pretty chilly down there, even during the day. So the Quadacooza government, everybody here in Ballito, proudly embraces the warm winter climate and uses that to attract people here for holidaying. School holidays here midwinter. Scores dropping in, Scott, for last of Perry's, a 6.83. Maybe we'll even go for a replay just to put that back together for you. A 6.83, 2 big hits, and even a third one there, possibly, that he wrapped up. But he is now our heat leader.
Yeah, so the judges obviously liking what Tiago brings to the table on this wave. Let's have a look at it and see if we can't break it down in relation to the criteria. He drives around this really strongly. Hits that section nice and critical, but the flow straight in this next one. A little bit of variety too, and hits that last section, which is, I guess he rode out of that one. So, yeah, 2 critical manoeuvres, link them together with real flow, and that's what the judges are liking. So 6.83, as you said, Giggs. So that places him well with just under 10 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you look at the slow-mo here, rail, bang, down. Now, no tweaks on the rail, straight back on the rail. So I think the judges really like the way the stitching together in between the maneuvers does add a little bit of sparkle. Here we go. Well, that's not a replay, folks. That's a live contribution there. And we're seeing a lot of... he's picking up a lot of waves on the inside as Perez, trying to build scores again, holding the 7.93, backing up with a 6.83. He's going to want to get a better backup score than that 6.83.
Yeah, and what happens here for the guys, obviously Davey Cathels or Chiabelli, I think Davey might hold the first priority here. He's faced with a bit of a challenge. Does he do the same as Tiago and try and get busy, or does he wait for those bigger waves? And at what point does he change his strategy if those bigger waves don't come? He's looking for a 7.27, so that's a fairly good score he's after. He's already got the 7.5, so he can do it. It'll just be interesting to see what approach he takes if those waves do or don't come. He can go to the air, Davey. We've seen that before from him. But he's probably noting what Tiago's doing and watching from behind and seeing those two. He would have seen those fins release on both those turns, and he'd be hearing those scores thinking, okay, do I go to the air? Do I just jam the fins out?
Yeah, absolutely. 8.5 minutes remaining on the clock. As you said, Cathels will be hearing scores, that are getting close to the 7s and 8s from Perez. He'll go, well, I might just approach it the same way. And then he also would have heard over the beach commentary the 7.7 awarded for Caio Ebeli. So right now, the Brazilian lying third, a 7.7 for that air, and only holding a 1.13 as a backup score, Scott. We're going to look for some replacement stuff from the Brazilian shortly with, well, just a fraction over 8 minutes to go.
As we see, is that Kai Otten, who got bundled out in the last minute yesterday, just having a chat to Jack Freestone. Kai Otten is on the world tour, so Jack looking to join him along there, so he'll be certainly encouraging his countrymen along. Or probably they're just heckling for the line in that coffee line, perhaps.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you who will be heckling for a contest singlet shortly is Felipe Toledo, Thomas Hermes, Haito Alves coming up next in 7.5 minutes.
All
Don't
Brazilians
go anywhere.
there.
Yeah, that's a Brazza load right there. And let's have a look at some surfing from the Brazilian in this heat. Caio Ebeli just kind of pops it out there. He kind of didn't. He got stuck in between should I carve, should I pop? And it turns into a throwaway score. He kind of waited a long time, a lot of time investment for that. So he'll want to lock and load, reload, get out there as quick as possible. 7 minutes on the clock now. And as we said, we did give a little heads up to Toledo, Hermes, and Alves, all Brazilian heat coming up next in Heat 2. And then looking further down the draw, Scotty, to Frederico Moraes, the Portuguese surfer who's been stomping his way through this contest. He'll be up in Heat 3 against Torrey Meister and Matt Banting. Now, I've seen fantastic performances through yesterday and the day before for both the Hawaiian Meister and the Australian Banting. And then Tim Reyes, Dylan Perillo, Christian Kimmerson.
As we see, Davy Cathels.
Yeah, lots coming our way. Let's have a look at Cathels here.
Drives off the bottom, just releases those fins. A little wrap around here. Has he got a third section to hit here? He does. Cross over that front section again. So he likes it. There's 4 turns in that. We haven't seen 4 turns too often recently. It's not about the number of the turns, though, but obviously some of those were quite critical, and the judges will have a good look at that one. So he's looking for a 7.27 here. Let's have a look. Talk us through this, Gigs.
Yeah, good interpretation of everything. Strong bottom turn, one of the stronger ones through that bowl we've seen. Wrap around, cutback. It's all linked beautifully. And there he gets really, really crisp on the inside. 2 knocks there. Just a little how's it to the judges. And wave number 5 ticked off for Davy Cathels. Now, we did say that he would go 2 approaches, either the power knocks or going for the air. He's worked on the power combination there. Let's have a look and see how the judges interpret that. Go on, throw us a slow-mo if you want, boys, in the studio. And we can take that apart. The judges will also just be taking their time with that score. Cathels lying second, looking for a 7.27 as he takes off on the Scott.
His first turn, not too dissimilar to Tiago's ones, really driving and just releasing those fins there beautifully. So the judges will love the commitment there. And as you said, really rail-to-rail work. Links into the second turn beautifully. A nice little wrap around. So he includes that variety into this wave here. Comes around, just sort of hits a section. Does well, not overly a lot of lip there to get through. And gets over that back section and tags the end, and he likes it. So Davy Cathels, that'll, I'd suggest I'll go out on a limb there, Gigs, and say that'll replace his 4.5. Will it be the 7.27? We'll wait to see what judges say.
Make a stronger call than that. You can't just say, I'm going to go out on a limb. You know you are hanging on the end of the limb there. I mean, there's definitely got to be better than a 4.5 on offer there. I'm just putting you under pressure because you put me under pressure about the wax on the back. And here's no waxer, no tail pad wax at the back from Perez. He's going down quite often now. I mean, lots of throwaways for Tiago. Looking to drop a 6.83 as your heat leader in white, but score is owed from the judging panel for Cathels in yellow. A requirement of a 7.27 will switch the heat into his favour.
1 above, 1 below.
Yeah, here they come. They're peppering in. Last one to come from the judges. We're seeing a couple 7.7s, a 7 flat, a 7.2. It's a 7.4. It's enough, Scott.
Yeah, he just gets it. So he'll be hearing that shortly over the beach commentary, and that'll now put the pressure back on Tiago. He'll be looking for a 6.97, and Kai Ability not out of this races yet. 7.20 for him, so he's still capable. We got 4 minutes on the clock. All servers have shown they can do it. Let's have another look at it.
Yeah, let's have a look at the drift replay. You spoke about how square he came off for the bottom here.
Turn.
You compared that turn to one of Tiago Perez's big hits on the outside when he earned a nice top-end score as well. Cathels, if anything, the wave just got a little small and tapered on the inside here. If it could have kept some size and some volume, I think he could have moved this right up into the 8s. But that wave is, I mean, he's done everything he can with what's on offer. It's a good performance on that. It's a 7.4. He is your new heat leader.
We've seen a few claims go down in this this competition thus far. We saw a few from the Brazilians, as we'd expect. They're quite a passionate countrymen. So, good to see Davey getting into this heat as well.
Let's compare those hits of Cathels with these hits of Perez. Perez a bigger bloke.
Yep.
Displacing possibly a bit more water. Well, interesting comparison there from the studio. And it is Perez lying second in white, needing a 6.97. 3 minutes remaining. But Kaio Abeli just patrolling out the back. Surely he must be on first priority right now, Scott. And it's not a big ask for him, a 7.2. It's not a big shout for him.
Yeah, we saw Davy Cathels. He probably waited up to maybe 10 to 15 minutes for that 7.4 he just got there. He's only got the 5 waves under his belt. Kai's gone a little bit, he was joining Tiago on the inside, getting a few. Yeah, and you're right there. Kai with the first priority with Davy Cathels second. So Kai will look to use that. Tough situation, 2.5 minutes on the clock. He'll be hoping for a set wave to come.
A 1.13 is one of Kaio Abeli's counting scores. So we are definitely going to be looking to him here in the back 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Keep your eyes on red, folks. It's all going to go down. A little over 2 minutes to go. Cathels leads. Perez second, looking for a 6.97. Abeli third, looking for a 7.2.
And no doubt his fellow countrymen, they were probably making their way into the lineup now, just paddling around the back of that rock, preparing for their heat. They'll be watching this intently, looking at, with that tide draining, yes, it gets a little bit more critical, but do the waves sort of seem to taper off with that dropping tide?
The rhythm of the sets, Scott, can slow down a touch as the bottom of the, I'm sure it's like that most everywhere in the world. When you just get to that bottom sort of half an hour on either side of the low tide mark, it can slow down just a touch, and we are seeing a little lull here, so it puts question marks in place. 90 seconds remaining. What do we see from Cathal's heat leader? Perez lying second, looking for the 697.
Boys can see
Arbelli
something.
holding first priority as red. So we're going to keep our eyes on the lineup. Remember that wave 2 has often been a good set wave to ride as well.
7.2
Arbelli
is
on the
looking
front
for.
one.
Oh, rides through that, releases a fin, real control. It's a bigger wave here. Does a floater. Can he get round for a third? He's not sure. That first turn was critical. It was a bigger wave, Gigs. It's one of the bigger ones we've seen in this heat. He really threw everything into that first turn. That might have cost him the speed to get around that next section. He was able to just to tag out for a floater. We'll have a look at that again, but he's looking for a 7.20 with just under a minute remaining. Interesting.
Wow.
Let's have a look.
All right, okay. Now I'm sure the judging panel will flick over and have a look at this replay at live speed as well. Arbelli, very vertical, and he gets a wonderful work around the lip there as well. Tail drop floats at the end as well. Technically very good. Only the 2 turns. The first one is massive.
Yeah, if you look at that up against Tiago's and Davies, they also got critical. Kai just tweaked it that little bit more there. He threw the fins and he threw a bit more angle on the board. And, you know, the judges may well like that. He did that with speed and came out of it beautifully. As we see Tiago, this must have been while we're looking at Kai's replay. Just jams it in the pocket here. It's a smaller wave. Another little redirect there, waiting for the last section and just hits that. He's looking to replace a low score of a 6.83 on Tiago's. I'm not sure it's going to do that, so all eyes on
And
Kai
the heat
Arbelli.
is counting down, Scott. 3, 2, 1. It's done. Judges are working on a score. Kai Arbelli, a 5.5. It's not enough. So, looks like Cathal's first, Perry second, Arbelli third.
Not out of the competition yet. That just means that they go into the next round, man-on-man, where it goes into elimination. Davey Cathal's awarded the day off. He gets to move on into the into the round of 16.
Absolutely. And with that wrap up of Heat 1, let's go to an ad break. All right, welcome back to day 3 of the Mr Price Pro here in Ballito. Joining me in the booth, Captain Kai, up from Cape Town, and taking in the warm weather with us here on day 3. Kai, some great performances, and this heat is going to be no different as we introduce Toledo in red, Hermes in white, Elvis in yellow, an all-Brazilian affair. How are you, Kai?
Yeah, all good, Gigs. Good to be on the mic again with you. And Heitor Alves, that little nugget from Brazil, has got so much power. These waves have been looking pretty weak, but he just destroyed that first wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, we've seen solid performances from the Brazilian contingent all the way through from day 1 onwards. And I'm sure that when we wrap this up in 29.5 minutes, it's going to be another action-packed affair. There you go. All 3 Brazilians on offer for us. Remember that it is an inconsequential round. There are no losers, so to speak. There's an advance and miss around, and then everyone still stays in the game here, second and third. So a lot of accent on performance here in this round, Kai.
Yeah, and a lot of people obviously know who Felipe Toledo is, especially after his antics yesterday. Those airs yesterday were just pretty mental. And then Heitor, obviously an old man around the circuit. He's been around for ages, still very competitive. But don't discount Mr. Thomas Hermes. He's by no means a nobody, and that guy knows how to do some surfing, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, absolutely. So a 2.67 for Heitor Alves to start the all-Brazilian heat here. We are looking down the draw. We're going to see surfing from Frederico Marias, Torrey Meister, and Matt Banting up next. Another loaded heat car.
Well, Torrey Meister is my standout surfer of the event so far. I mean, everyone's talking about Toledo. Tori has been ripping the biscuit out of the waves here in Ballito. He's been going to the air, going for rodeos in yesterday's heat, and I'm not going to be surprised if we see one of those rodeos landed during this event.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was absolutely busting out yesterday, folks. For wherever you are logged in around the world, it's welcome to day 3 of the Mr Price Pro, the Prime Surfing event here at Ballito, and a big thanks to the Quadakusa government as well and council for getting behind surfing. And let's, Kylie, we're going to go down to the winner of that last heat.
Hey guys, I'm here with Davey Capples. Davey, great heat out there. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really stoked. Really good to make it through that heat and get to skip around. And yeah, the waves are fun out there and good crowd on the beach, so it's sick.
How have the conditions changed from yesterday to today? You did very well in your heat yesterday too. 2 South Africans leaving the event. But how are you feeling today? You feeling pretty confident and comfortable?
Yeah, it was good. Yesterday was a bit bigger and today was a bit smaller, and the wind's a bit better today, but it's still fun out there and a lot of opportunities for everyone. So yeah, I'm feeling good and looking forward to the man-on-man.
And Davey, how do you prepare for your heats going into the next round?
Just the same as I've been doing already, just kind of hang with the boys and have my little pre-heat routine that I do before I go out and just keep it the same, really.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your win today. Great surfing out there. Thank you, Davey.
All right, so Davey Cathels from North Narrabeen nailing that win there, Kai, and moving through the next round. You know, he's a very presentable young surfer. I mean, he's a good score for a sponsor for sure. Cathels nailing good performances. Let's have a look at this replay of Thomas Hermes.
Oh, I love that first turn. Put it on the rail, drove it through the pocket. Now just worked his way down the line and finishing off strong with the fins out the back. And Thomas Hermes coming with a strong score on that first wave. See, Heitor Alves with a 2.67 for his first wave. I thought he might have got a bit more for that with 3 solid turns. But of course, that earlier heat with Mr Freestone has changed the judging criteria quite considerably, Gigs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, what the guys were pulling off yesterday. We were waiting for a score for Hermes to drop in. Nothing at this stage from Toledo. And, well, they're fairly uncomplicated as far as hustling goes, because with 3 men in the heat, the 3-man priority system, we saw how efficient it was in the heats of 4 yesterday. So the emphasis really is on performance here with a no-risk round.
Yeah, and here goes Thomas again. Cracks one off the top. He's keeping busy here. Beautiful driving carve there, pushing that tail down, surfing off the back foot, Thomas. And the surfer in white's going to be stoked with that one. And still waiting for that first score to drop. So Thomas could have the other guys in combo land early on.
Well, yeah, very early stages in this heat. 24.5 minutes remaining. A score to check in for Hermes. Just that 2.67 for Heitor Alves. Let's have a look at a little replay here. Gets the snap to start, makes the link into the next bowl, power carves there. A lot of pressure on that back foot there, Kai, and then he does make the link into that inside bowl, and, well, collectively bags 3 turns for the judges.
Yeah, rock solid surfing there, and I was going to say for the Brazilian, but we've got 3 in this heat, so it might get a bit confusing. And Giggsy, while we got a little break in the action, I've been badgered just to give a big shout out to the 790 crew. Let that know how it bay. So how's it, boys? Thanks for the support and watching the Mr Price Pro.
Yeah, so people from all over the country logged on. Certainly the Cape guys. How's the weather in Cape Town today? Is it raining again?
I'm just glad I'm here in the warm Durban.
Well, so there you go. Priority cubes on the tower there. Ian Buchanan on patrol there with the priority allocations. First priority does belong to Philippe Toledo. No rides at this stage for him. Second priority belongs to Heitor Alves. Third to Thomas Hermes. Judges working on scores for Hermes in white. They have dropped a 2.67 for Heitor Alves and working on 2 scores, I think, for Thomas Hermes here. No rides at this stage for Philippe Toledo, who yesterday went absolutely berserk, pushed the performance into the sky. Punchier waves yesterday on offer. You heard in Cathels' post-heat interview there, the waves are a little smaller, but there is slightly less wind. So it's still a nice equal playing game out there for the boys.
Yeah, and scores coming through. Surf and White, Thomas Hermes with a 6.17 and a 5.50. He has almost comboed the rest of the field. Heitor needing a 9.0 and Toledo needing 2 scores.
Well, early days here, 22 and a half minutes remaining. Car, I'm going to put you on the couch with Wok and take us through the remaining 22 minutes here with 3 Brazilians having a go. Toledo, no rides at this stage. Hermes, a 617 and a 5.5, and Alves a 2.67. All these guys capable of big scores, Car.
Yeah, all these guys capable of very big scores. And I mean, Toledo, he's just waiting for the right waves now. He'll come through in short time, I'm sure. And Wok going to be joining me now as Giggs leaves the booth. And I'm sure things are going to get very explosive shortly. Wok and I been there for a long time. So how's it work? We just have to swap mics there for those guys out in Webland.
Yeah, what's going on, Carl?
Here in the booth, bro.
Yeah, we've got our old bromance going on here again. It's been a while, since J-Bay times. Yeah, obviously the good times, but the winter in Durban, how good is that?
Yeah, and there we are. Hello. We're going to go down to the beach commentator. Cans, take it away. Oh, going to comms cam. Oh, so we knew in the booth. Giggs just raises his eyebrows at me and Wok. The youngsters in the booth are here today for round 3, heat 2, and Toledo no waves yet. Wok, that's a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, it was a little bit surprising. I guess he's kind of just wait for those little insiders to come. Those insiders have got that end air section, and I'm pretty sure. And I think everybody else knows that Toledo's looking for that big end section to go to the air. We saw what he did yesterday, dropping that 10 and that 9.87. Pretty much one of the biggest heat scores in WQS history. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and we gave some copies of that footage to Filippo to put on his Instagram. 6,800 likes in 1 hour.
Yeah, madness, absolute madness. I think for sure that thing went viral. That last one he did, that 10, was just so out of control. I've never seen a board spin so fast, landing straight into the flats. You know, the kid alone's only like 5'5", you know, and he took it on like a 6-foot wave, stomping it perfectly, throwing the hands up, the whole beach going mad.
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy. My phone's just been, I mean, my battery doesn't even last. There's just so many messages. And here we go. First wave from Philippe Toledo, drives it up into the lip, bangs the reverse straight away. Now it just works. Oh, I'll just pop the fins out the back too. Oh, let's give it another little one. And hello, I'm on the board.
Wow, that's just the most incredible of surfing. You can see how he just flips that board around so easy, pretty much at his own will. Here's a replay. Yeah, paddling into this one here. Just a quick little, it's almost like a bit of a, like, straight up just to check himself out there, and then bang, fins coming straight around 180, spinning into reverse, and then straight into another one. Almost a little bit of an insider, but, you know, at the size of Toledo, it almost looks like a set.
Well, dude, that guy is definitely drinking his sponsor's drink because he does those airs so fast, it must be like a caffeine rush or something.
Yeah, no doubt. Holy Toledo, that's his nickname on tour. I guess every time he does a turn, you're just like, holy Toledo, you know.
I sometimes might say something else, but that's not for the webcast. So we got scores coming in. We're waiting for the judges to give us those. Of course, I said to Giggs at the beginning of the heat walk, Heitor and Toledo, obviously pretty big, well-known guys, but don't discount Thomas Hermes from Brazil. Really, really shrewd competitor, and already on the board with a 617 and a 5.5.
Yeah, Thomas has impressed me the most out of the Brazilians, to be honest, and I don't really know much about him. He's a smaller guy, quite a stocky dude, but great style, has so much like power and flow. Also goes to air again. Here goes Toledo. I think this is a second wave. Let's see what he does here on this end section. Oh my lord.
The Toledo show continues here at the Mr Price Pro 2014.
We knew this was going to happen, right?
That was incredible. It's just so easy for him. He just kind of wafts it. And here we go. Let's look at the replay again on this. Just watch. He takes off. Oh, it's all relaxed. Oh, here comes this section. I'm going to boosh.
Just full rotation. The nose went 360, so he just kind of throws himself out there, landing on the flats. You know how hard it is to land on the flats. You got to kind of, you have to compress so tightly. Your legs are going to be so strong. Geordie's one of the other guys who do that. And here's a replay from Thomas Hermes.
Now watch this. This is like old school surfing. He bangs it up, gets a beautiful carve around. Also very fast on his feet, this guy. and works it all the way through to the inside. I mean, when you were on tour, Wok, that's what your coaches were asking for.
Yeah, 100%. You know, a wave like that, you know, would get, you know, his two waves alone, a 617 and a 5.5 would get you through almost any heat. But, you know, I know these guys think, well, I'm coming up against Felipe. We have to throw some big ones out the bag. As we see a second wave dropping for Toledo, already 8.5s, another 8. He's going to be looking comfortably in the lead. There it is. It's an 8.17.
Well, here comes the drift replay now, and just watch how he projects, like you say, into the flats. Tail high, that nose dips. He gets his back foot right up over the arc of the wave. And, I mean, we were blown away by the first one. It got a 7.17. The second one, he projects just that little bit more, and the judges have to go up a point.
Yeah, you saw his first wave. He did those 3 turns, that 360 reverse off the lip, coming into the air, straight around to a big opening arc, throwing his tail around again, and then another quick snap, the 7.17. But then the full rotation, you know, you're putting it all on the line, so it's the 8.17. The judges are loving that. Let's have another look at a little replay here.
Yeah, so this looks like the first one. Just boom, up into the lip. He's like, I'm keeping busy, just checking out my options. Then he bangs it around. And like you say, Wok didn't quite get the full rotation on that one, but still no hesitancy, no hang-ups. Love that little fin pop. Just so much control, and finishes off the wave.
Yeah, you know, and with all of the things that he does, you know, he's got such a nice, smooth style too. One of the better styles are the Brazilian guys. You know, I don't think I'd ever say this, but now Felipe Toledo is probably one of my favorite surfers in the world at the moment.
Yeah, look, he's always been there and thereabouts, but I think the last 3 events he's really started sticking his hand up. And what was great is he's starting to really come strong on the backhand. I think we all knew he had a super powerful forehand, but just like Gabs Medina, you know, at Fiji has shown that he can ride his forehand. We all knew he had a backhand at first. The other way around with Toledo, he's really come strong on the backhand, and now again here in Ballito, just absolutely killing everyone on his forehand.
Yeah, for sure. Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, definitely the 2 young Brazilians leading the charge. Very good chance of Gabriel Medina actually winning the World Tour this year. It's going to be our first Brazil World Champion ever.
Well, of course, I'm really interested to see what happens because he's never surfed J-Bay. But here's Thomas Hermes again looking at this one, goes off the back. So yeah, I'm amped. Medina never surfed J-Bay, and we've seen a couple of guys fail at J-Bay first attempt. It's not the easiest wave, even though it is such a good wave walk. A lot of the time, it takes guys a couple of seasons and years just to feel it out, learn little intricacies of the wave, and it could be to Medina's downfall.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you can never tell until we watch him out there in some free surfs. He won Snapper this year against the best of the best. You beat Parker in the final. JB, a little bit of a different wave to Snapper, more down the line. You need to open up your surfing a little bit more. It's going to be hard to do those tricks that he does, but you never know with Medina. He does some crazy stuff. I think everyone's going to be excited to see how it goes down here in JB. Obviously, Jordy Smith defending his 3rd title. We'll see where that goes.
Yeah, well, Jordy's going to be ample pumped because he definitely missed out at this event, even though he was surfing well. And just watch this thing in slow-mo. Here goes the Air King himself. Holy Toledo. The fins above his head there on the rotation. I mean, that is the sign of a guy who's got utter control of his aerial.
Yeah, 100%. You could see the way he landed there. You could just see it's almost like those... it's like he had shock absorbers in his knees. I'm sure these guys kill their knees with the size airs that they do because you are going into the flats. What you don't understand is when you land in the flats, it's almost just like, you know, on a skateboard landing on solid concrete, you know. So it is a hard maneuver to do, and that's why he's getting rewarded the 8.17. It's an excellent wave score.
Now, if you've just joined us, welcome to the Mr. Price Pro live webcast here from Ballito Beach. And we're on cam. There's me and Wok. Howdy. Big shout out to Dutchy. He's also watching online, tweeting us like mad here, Wok.
Yeah, hello, Dutch. The boys down there in the Western Cape. I bet your weather's ain't nothing on what we got here.
Oh, boys, shame. Cape Town's been miserable, and I can tell you, just look at that shot right now. Ballito is warm, balmy, the water is warm, and there are beautiful girls everywhere, and we've got some of the best surfers in the world going absolutely crazy out here. I think yesterday, for me, going down is one of the best days of competition I've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, it was some of the best, most funnest days of watching surfing I've ever seen. You know, I try not to watch too many contests. It gets kind of boring, but the guys really lit it up yesterday, landing some of the biggest hammers I've ever seen. Yaden Nickel, Felipe, Thomas Herms. All of these guys just kind of just going balls to the wall and, riding out some of the craziest maneuvers on the biggest waves.
Yeah, let's not forget that guy, Tori Meister. Jeez, he's been impressing me out there. And he was so close yesterday to landing a rodeo in his heat.
Yeah, he almost landed 2 corrupt flips in his heat. That was the heat against Geordie. I think he also knew, to beat Geordie, you got to take it to him. You got to play him at his own game. Geordie, a little bit unfortunate, had a bit of a shocker throughout most of the heat, playing catch up, and on his very last wave in the minute, he landed the biggest full rotation air, getting a 9.2 just for that one wave. You saw him coming out of it, just claiming it, giving it both hands, telling the judges, this is what it's all about. Unfortunately, he was already in combo position. He didn't realize that Tori Meister had already bettered his second wave score, getting a 6.77 and making Geordie chase that 2-wave total.
Yeah, it was a pity, and I mean, you could feel the beach go from elation after the aerial to just this big, Depro Dan sort of scenario when the scores got called out. And I'm sure Geordie was super bleak, but good news for him, he's on his way to J-Bay, 2-time defending champion. And if the conditions we've had are anything to go by, it's going to be cooking. Here goes Toledo, Bush over the section, looking for that number 2, just flings the fins up. And we've seen even the mighty Toledo getting stuck in that last closeout turn.
Yeah, I guess he just, here we go. This is Thomas Herms. Bang, another straight up off the lip. Just a quick in and out there. But yeah, as for Toledo, I think he's too used to being in the air, Kai. So it's a little bit weird for him. He's actually trying to do lip turns. But you can see how he's just flying over those first sections with so much speed. He's just drifting, making it looking ever so easy. What you don't realize, that's some of the hardest surfing to be doing out there.
Yeah, this wave is not easy today. We saw, when you see guys like Matty Wilkinson struggling in small stuff, then it's a little bit weak. And here goes the replay. So first, Toledo, he flies down the line, gets the little check turn over the section, bangs it up into the lip. If he'd held on to that, it would have been another good score. Having said that, Waukie's got an 817 and a 717. He's going to have to come up with something special to replace one of those scores.
Yeah, with a little over 10 minutes remaining, no doubt I'm expecting to see something big landed from Toledo by the end of this heat. Just Felipe on a whole, you can just see the way his boards are positioned, the way he tweaks his boards. It just shows you how much confidence he has out there. Here's another replay of, this is Thomas Herms. Straight up, bang, fins out the back, straight off the bottom, crack, vertical off the top. The wave just kind of not doing it there for him though, but great surfing.
Yeah, I got to say, I'm really enjoying Thomas's surfing. It's super crisp and clean, doing everything right. And, he's got some scores on the board. He's sitting in second place. And Hator has just been really, really quiet.
Yeah, Hator a little bit quieter this heat. Yesterday had a really, really good heat. But let's have a quick replay. I think this is loss of Hator's here.
Well, here we go. The big guy bangs it off the top. Love how this guy attacks his backhand. Going to the air, just losing it. And, we saw some footage from him yesterday. You were talking about his heat yesterday, Wak. He really did bang some ridiculous backhand turns.
Yeah, man, his backhand turns are absolutely ridiculous. He almost looks like he has elastic. He winds up so fast. He comes off the bottom so hard. And then you actually have to slow his replays down so much to see how critical he actually puts his board. Heitel been on tour for a long, long time. He's been on the World Championship Tour. Got a phenomenal forehand. Small waves, he's phenomenal. He's got one of the best forehands I've ever seen. Here goes Toledo again.
Yeah, Toledo just pumps it over the section. Now he's working it through to the inside. Little checker, and bang, into the air. You just know it's coming. It's like... It's not hard to guess. And here goes Thomas. He's also banging it into the air now.
Ooh.
Oh, that looked a little uncomfortable on the landing. And obviously knowing he's solidly in second place, he's going to go to the air now and try to give it to the boys.
Yeah, I think Thomas and Heitor know now that, obviously Felipe with those 2 high-scoring waves, they know what Felipe is doing. So in order for them to make this heat, to win this heat, they need to go to the air and do exactly what he's doing.
But look at this. He's just, he's basically just waiting for the right launch spot. I mean, oh, no, that's not it. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, no, he gets it out. He throws those boards. I love how he gets his tail so high. It gets right above his head. It's so weird how he inverts the actual surfboard. He makes it look a little too easy sometimes. Sometimes the judges be going like, well, I don't really know how hard really was that for Felipe, but they actually don't understand that if that was any other guy doing that maneuver, it would be one of their best maneuvers they've ever done.
Yeah, so Felipe Toledo continues here. These waves, of course, not big enough to really up his scores. 393 coming in. We're looking at something in the range of 483 drops for the last one. And no improvement for White either. Haytor getting a 2.9 for his last ride. But, of course, if he'd landed that big Rio Air, which he did at about 1,000,000 kilometers an hour, I think he would have had a good score.
Yeah, for sure. There we see Thiago Perez and Federico Moraes in our screen. Both Portuguese surfers. Thiago, the veteran of the Portuguese surfers, almost the king of Portugal. Looking after the younger guys, kind of just guiding them through. Thiago, really experienced surfer.
When you speak to him, do you have to call him Your Highness?
Pretty much in Portuguese, whatever that means. We'd have to do a Google Translate here.
All right, someone Twitter us what Your Highness is in Portuguese. We'd like to call Thiago that from now on. And Haytor also, I mean, he's such a ledge, dude. Did you see his interview on the beach yesterday? And he got put on the spot about knocking out 2 South Africans. And
Yeah.
It was such a classic.
Yeah, shame. He gets a little shy. It's a really nice chap. As you see that quick replay here of Sleeper, just watch how easy he makes this look. Boing, just like so much pop. Head down, he knows exactly what he's
Little
doing.
head shake. Oh, yeah, that was nothing. And here he goes again. So this is live action now. Felipe Toledo, your heat leader.
Oh!
Oh, and he gets the
Did he
grab
ride it out?
too.
Oh, you almost read it out. That might be incomplete.
Well, I give it an 80%. But, he's been doing the Rio, so now he's like, I need to do something different for these judges. And if I'm not mistaken, put the little stalefish grab in there on that Rio.
Yeah, I love that little stalefish double grab. As we see a little lineup shot of this is the bank just next to our massive Mr Price Tower. All the supporters hanging down there and all on the beach. It's been really good down here this year, Eka.
Jeez, the beach has been packed. Everyone on holidays. Watch this air again. So it was the double grab, and he got it all the way around. And they just kind of got hung up a little bit there. He sort of hit a little hole in the ocean. And here goes Haytor now. Now watch this guy go on the backhand. Just drives that firewire vertically up into the lip. Comes off the bottom.
Bang! That was sick.
Whoosh. And
Whoa.
does another one just like the other. And Haytor, you can never knock him out. He is just ridiculous.
Wow, he just catapults it up there so quick. You can never kind of cancel out these other 2 servers. Haytor, that's gonna be one of his better looking waves. He's only dropping a 2, so that's definitely gonna put him on the scoreboard. Yeah, let's just have a look at this replay again. Quick check there, and here you go. He starts to open up. Bang, big spray. Lets the fins go. Bang, vertical as you go. And then one more, 12 o'clock. Thank you very much for coming.
He's like a Travis Logie on steroids.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they actually surf very similar together. Travis a little bit more, Travis kind of surfs a little bit more off his rail. Haytor kind of sticks his board up a little bit more. They're a little bit more flat, but a lot more vertical. Yeah, we got see Haytor again.
Yeah, he's warmed up now. Goes to the air. And he's going to ride out of that one.
Oh, he liked that one.
Well, he went for the previous air as well, and he's got the air game. We've seen it before. You'll remember that massive backhand fling he did in Trestles last year. And Haytor coming strong at the end of the heat show. So we got a replay coming up with drift cams, obviously, and this is Toledo, and this will be that double grab again.
There we see him the double grab, just full rotation. You can see when he's running down the line, his actual stance gets a little bit wider because once he hits that lip, he's got to keep it as wide as possible to ride that thing and stick it out.
All right, so as we hit 4 minutes to go in this heat at the Mr Price Pro, we're in round 3. Here is Haytor Alves, the Brazilian, bangs it up into the sky, flings the board around. Got a little stuck on the back foot, but he still threw a little mini claim for the judges.
Yeah, he gets quite inverted there. He almost looked like he was about to hit the lip, and then he just kind of throws his body out over the lip. You can see how much surfing, like the aerials have changed, from 5 years ago till now. Different types of grabs, the way they invert themselves. They're pretty much going upside down, 5 years ago, and you look what they're doing today, you would think never, ever would surfers be doing what they're doing today, aerial-wise.
Yeah, you talk about that. We were in the booth yesterday with Mr. Turpel, and just saying, like, how awesome was Yaden's air yesterday, because it was a straight air, but he tweaked it out so hard, and that's probably way more difficult to do than these rotations.
Yeah, 100%. Those for me are my favorite to watch. Those big straight airs, you can almost land them perfectly and go straight into another maneuver. So it almost just looks like a big flow and a flurry of maneuvers, you know what I mean? And, he went almost 6 foot in there, as we see Philippe Toledo.
Yeah, just having a little look at that one. So scores in. That really good ride from Haytor coming in at a 6.93 walk. So a really good score, but he's still in third, needing an 8.41. Thomas Hermes consolidating in second. He's still there with 2 6s, a high 6.93 and a 6.17. And looks like the judges didn't like that landing on that double grab because Philippe only got a 2.0, but it doesn't matter because with an 8.17 and a 7.17, he is still the heat leader.
Yeah, they must have seen that as an incomplete maneuver. Here goes Toledo again. Quick bang off the top.
He just raises those turns so fast. And, I mean, I don't think I could even stand up where he was surfing, and he's doing a rear.
He's so light and small. He makes it look so easy. It's crazy to think. If you had to see this guy in person, you would think, he's a little 17-year-old teenager. But I guess he's only about 19 years old. He's the youngest surfer on the championship tour. But he's obviously got so much power in those little legs of his. Here we go. You can see this is a small little inside wave. Crack. And he just comes out with so much more speed. Bang. Pulls it back in. And then look at this.
Somehow generates the speed on that little half wave to still throw the full rotation. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. So with time counting down now, 1.5 minutes left in the seat. Toledo firmly in control. Haytor is desperate for another wave. And coming up in the next heat walk, we've got Frederico Moraes from Portugal. We saw him earlier. Tori Meister, one of my favorites in this contest. I've just been loving the guy surfing. And the young Aussie, Matt Banting, who really impressed me yesterday too. This is going to be a cracker heat coming up.
Yeah, Matty Banting yesterday had an incredible heat. Surfs almost a little bit like Toledo. Maybe not as radical and as innovative, but he has all the tricks in the bag. Surfs nice and smooth. Floats over those onshore sections, those bumps. He makes them look so easy. Definitely one of the guys to look out for this contest. He's already got a 6-star win under his belt in Newcastle this year, so he's looking strong for qualification at the end of the year.
Yeah, well, back into the heat now. 40 seconds to go. Haytor is chewing his fingernails. He needs another score. He actually needs an 8.41, which is a pretty big ask out there. Highest wave in the heat so far, only an 8.17 for Toledo. And here comes some waves, and unfortunately priority not with Haytor, so Thomas gets this one. And that was more just a safety wave than actually getting the score walk. But he does throw the fins out the back. But I think he was just playing the game there, keeping Haytor off that one.
Yeah, Thomas and Haytor both in second and third place. I believe their surfing just in this heat alone would have got through any other heat, guaranteed. The surfing's been incredible. It's just that Toledo just kind of just steps up to a whole new level as we see the last wave of Haytor Alves as we go into dead time.
That's a buzzer beater for sure. Oh, it just has a horrible landing. Definitely trying to push the air there where the wave really wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, he almost looked like he flipped his board. We saw that earlier. One of the guys kind of flipped their board and went right through the middle of their legs. Hope they're all okay. But, just great surfing from Toledo, Thomas, and Haytor.
Now, so the Toledo train continues here at the Mr. Price, and we are going to go to a quick ad break. All right, we're back, and I hear Wak just taking deep breaths as he saw it. We're going to wait for the replay. That is Surf and White, and I'm just going to say, did I just not say Tori Meister is on fire?
You did. That was massive. Here we go. Gunning down the line. He's setting it up. Massive rotation. He flew so high there. Stands tall. He just knows that that's the score right there.
Who doesn't want to start a heat 10 seconds in with one of the biggest Rios we've seen all day? Actually, I want to call it, that is the biggest air of the day.
Yes, I can't believe how much. He just seemed like he just went higher and higher in the air. This is a pretty big heat right here.
Yeah, we got Frederico, obviously from Portugal. We saw him on the beach with the rest of the Portuguese crew earlier. Tori Meister from the Big Island. Thanks, Joe Tapel. I didn't know that until yesterday. And Matt Banting from Australia, the youngster, obviously with one of the best junior careers out of Australia in quite some time. And, man, he was on fire yesterday too, really surfing like a guy much older, much wiser.
Yeah, for sure. Maddie's got a lot of speed and flow in his surfing, and it really comes together in waves like this, where it's a little bit onshore and a little bit broken up. He makes it look so easy. Here we have this quick replay. This is of Tori's one again. Follow through,
Yeah.
car.
Boom, just hits that lip so hard, flings the tail around, and full Rio just gets the board all the way around.
There we go. And
the judges,
9.5.
9.5. Can you believe it? Well, I can believe it. That was
Well worth
unreal.
it. Well worth the score. That was incredible surfing from Tori. I just can't believe how gnarly these kids are and the stuff that they are doing nowadays.
Yeah, so obviously Tori had a little small wave in between as well. I don't think we need the replay on that one. Score's coming in pretty low. And what are you doing if you're Federico and Matt Banting now? Like, it's 10 seconds into the heat, and the guy's got a 9.5.
Yeah, well, for sure. This is a no-loser round, so no one is going to go home today. But, you kind of want to win that heat, as we see live surfing here from Federico Moraes.
Yeah, I've seen that white and blue board all over the show. Flings the fins out the back, but he's not going to ride out of that one. And how important is a board spray, Wok? I mean, a lot of the guys choose just to go plain old white with the sponsors. But like I said, I don't know Federico very well, but I remember that surfboard from the last 3 days.
Yeah, well, of course, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of color, to brighten up your day. Majority of the guys don't really have board sprays. They're all white. But sometimes, I don't know, it might catch the judge's attention, just a little bit more color on the top of your board.
Here we go. Tori Meister up and riding, drives the carve, gets his foot cut. Quite funny to see that sign on the beach. No fishing for shad here, bruh.
Yeah. So typically here down in Durban, the boys love to fish, especially off the beach here on the north coast. They actually get quite a bit of activity down here on the northern coast of Natal.
Yeah, warm water, a lot of spear fishing. A couple of the South African surfers who live up here, I think, post more fishing photos and spearing photos than surfing. And there's Matt Banting, first wave up. He's had 2 good turns, looking for the closer. Just gets that little whitewater climb. But that'll be a score under the belt.
Yeah, a nice big first finner there from Matty, coming out of it with so much speed, and then just that big rapple, all that rail on the water. Judges love to see that, the nice mixture of surfing right there.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if you want to see some good photos as we go to replay, we'll talk you through this before I continue. So this is Matt, drives it off, boom, straight up into the lip, gets the little carve around. I mean, you can't fault that surfing, but just not the best wave.
No, nothing wrong with that surfing at all. That first turn, you could just see how much speed he got coming out of it. It looked like a check turn, but could you see the size of the spray behind it? It just shows you that he's coming off that bottom so hard, and he's cracking in the perfect spot of the lip. And then coming out of that with so much more speed, and then he's just leaning on that rail, looking so nice and smooth. The judges are going to love it. It was a smaller wave, but there's already 5s and 6s dropping for it. There we go, it's a 5.5.
Yeah, so good start for Matt Banting. He's in second. Here he goes again. He's maybe saw Tolino in that previous heat as he hops off the back, getting some scores on the little ones, and thinking maybe just worth a shot. So I was going to say, we were talking about fishing here on the Ballito coastline, the north coast.
There's my girlfriend. Oh, there's all my girlfriends.
Are those all your girlfriends?
Yeah. That's what it's like for me down here. When you become a webcast, when you're on the webcast.
Works a superstar in his own mind. So I was just going to say, there's a friend of ours, Chris from Umhlanga. If you track down his Instagram, you've never seen so many big fish shot on a spear gun in all your life. And the game fish run strong up here. And there's quite a culture of fishing and surfing. Most of the boys will do both. The onshore comes up, it's fishing time. The waves are cooking, they're out there.
Yeah, especially this time of year, with the sardine run happening. Tons of big fish coming up and down the coast. A lot of guys fish straight off the beach. Most of the surfers have got their own boats now, so they take them out to sea on those calm days, and they're catching quite a bit of good stuff out there. A lot of tuna at the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of the boys using the old jet skis up here. I come from Cape Town. We're not allowed to use them unless we're a part of the big wave scenarios. And let's look at the priority board. Federico is up top. Tori Meister in second, and Matt Banting sitting down, which is probably why we see him go for those little insiders on the bank. And talking about Matt Banting, I mean, this kid's got quite a lot of pressure on his shoulders, Bok. Out of Australia, obviously a huge surf culture over there. And he was making big name in the juniors, and the Aussies will be expecting him to have a big, solid career.
Yeah, I know for sure. Maddie coming straight out of a big 6-star win in Newcastle earlier this year. Yeah, he's had a really good junior career. But the bottom line is, all these kids, they got to come out of that junior career eventually and step it up to the big guns. And the end result is you want to be on that championship tour. You want to win a world title. So, for someone like Maddie, he's getting his run on right now, and he wants to be on that tour as quick as possible.
Yeah, and then you get a guy like Tori Meister in this heat. Like, this is the great sort of differences. Tori was more of a free surfer when he started out, and making name on the North Shore, obviously, quite solidly. And if I'm not mistaken, won a competition by O'Neill where he won his sponsorship.
Yeah, he won that Coldwater Classic. It must have been last year. And then the winner of the actual whole Coldwater was for all unsponsored surfers that surfed really good. And the winner of it won a year's free sponsorship from O'Neill to go on tour for the whole year. So that was Tori. And here we go. It's Federico Moraes up and riding. Big section.
Oh, he really kind of landed that. But then as he tried to swing around, he couldn't make his mind up, just like I've lost my mind looking at that. And he just got the back foot stuck in it, and unfortunately not swinging that one around.
Yeah, it almost seems like he didn't get it around perfectly enough 180 to kind of get that spin. Also, I think it's a lot of the time with landing aerials, and I'm not saying this because I'm a professional at them, because I don't believe that at all, but it's about where your head goes. Wherever your head goes, your board is going to go. So maybe his head wasn't faced further around back enough to get that spin. As you watch Toledo do it, when it's really slowed down, you see his head position. It's so perfect, and he makes it look so much easier.
Yeah, so let's give you a little heat update. I mean, Tori Meister is out in the lead. He's got a 9.5 for the biggest area we've seen all day. He's backed that up with a 1.4. Then Matt Banting is in second with a 5.5 and a 0.5. He's looking for a 5.41 to get up into the lead. Not a huge ask, but obviously Tori's still going to get another score in with the time that's left. And Federico, he's just not been finding the waves with two low scores at the back of the field.
Yeah, I think at this stage right now for red and yellow, Banting and Moraes, they know that Tori has that 9.5. He's most likely going to better his lowest scoring score with at least a 4 or 5, and he's going to put these guys almost in combo position. They're going to need an excellent wave to get back at them. So, for them, that's why they're looking for the air. The majority of the guys right now in this stage of competition are looking to go to the air. There's not much space out there to do some open face surfing. As you saw, Heitorf Alves in his last, he did some 4 or 5 really big cracks, but only getting that 7-point ride. You need to kind of look for those big end sections, throw your body on the line, invert that surfboard, and try to stick a huge rotation air and get that 8 or that 9-point ride.
Yep, and if we look at the next heat coming up, I mean, we've got some really strong riders coming through, and one of my favorite guys to see back on tour and out here competing, the man with the biggest smile in the world, Timmy Reyes.
Yeah, of course. So Timmy's, he kind of, he'd had his really good run on tour. He made a semi-final at J-Bay during the CT, a brilliant surfer. Myself and Joe were actually talking about his style. Reminded me so much of Kelly Slater, the one person that actually has mimicked Slater. And that's the one guy that you actually wanted to mimic. But yeah, then he kind of just went on his own mission, just chasing a lot of big waves, a lot of barrels. And now it seems like he's come back to the QS. He's obviously got that contest drive back. And sometimes that's all that you need. Here goes Tori Meister.
Yeah, Tori Meister, boom, straight out. I mean, this kid is on fire here in Ballito. He's already got a 9.5, jams the little Larry layback power carve, works it through to the inside, and there we go. That could be combo land for the rest of the guys.
Yeah, well, there we go. As you said, that first one coming straight off the bottom. I like the way that Tori comes off the bottom. He comes off there so low. He's almost like licking the water. Let's have a look at this replay here.
Yeah, look
Bang.
at that.
Straight into that. He almost hits it, gets a whole board out the water, comes around perfectly, and just does that little Larry layback back into the foam. 2 solid turns. Anything above a 5 is going to put these guys in combo situation.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of a bigger, more powerful Josh Kerr, if that makes sense. And I just like the way that he really pivots off that back foot when he hits the lip.
Yeah, no, for sure. Tori's, I've never really known Tori to be such an explosive aerial surfer, but obviously, you have to step it up now in this stage of the WQS. It's changed a lot in the last 5 years since I was on tour. Here goes live surfing against Tori. He did this yesterday. Oh, almost.
Yeah, he's definitely been trying to get that corrupt down. I'm not going to be surprised if we see him doing the attempts all the way through to the finals.
Yeah, and there we see Tori's last score coming at a 5.33 for that aerial maneuver and that carve. Matt Banting in second now needs a near perfect score, 9.34 to go to first. Let's have a quick slow-mo of that last one, Kai.
Well, I mean, there was nothing slow about it, so now we can really see the technicalities. And you can see what I mean about pivoting. Goes in strong on the back foot, hits the Rio, then switches all of his weight across onto the front foot and swings the board around. And I love that second turn, just really jamming it into the pocket.
Yeah, when it gets slowed down, you actually see his fins actually come out the back. So it's all rail, and then the fins pop out the back, so it's even more interesting for the judges, you know. So it's almost like two maneuvers.
Yeah, so Matty Banting now with a 9.34 requirement, and poor Federico sitting back in third with a 1.27 and a 0.87. Things not going his way. And of course, stick with us. There's still a couple of more heats coming. Like we said, the next heat coming up, Timmy Ray's back in action. He's one of the guys who beat Geordie yesterday, obviously. And one of the guys here with the Monster team who I've been hanging with, Dylan Perello, he is a dangerous surfer too.
Yeah, another really light, clean surfer. Very light-footed, flies across those dead sections, makes it look so simple. Super radical surfer, super innovative. And then, yeah, Dylan actually comes from Malibu in California, so, you know, he's obviously, he knows how to surf his forehand on those long right-hand points. Makes it look so easy, you know, just to drift his tail, go to the air. So, he's also with Christian Kimmerson. We were chatting about him earlier today. He stomped one of the biggest 360 airs we've seen all week. Last night it actually wasn't the free surf, but let me tell you, it was about 6 foot high, and it's a full 360 in the air. You just don't make those things.
So there you go. So lots of aerial action still coming here at the Mr Price Pro Ballito. Round 3 in the water. No losers. It's the bonus round. The guys get a little reprieve, and I'm sure guys like Heitor Alves are breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a little bit unfortunate that last heat. That was pretty much one of the hardest heats of the round, I thought. Heitor and who else was in there? There was Heitor and then Toledo and then Thomas Herm. So they're gonna have another second chance in the round of 16 and round of 24. Sorry, and then it's gonna be on. And we're gonna get to that knockout stage again, and then we're gonna see who's gonna kind of progress and start getting those big scores and those big points.
Yeah, so of course we're surfing 4 heats here in the round of 3. We're in the third. Then the guys are going to make a call on whether we surf any more today. Looking at conditions, Locke, you reckon we're going to keep going?
You know, I think we have a lot of time left. We're only midway through the week. It's Wednesday here. We do have till Sunday. So, you know what, I think the guys can kind of stop and relax and just assess the conditions. You know, kind of take advantage of those early morning offshores. There is a little bit of swell coming in from Thursday, Friday. So, yeah, let's see. You know, I think we definitely want to have a good finish on Sunday. The weather's going to go a little overcast, but we're looking at 3-meter conditions and light winds. We could end in some 6 to 8 foot proper waves.
Well, that's it. I mean, every contest director's dream on the qualifying tour when you have 2 full days of surfing in the first 2 days. And, I mean, Monday we saw surfing go till almost 5 o'clock. That's almost unheard of up here at Ballito because of the onshores. And here's Matt batting, wham, fins out the back on that first turn, bangs it up again, and now he's looking for the closer, goes to the aerial, and just comes unstuck.
That could have been a very, very big score if he had rode that one out. But just looking at Matty Banting, it's crazy how fast he comes out of his turns. I've never seen that before out of any surfer, to be honest. The one guy who actually does replicate him a lot, and you see him coming up in the following heats, is Dylan Perello. They kind of just almost seem like they're touching the lip, but they're actually cracking it really, really hard. And they're coming out with so much speed and flow. But let's have a look at this replay again, Yaka.
Yeah, I like this kid. He really works it off the bottom. And you can just see pivots on that back knee. It's like a spring, that back knee. He just really drops it down low. And I think it allows him just to get so much snap as he goes through the turn or the air.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if it's not their surfboards. I'd like to think it's their surfboards, but I'm pretty sure it's them.
Yeah, and if you love dolphins, which most people do, except maybe those, I won't go there. But dolphins are here, and as we see, the man who's been waiting for waves, Federico, and unfortunately his wave choice today is really not helping him. He got 2 turns on that one, but looking quite pedestrian.
Yeah, 2 big turns. He's taking off for more the flatter waves. You need to pick your waves in this stage, you know, and basically, you know, Federico's he's quite a big lad, so you can see when he does those cutbacks and those carves, you can see how much buckets of water he throws. So the judges have been loving that in the last 2 days of surfing. I think if he just gets a nice big open face wave, Federico could seriously drop those big scores without having to go to the air.
Well, the previous 2 days we've had serious overhead waves, and he did really well. So maybe just struggling a little bit in the slightly weaker wind swell today. Let's watch this. He comes off the bottom, and it looked like he really just got stuck on a totally flat section there, and then had to work it and pump it to get through to that closeout approaching him.
Yeah, last big closeout turn, they're getting the board up quite vertical, throwing as you can see most of that nose coming out the water. But yeah, it's all down to wave choice now, especially if you're going to go surfing against these guys who are really well renowned at going to the air. They can catch 5, 6, 7 waves and try the same maneuver every time. And, majority of the time they're going to land it at least twice. So you got 2 out of 6. Those are 2 big scores. That's all you need, 2 scores to get through. So, pick your waves quite wisely here in this stage of competition. It's going to get harder. The surfing's going to get a lot better. And I think they all know that you got to put more of yourself on the line to get those big scores and to advance into further competition.
Yeah, and as we watch that kid dig a hole through to Australia, we'll give you a little update here at the Mr Price Pro. Tori Meister, large and in charge up top in white, 9.5 and a 5.33. Matt Banting in yellow with a 5.5 and a 4.17 is looking for a 9.34. That's a big ask. But we've seen 1 or 2 9s today, so it's not out of the question. And Federico, he got a 4.27 for that last wave, so working for the blood money there on that pretty bad wave, but he gets a 4.27. It increases his options. He's still comboed by Tori Meister, but he needs a 5.41 to get into second, and 11 minutes to go. There's still some time.
Yeah, and while there's no waves, just going to give a quick shout out to Mr. Barry Wallens, all the way from America, just giving a quick, actually didn't even say hi. He wanted to say to me, surf looks crap. That was basically what he said.
That sounds like Wallens.
The Wallens is the Grinch. That's how I like to look at him. But, he's a little bit disappointed that all our South Africans are out the water. But, Barra, if you're just checking on, my friend, you have missed some insane surfing today.
Yeah. Is Barry driving around in a soccer mom car in the US?
Barra is a soccer mom.
Barry Wallens, good man from the days. And, of course, living in the US now, which is not a bad place to be. And coming up in the next heat, we've got 2 surfers from the USA, Tommy Reyes and Dylan Borello, up against the Brazilian Christian Kimmerson. That's going to be an explosive heat. And Tommy Reyes, really good in clean, beautiful waves like we had the last 2 days. I'm quite interested to see how he goes in the softer wind swell today.
Yeah, for sure. Timmy loves those open face, big chunky waves where he's more of a carver than anything. He's never really been an aerialist. Great tube rider, but a very small guy, but super powerful surfer. So he's going to look for those little chunky pockets, get around and come around those big sections and just kind of open your arms up and put as much rail in as possible.
Displace water.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, he's definitely of the Taylor Knox school of surfing. And if Taylor's listening, big shout out to him. He was just in South Africa recently for one of our friends' birthday parties, and got to surf for the first time in Cape Town at a big, heavy beach break tube, and blew everyone's minds. Absolutely still in the game. Yeah,
Taylor Knox, obviously, a past Mr. Price winner too. He teaches people how to carve. That's what he exactly did. That's his game.
Well, I'm sure Tori Meister has watched him before. Here he goes with the backhand, beautiful vert snap. That wave kind of fades out, and yeah, he's not going to go much further with that one.
Yeah, you see the swell directions change a little bit today. A lot more lefts being had as the swell comes in more from the east. But you're still up the top of the point to the right of the tower. You get those chunky little rights where you see Toledo and them have been going for, and just kind of, it's almost like a bowl you're taking off on, and then there's that little end section that you just want to ramp. So most guys are going for that one big maneuver today.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've seen the big scores. Tori Meister, Felipe Toledo, they've gotten the big scores with one massive punt. And everyone else on the beach is going to be watching that and going, hell's bells, we need to do that too. So we're down to 9 minutes in this heat. Tori Meister is very much in control. He's got Frederico Moraes from Portugal in combo land in third, and Matt Banting needing a 9.34, which is a massive score. And I see some action out back. This is Tori, our heat leader, jams the 100 kilometers an hour little roundhouse into the white water, works it down to the inside, goes to the air. And I think he was just kind of keeping himself busy, keeping himself limber.
Yeah, I think Tori's out of priority position, so he's just going to try float around, catch a few more waves, just build on that 5.33, make it a little bit harder for bouncing. Because you can never cancel out any of these guys. They could easily get a 10. Not hard for them, surfing here in Ballito. These are really good waves for these guys. They get to surf some terrible waves on tour. They get to come to Ballito and they are overboard excited to surf, even if it goes a little bit onshore, but, it's head-high waves. Head-high waves on the QS is perfect waves for us.
Well, of course, yesterday we had head-high waves, light onshore, and the airfest began. I mean, it was literally every second maneuver was an aerial. And we saw Yaden Nickel doing one of the biggest straight airs I think ever seen in competition. He was like 5-6 feet out of the wave, doing the wheelie with the surfboard, and landed it so easily in the flats. Toledo, I mean, if you've been asleep for the last 2 days, you wouldn't have known that he's did the biggest Rio we've ever seen in competition yesterday. And here goes Federico to the air, bangs the Rio.
There we go, boy. Did he make that?
Oh, that's going to be a 50-50.
It looked like he made it straight away. Then he kind of like went back into the foam. So I'm going to give it to him as a complete.
This is when I'm glad we're not judges, Wak. Because if you call that air as made, there can be some people
we need to pull up that replay.
So that replay will come now. We'll have a look at it.
Okay, we'll do a quick replay of the last of Tori Master. Then we'll get you that one of Federico Moraes.
So, Tori, I love that crack he did out back there and then flung the fins around. So, that was right now. That was live footage. Tori doing another big crack to Air Rio. And now we go to drift replay. So, this is for the judges now. He's going to bang it up vert into the lip. And then kind of gets this little turn. He's like, I'm over it. That wasn't worth my time.
For sure. This is live. That was live as we speak.
Just going nuts.
Yeah, but that was just the one turn, so I don't think that's going to go into his top two scoring way. He's got a 9.5 and a 5.33.
Tori's basically averaging a big Rio air to every 2 out of 3 waves.
Yeah, 100%. No scores have been dropped for Federico's last wave. I'm guessing the judges are looking at the replay, and then we're going to get that replay. So, yeah, here's the replay of the Team Masters last one, Federico's last one. You can see how he's setting himself up here, and bang, huge pop, border inside. There we go. It must be made. What do you reckon?
That was a little wobble, but I'll give it to him as made.
Yeah, I think that thing was made for sure.
Like that. And what I liked about that one is you saw he was paddling like a steamboat to get into that thing to keep the other guys off of it.
Yeah.
You could see that nice little wedge shape ahead of him. White water heading his way. I mean, made for airs.
Yeah, it looked like more of an inside double up. And sometimes those insiders are the ones that you actually want. Felipe was actually going for a lot of those ones. Sorry, I always go back to Felipe, but he seems like he's the guru of the air. So we have another look at this one. This is
Matt Banting. He got a 6.67 for this, if I'm not mistaken. Gets the fins out, bangs the Rio, and nice and smooth and clean from the youngster, and he got a 6.67 for that wave.
Wow, did you see how far his front foot was on his board? It was almost on his nose. That's why I was saying to you guys that, the wider your stance are, the easier it is for you not to fall off your surfboard. And let's have a look at another replay here.
Well, the guys are still debating on Federico. Here goes Tori, just flings it around so easily, and he's like, that was fun.
That was just the one turn, a 4.67 just for that turn alone. So Matt Banting slowly starting to chip away. We under the 5-minute mark now. A 6.67. All he needs now is an 8.17. And then we have some live surfing at that panned out view.
Yeah, and I'm still trying to see what's going on here with Federico. He's we haven't seen a big score drop. He's on a 4.27 and a 1.83, needing a 7.9 to move into second. And did we get that wrong? Did the judges maybe say he didn't land it and give him a 1.83?
I don't think they've actually dropped his score yet.
Well, here we go. Tori Meister, heat leader, up and riding. He's going to go straight back to the air again.
Oh, my Lord. That was big.
And he landed it in the flats. I mean, he was right out front of that wave. And he's just toying with these guys now. He's like a cat with mice.
Yeah, these dudes are going so big right now. This is why this is best to watch the 3-man heats, because there's no losers. And everyone just pushes it as hard you can. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Well, I like this. He takes off, just stalls it, waits. Boom! I mean, those fins were 90 degrees to the wave.
His whole board was 90 degrees. He basically looked like he was going to go through the water, He somehow flipped it and went under, landing so solid. As he landed, he spun around so quick. So that was pretty insane surfing. I think that's definitely going to drop his 5.33.
Yeah, super stoked. And Tori Meister is large and in charge here. He's going Felipe Toledo. I can do that stuff. So here we go as we see guys getting in. That's Timmy Reyes as we go into drift replay. Just watch this again. Just watch how vertical that board goes.
He actually does nose pick it. He fully nose picks it and throws it around inverted. There we go. First score on the judges board, 8.0. This is going to be one of the highest heat scoring heats of the day.
Well, he has just comboed the rest of this heat with 3 minutes to go. Matt Banting now in a combination of 17.68. The kid must be going like, hey, didn't I just have a good wave? Like, I thought I did pretty well.
That's so insane for Tori. There was some incredible surfing, but from all the guys too. Obviously, Federico's wave, it wasn't a complete maneuver. It looks like just a 1.83.
Yeah.
I don't know, I just kind of felt bad for him, so I want to give it to him.
The judges obviously don't feel bad for anyone. Their job is the hard job. They've got to make the calls that count. They've got to put the right scores in and ensure that we have the two best surfers at the end of the day when we get to the finals. And I got to say, I think there's a good chance Tori Meister might be one of those surfers.
I think if he carries the surfing on like this, and the wind and the waves stay like this, which I'm pretty much sure it will be, he's definitely going to be one of the forces to be reckoned with out here, along with who else? Toledo.
Well, Toledo's got to be there. I'd say if I was a gambling man like Chad DeToy,
yeah,
I'd be putting the long odds on Tori, the short odds on Toledo.
But sometimes you can't really say that because some guys kind of just, they just kind of save it all for really early and then they kind of fade out. But Toledo kind of seems like he just gets better and better.
Yeah, it was quite cool. My cameraman, Jamie O'Brien, was just on screen there filming off the beach with Joel from Monster Europe. So big shout out to those boys working hard to make sure we get you all the footage and Instagrams and videos out there. And here goes Federico. Now he's got something to do. Bangs it vertically up into the lip. This wave kind of fades out. Pumps, pumps, pumps. We know judges don't like to see the pumps. And nothing else happens.
Yeah, for sure. The wave kind of seemed like it didn't do too much after that first big opening crack he did there.
Yeah, and there's Jamie and Joel again. So that cameraman's really liking my crew.
Yeah, well, they're good-looking dudes, man.
Joel will be stoked to hear that. And it's been really cool to have the Monster crew out here. They're, of course, supporting the event. And how killer is that competitors area? Yeah,
the competitors area this year is amazing. They got a double story, tons of food, tons of drinks for everyone. They got the bicycles, so the guys can warm up. The chiropractors are down there doing a little bit of needlework, some massages, just stretching the boys out.
I've seen some pretty I've seen some pretty serious foosball sessions going down on that deck as well.
Yeah, they got the foosballs. I've been going in there and stealing all the lollipops and chatting to the young Mr Price girls, the promo girls, looking after all the boys in there.
Yeah, I'd like to say well done to Mr Price. The promo
sure.
girls this year are rather exceptional. And counting down now, last 20 seconds, Tori Meister still out front, got the rest of the boys in combo land. And at this point, Federico and Matt Banting are stoked that this is the no-loser round because otherwise one of them would be going home. And at this point, it would be Federico. And there goes the end of the heat. We see Matt Banting on a left-hander right at the death here. Gets a little turn under the lip, kind of looking for something. And he's just like, oh, well, off to the next round. And I'll try again tomorrow.
Yeah, so great serving there from all the guys. Throwing their bodies on the line as we've seen. Well done to Tori. That was incredible surfing. I've chatted to Tori over the last few days, and he's such a humble dude. He doesn't want to say too much or get too stoked, but I think he's going to be really stoked with that. Those are two really high scores, and that was a really hard heat there alone.
Yeah, well, I saw him on day one, and I was like, wow, that guy really killed that heat. Yesterday, of course, he started strong beating Geordie, and we go straight into the next heat. Surf and White, Dylan Perillo, you were saying he's very similar, very fast, like Matt Banting, and he just cleaned that wave.
Yeah, some of these guys, Perillo, Banting, they make it look so easy. It's actually frustrating to watch. You saw Dylan there. That was a small inside wave. You saw him just a quick one. Just those 3 snaps, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah,
as we see this heat number 4.
Dylan Perillo in white, Timmy Reyes in red, Christian Kimmerson from Brazil in the yellow vest. All 3 of these guys are deadly surfers. Getting to this stage of a 6-star prime event, that's going to happen though. And Christian Kemerson yesterday with one of the biggest airs we saw all day long. Unfortunately, it wasn't in a heat, as Wok said earlier. And Timmy Reyes was one of the guys who advanced over Geordie Smith.
Yeah, there we see the priority blocks. There is the X's just mean that kind of no one's actually had a wave yet. So as one surfer has a wave, you'll see that the white will go up to the top with the top priority, and then so forth down. We're only on the 3-man heat, so it's only red, white, and yellow. So far, number white is at the bottom of the priority. He had the first wave, which is Dylan Perillo.
Well, here we got a replay of that first wave, and Dylan took off almost on the buzzer, gets the little jam, bangs a vert turn right up through the lip, got the fins out the back, and then just finishing strong with another little waft over the closeout section. So I'm going to hand over now to Mr. Joe Turpel. Wok, it's been great being in the booth with you again, and hopefully we don't wait this long next time to be in the booth together.
Yeah, we'll chat again soon.
Awesome, my man. Everyone out there, thanks for the support online. I will see you guys tomorrow.
So Captain Kai coming in to hang out with us in the booth. Thanks so much. This is actually going to be the last heat of the contest walk, so we're wrapping things up quickly. Our goal was to try to get the round finished, so the round of 48. They saw some promising signs with some big scores, and we got the no-loser round underway. Right now, Timmy Reyes, Dylan Perillo representing USA, and Christian Kemerson representing Brazil. A little bit different format with the 3-man heats, but it gives them a little bit more room in the lineup to catch more waves.
Yeah, I think the priority system will come more into play now. The guys can kind of sit and wait, because I think, at this stage of competition, you basically going to wait for the better waves. And the fact that you can have a priority and not sit there and hustle with people, you have a better chance of making it through.
Well, welcome, everyone. Thanks for being with us today. Day 3 of competition at the Mr. Price Pro, one of the longest-running surf contests in history of the game, going back to the South African Championships in the 60s. But then we got kind of closer to Wok's generation, a few years ago when Mr. Price came on as the official sponsor. And there was a lot of controversy originally from leaving its original spot down in Durban to come up here to Ballito to kind of change the venue a bit. But we've been scoring for the last few years. Yeah,
for sure. I think it might have been us surfers moaning because, we all grown up by the piers and we don't want to go anywhere away from our home, So it was a bit of a tradition, but, it's actually worked out way better. We've seen some amazing events, amazing years down here for this Mr. Price event. Some of the best barrels I've ever seen in my life. I'm talking stuff better than I've seen a backdoor pipe.
Amazing to look back on the last few years. Dylan Perillo right now with a 4.67 and a 3.17 so far, representing California, but he also represents that amazing search feeling of traveling around the world, looking for perfect waves. The thing you love about Dylan, though, he always wants to keep his name in the game as far as competitive surfing goes. He didn't have the best success as a wild card in the CT events he'd get the call up for, but you can tell he has a ton of talent. And once he gets the roll going, it'd be cool to see him make the final series.
Yeah, for sure. You can see Dylan's also spent a lot of time traveling with guys like Kai Neville, getting his name more out there, a little bit more established. But at the same time, coming back and surfing these contests and staying hungry, and just kind of keeping yourself busy and trying to surf heats well. And you can see that he's here in around a 24 today, so it's obviously already a good result for Dylan.
So right now, Timmy Reyes doesn't have any scores. Christian Kemerson doesn't have a score yet. Just 5 minutes off the clock to start, but Perillo looking to get that early roll going. Comes from a great surfing family. His father, Damien, travels around the world, sometimes on solo missions, and Dylan will be looking for his dad and realize he's down in Nicaragua by himself scoring waves. And I think that really promotes Dylan to just kind of get away from his house, travel the world, and make sure he's in stand-up barrels more often than not.
Yeah, for sure. I've always thought it cool that you have a parent or a family member that can actually go surf with you. Unfortunately, I never, but it would be pretty kind of cool to go surf with your dad or your mom. And I know guys like Taj surfs with his mom, which is pretty different.
Yeah, it's really fun. Both his parents surf. Back to this one, backside full rotation attempt from Christian Kemerson. He ends up incomplete, but he's just getting started. We talked about his KK Flyer he introduced at the World Junior Champs at Karamas a couple of years back. But he's showcased a lot of great backside surfing as well, coming to the open face. It's interesting, Wok, when we see guys for the first time whatever they do in the beginning, that becomes your first impression, and then you kind of label them an air guy, and then they have to prove that they have everything else in their game.
Exactly. Yeah, let's just have a quick look at this replay. Bang, full rotation, almost sticks it. Both of his feet seem like they were right up in the middle of the board. But yeah, as you're saying, you see Christian Kimmerson, not everyone thinks he's an aerialist, but yesterday he did some of the biggest backhand, off the bottom turns, off the top turns that I've seen out of any of the backhanders. But the fact that he can do both, it makes it a little bit better for him, so he's got both games. And it's scary if you have to come up against someone like that.
As we see working out on the exercise bike, Jadson Andre would be heat number 5. We got an update before from our contest director thinking that it would be the last heat of the day. We're seeing Frederico Moraes also downstairs. He was in the heat that just finished, and they were thinking about slowing things down in the next heat. Jadson's still warming up. He might be staying loose. It's usually up to the surfers if they want to compete in extra heat, so we'll get another update from our contest officials to see what they're thinking, Rock.
Yeah, for sure. There we see Federico and Thiago. Both having a little smile and chuckle to themselves. Federico nailing almost one of the biggest airs I've seen of the day. He's such a big guy, and the fact that he's so solid and he can still get himself up into the air like that, it's quite crazy.
As we look at a little peak pop up, not a serious situation at the moment through the first 7 minutes of the contest. Kimmerson just a 1.33. Dylan with a 4.67 start. Timmy Reyes, also known as Captain Good Vibes for his travels around the world. Former cover shots from Surfing Magazine, going down to some secret zones in Mexico. Loves to travel. He's not afraid to leave his house for a long period of time. He actually had a truck that he built that had basically a house on the back of it. So he could drive across the border into Mexico, and he could be content for long periods of time.
Yeah, that's so sick. I always hear stories about Timmy, how he just kind of just packs up his van and then just cruises south of the border, goes to Mexico, and just, people rock up to this 10-foot barreling beach here, and there's Timmy out there by himself, no camera inside, just pulling into the biggest death pits. I don't know if you ever remember that wave of him back at Off the Wall the one year. I think it was like Wave of the Winter.
That's right. An absolute charger. He picks off gems every winter on the North Shore, no matter if it's super crowded. I think everyone, all the Hawaiians are fans of Timmy because he represents that pure surfer who loves being in the water more often than not. At the moment, he doesn't have a score, but he also has one of his main sponsors, Firewire Surfboards, and Firewire has made a big impact on this event, helping out the surfers, not street children, giving away free Firewire surfboards to some of the local kids to kind of give them another pathway to success in pro surfing eventually, hopefully.
Yeah, for sure. That's insane. Here we have live surfing. Here goes Christian Kimmerson. Bang, just a quick snap off the top. Wow, how was that crack right there? Just bang. 3-1. Yeah, actually getting his fins out on that last turn, but that second turn was the money turn.
And then right into Timmy Reyes, full roundhouse cutback. Here comes the lip. He'll just float the first section, takes the high road, and he has to kick out. Didn't have much left for him there, but Timmy will be on the board after waiting about 8 minutes for that wave to come through. Last heat of the day, as we're expecting. We'll get another call from officials, but I believe we should be wrapping things up and kind of finish up the back end of the no-loser round right after this one as we watch another replay of Christian Kimmerson.
Yeah, just that quick first check to him. He comes out with so much speed, but he has the money right here. Bang! Look at that flipping fan of spray, and then fins coming out the back.
So just missing that inside corner for Kimmerson. As we'll take a look at the opening ride of Timmy Reyes. How'd you like this first setup turn?
Yeah, I like how he kind of just sets himself up here, and then he goes into a full roundhouse cutty, and then the wave kind of goes a little frothy, and then just almost just checks over that float. I don't think Timmy will be too happy with that first one, but at least he's got his feet on the board and that first wave underway.
So now looking at 20 minutes on the clock here. Dylan with the 4.67 slower start. Timmy Reyes getting his opening score. The best number will be for Christian Kimmerson in the 6 range. Timmy drops a 3.33, and now Kimmerson with a 6.5 into second. Timmy needs a 4.51. Kimmerson just needs a 1.34. Really, everything on the line is for the heat win in this no-loser round. Second and third have to surf again in the round of 24, but first place skips around, and we've seen how effective that roll has been on the CT as well. It's kind of like similar to the round 4 heats where they skip round 5 and go straight to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, for sure. At this stage, it's all no holes barred. So basically, everyone putting it out there. As we saw that last heat, Tori Master dropping that big 9, that 8. Putting the rest of the guys in combination.
The crowd has been the biggest today, Walk, on day 3 here of the Mr. Price Pro. A lot of fans watching some of their favorites. The big news was on the opening couple of days, we lost the majority of our top 10 in the world. As you can see, Brandon Gilmet on screen, one of the Hurley team managers, sitting next to Ryan Callanan, who just went out earlier in this event. Now Timmy up.
Here we go, just floating over that first section. That full gaff right in the pocket. He loves those power guarders and those big cars. That's what we know Timmy for.
So Timmy, always fun to watch. You see him just S-ing his way through the inside. Never has any unnecessary movement. Always looking for speed, power, and flow. A shorter guy, but he can pack a punch. We've always been wondering that in pro surfing. What's the difference between a smaller surfer and a bigger surfer? And we've realized that there's just about everything. You can be the biggest guy in the world and still lay down some serious tracks, and you can be tiny and really pack a punch in the pocket.
Exactly, 100%. You can't really tell who's who, nowadays.
As we look at another look at Last of Timmy, anything you like out of this one?
Yeah, I like how you flew across that one, but here, that's the money turn right there. He just pulls it right back into that lip, all on rail, and that's what the judges are liking. No one really going to the air just yet, just that first one of Christian Kimmerson. So I think Christian's going to be a bit of the danger guy here. He's going to want to go for those big airs. He knows what Felipe did, his fellow countryman, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go for the same thing.
Well, Walk, what's been your reaction to the scores coming from a lot of the airs that we've seen in this event? Have you been liking the way the judges have been rewarding them?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that when the judges are throwing down those big nines for those full committed turns, like what Toledo's been doing, I think they're well deserved. A perfect example was that heat with Felipe Toledo and Haito Alvarez. Haito did 4 of the biggest cracks right in the pocket, super tight, and 4 of them, so yesterday could have easily been an 8.5 ride. But because of what Felipe's been doing, how he's been throwing them out there, those big inverted aerial maneuvers going double the heights of the wave, they're giving him the 9s, the 9.5s. So it is kind of hard to say, but I think with today, those shorter waves, you kind of only be looking for those one big sections, that one big rab. But I think we've missed a really good wave there, because I'm seeing something huge coming in for Christian.
We'll try to get that to you if we can in just a moment. We see Red Timmy Reyes taking a look at one, and he ends up hanging tight out the back. Kimmerson has a serious number slowly dropping into the screen, so we'll try to keep you up to pace. Now Timmy Reyes starting to drive down the line, looking for a ramp. There's his air reverse.
Wow.
Pulls that one around. He'll pull in for a little ride in the pocket, and then snaps on the inside, throwing some variety. Didn't really get barreled, but it was fun to watch him just trim that thing through. He's the king of the combos, and right now Timmy will be looking for a 4.52 to move on.
Wow, that was amazing surfing by Timmy. I was just saying to Kyle my last heat, I was like, I love Timmy surfing. He's more of a carver, not really an aerialist. So he just shut me down right there.
An old school air reverse for Timmy Reyes, showing that he still has it above the lip. And sometimes, like Timmy, an all-around surfer, as we watch Dylan Perillo snap back to the pocket. Here comes the lip. Snaps it nice and tight, but he sinks. So that one's going to not change his top 2. Meanwhile, the number that you were noticing, Walk, coming into the screen's a 9.63 from Christian Kimmerson. If we have a replay of that, we will try to bring it to you at some point in the heat if we can. But we have a pretty wide playing field for all 3 surfers, and he must have done something pretty massive. If you had to guess, Walk, what do you think Kimmerson did on that last wave?
I think he did 2 foam climbs. No, it looks like there was a 10 drop too from one of the judges. But I think we might get it right now, so let's have a look. I know this is the last wave of Reyes. Here goes this first one. Bang, straight out the lip, into the air, 360, comes down into a little pit, and then bang, just drops the wallet. How's that for variation?
So fun to watch Timmy Reyes just mix it up on a smaller wave. It's good for a 4.5, but he's going to need much more. He's showing he needs a 3.35, but that's for second place. He doesn't really want second place in this heat. It's all for the win right now. Christian Kimmerson, our heat leader, with a 6.5 and the 9.63 that he just threw down. The talk of the town was the free surf last night. He threw down a perfect 10 easily outside of a jersey. His landing ratio for his first turn on aerials are insane to watch. He's gotten better over the last few years since we saw him at the World Juniors, and now he's a guy to contest with the world's best here in the Prime Series.
Yeah, for sure. From what I've seen out of him, watching all the amounts of airs he's done from the day one, he's probably sitting on a good 85 to 90% of a landing ratio, which is pretty crazy. And then, as I said, his surfing top to bottom game was just as good. I love his backhand. He throws those big verts out there and he throws a whole tail, so he's using the whole board and the whole wave. Really sick surfer. And this is the first time I've actually ever heard of Christian Kimmerson.
Great to see Kimmerson rising up to the occasion, representing the Brazilians. They have a massive amount of surfers in this round. Caio Abelli with that first look in the air. As we look back at this wave, this is Timmy Reyes with the punt. We'll slow this one down for you, Walk.
Yeah, so he lands that one really nice and smooth, and then he almost like he gets straight in the pit there. It kind of gets over him. It's on the inside of the wave, and then bang, drops that wallet, picks it back up. So 3 really good turns there, all different maneuvers. The judges did like it. It was only a 5.17. He's in second, but he's still in combination spot, trying to chase down Christian.
So Kimmerson setting the pace. Just to mention the whole Brazilian contingent, we have Caio Abelli still in the running. He didn't win his heat earlier, but no one's eliminated in this round. Felipe Toledo, Tomas Hermes, and Heitor Alves all surfed against each other. We saw Felipe on top of that matchup, and then coming up to this point with Christian Kimmerson leading the charge against the 2 guys from USA, 2 Californian surfers. Timmy's from a little further south than Dylan. Dylan's up in Los Angeles area, the place called Malibu. Went to Malibu High School. And you didn't see a lot of guys from that area really tackle the CT, but there's some insane names like Alan Sarlo, Strider Wazalewski. As we check out this one, Kimmerson, full rotation.
Way. Was that live?
That was live, right in front of us. Christian Kimmerson finds another ramp to work with. Timmy's looking for the same thing now.
Wow. Here we go. To the air. Oh! Boards are going everywhere. Wow, that was a really big punt by Christian Kimmerson. I was thinking that was a 9.63. We haven't actually seen the replay of that, but that could be straight back up into the exit range. Again, another full rotation. The most sweetest of landings. Yeah, let's have a look at this here, Joe.
So Christian Kimmerson, you can see what's going to happen once he gets all this speed. The coil up, the full spin, no grab, and lands it perfectly. If there's more sections available, he would have been in a perfect spot to continue to turn down the line. He already had the 9.63 before. He was trying to better a 6.5. So he's dominating this matchup. Conditions like this are dangerous for a guy like Kimmerson who can find ramps on 1 to 2 foot waves.
Yeah, 100%. He makes that thing look so easy. And he had the softest of landings. Here we see it again. Watch him just go up and up and up. And the board was perfect 360 in the air. The judges have been loving the full rotations. It kind of seems like if you're not doing those full rotations, you won't even get into that excellent range anymore. But there we see the first score dropping an 8, an 8.3, another 7.5 and an 8. So it looks like it's going to be in an excellent range.
Yeah, one more to factor in for Christian Kimmerson. He's going to put one of the highest combined totals together of the day so far. One judge threw a perfect 10 on his wave before, and that last score, an 8.10, 17.73 total. As we've seen the comeback of the aerial movement, we haven't seen a ton of airs on the CT season this year. And now, at this Prime Series with ramps like this here in Ballito, we've had such an amazing series of airs, led by Felipe Toledo, probably with the best so far, since he's the only one with a perfect 10 at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. There we go. He's made it look so simple too. And here's just a replay of Timmy's one. God, he goes, but he loses his board in the air. Wow, that could have been really dangerous. But
so he ends up completely cartwheeling his way around. That little flyaway kick out for Timmy. He did a couple of smaller air reverses to get his scores at a 4.5 and a 5.17. And he still has 10.45 to make a comeback. They're trying to avoid having to surf in the round of 24 again. They'd hope to go straight to the round of 16 because we already have some exciting matchups to follow. It's pretty solid to see us making it this far on the draw walk. It's just day 3. We still have plenty of room. Last year at this time, we'd already taken a couple of lay days. With the swell on the rise, planning for the weekend that Surfline's been telling us, we're in a good position to really pick the eyes out of the swell and get these guys in the best conditions.
Yeah, it's exactly that. We kind of want to see the best surfers now surfing in the best waves. We've got another 4 days of competition. This could finish out in a day and a half if they really wanted to. But we're going to just kind of sit back and relax, just eye out the swells, the best time for the tides. Baton, the head judge, was saying, he wants to finish off Sunday strong. Looks like it's going to be solid swell. Looks like a 3-meter swell. So we could be finishing at 6 to 8 foot waves in Ballito.
Let's cross our fingers and hope for an insane final day. We have all the way till July 6th before we walk away from the Mr. Price Pro this year. We've had some insane surfing from day one. The surprise day was yesterday, seeing bigger sets and a lot of ripping going down. Big carves are still counting, not to send the wrong message, but I think that the surfers in every heat are realizing every score for the airs are being really rewarded, from Yaden's heat and the other day to remembering Jack Freestone a little bit earlier this morning. Another reverse for Christian Kemerson, this one on the face of the wave. He pulls off one solid move and kicks out.
Yeah, man, this guy just looks like he's just going from strength to strength. He's making 100% of his maneuvers today. He's made pretty much everyone besides his first wave. As you can see, his scores are 6.5, a 9.63, and an 8. And that being his fifth wave with another massive, massive maneuver. But we're going to check out a replay here.
Checking out the drift replay. Such a different type of reverse when you're not going above the lip, but he blows the whole tail out. It's that new progressive motion that's now into play in 2014. The old school reverses used to be flatter, a little more lateral. Now you can go straight up and down and whip that whole board around towards the beach.
Yeah, sometimes those turns right there become, I think, are a lot more difficult than actually going in the air. You know, guys actually feel sometimes safer in the air. Here goes Kemerson again. Bang. As you can see, his top to bottom surfing is still just as good. That's the second one. Third. He's had a really good heat. You can see he's looking nice and loose out there. But as I said, you know, those off-the-lip reverses and those ones in those critical part of the sections are almost harder to go than actually being in the air. You know, sometimes the guys do the grabs, the safety grabs. But, you know, the guys have really been pushing it today. It's been crazy.
As we now see with 8 minutes on the clock, the drift replay last to Christian Kemerson. Is he going to get anything out of this wave walk?
I don't think it'll go into his top two. Just kind of showing the judges that, you know, he still has that, you know, that strong off the lip surfing, still getting the fins out the back, throwing big amounts of spray. But I think he's just playing with it now. He's at the bottom of the priority list. Perella must be up front, followed by Timmy Reyes. They're looking for serious big scores. You know, we're on the 7-minute mark now. They both need 2 waves in order to take over yellow Christian Kemerson.
So we'll see if Perillo can dig deep. We remember last year was his breakthrough win back in Cabo when the 6-star was introduced to Cabo. It was the first event they had down there. They just came off their second event this last season, or last week, and Matt Banting ended up taking the title. Dylan was so excited to just get some confidence surfing a right-hand point break. He's so stylish. He has all the moves, but he hadn't had really a lot of competitive success once he graduated into the QS ranks. He took out Beric de Vries in that final last season. Here's Kemerson now.
Here we go on a bumpier looking one. Looks like he's just kind of setting himself up for the end section, and bang! Wow, that was unbelievable. Half his board, half his tail, the bottom half of his board came right out the water. Not much an aerial maneuver, but that was one of the best turns I've seen all contest.
He's got that element of surprise when you're mind surfing the section that's approaching. You're not expecting him to get this radical. As we look at it one more time,
yeah, you can see him checking here, and then you can see his legs go a little bit wide. He's spraying them, bang. Wow, that was a really, really amazing turn right there. I love that. It almost looked like he tail dived, and then quickly, as he stuck in the water, spun it around almost like a little bit of a cork. But, yeah, that was insane surfing.
So even quicker than his one before, as we'll show it to you one more time and slow it down. Kemerson winds up, tags it vert. There's the inversion. Nose picks around and keeps his board perfectly under his feet. Back to live. Here's Perillo.
There goes Perillo looking on it. This is a bit of a bigger set. He's going to look for an aerial section for sure. But nothing out there. You can see how when these guys are gunning down the line, they're looking for that air section, their whole style just starts going wider, just like a skateboarder, you know what I mean?
And Dylan Perillo is insane in the air, grew up competing in the NSSAs, and he took an NSSA national title back when he was an open junior age. He was able to do big airs in competition, but you could always tell by Dylan's body language. It was kind of like Dane Reynolds back in the day. If he didn't like the way an air felt, he'd sometimes stink bug stance out of it and throw it away because he wanted to do a better one.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we see some live surfing. That's quick in and out there by Christian.
Short ride for Kemerson. He's out in the lead, a 9.63 and an 8.10 back-to-back as the high numbers continue at the Mr. Price Pro. Timmy Reyes is comboed. He has a 4.5 and a 5.17. Perillo also needing something really solid. He'll be comboed for the win for sure, as that's all they're hoping for, to go right into the round of 16. 5 minutes to go, and the judges are going to reward Kemerson for that single maneuver reverse It's not going to affect the top two, but it's still a 7.57.
A 7.57. That was solid just for that one turn alone. Yeah, can you imagine him just doing one check turn before that? It could have been a 10-point ride.
It's cool how you look at the scale, and I think a few years back the judges reminded all the competitors that you are capable of getting a perfect score with one maneuver. Back in the old days, they used to count all your turns to add up your points. Length of ride was part of the criteria. That's all long gone. You want to see everyone be explosive, take some risk. Kimmerson was on a small wave, but he blitzed it. A 7.57 for a single maneuver that he's not using in his top two of the score line, as we're down to 4:10 on the clock.
Oh.
Timmy flying away again.
Timmy doing the aerial pull-out without the board. Kind of looks like these guys are almost given up. You can see the loss of Dylan's wave. He just kind of didn't really seem like he was right there. You know, with that announcer letting you know that you comboed, you need a combination of a near perfect two-wave total to take the lead. It's got to be disheartening.
Really tough one for Perillo. We've seen him on the CT level at least 4 times. Going back to his first call-up was back when the search event went to Puerto Rico. He had a draw with Taj Burrow back at Middles in Aguadilla. That's the turf where Brian Toth is from. And he was so nervous, kind of like this feeling of being in such a major venue, surfing at the WCT for the first time. He said he couldn't even feel his body before he paddled out. He still surfed really well. It was actually one of his better performances as a wild card. And since then, he got the call up in San Francisco. But when you're a wild card, you always have the guys that are 1, 2, 3 in the world. And he always had a huge task at hand, but he got a lot of experience out of it.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's got to be scary. I remember when I did that with being in J-Bay. It's, you know, you walk down the boardwalk and like there's a million South Africans like rooting you on, and I'm paddling out there with Kelly said, I'm going, you know, like this is really going to happen, you know. But you know, you just, I don't know. Some people just, you know, the way they react to the pressure is really different. I kind of felt like I was better under pressure, and you could see someone like Dylan might just be a little bit more shy, and you know, he kind of likes to do his things in his own way, and maybe by himself. You know, that's why he's probably one of those kids who goes on these crazy photo trips to these, you know, these isolated destinations, and that's where he performs best.
That's right, an absolute super talent, sitting in third, needs a 5.01 to make the difference into second, but he doesn't really want that. He's comboed for the win along with Timmy Reyes. Timmy's still sitting in second. Here goes Kimmerson, our heat leader, looking for something huge. Here comes a backside full rotation air. He's pulling off everything he goes for. Even that projection off the lip looked like he was going to be a bit awkward walk, but he found a way to pull it off.
Wow, you can just see when he lands, he's landing straight-legged, just full shocks going up his body. I'm surprised their boards aren't even breaking. You know, I'd expect him to go in now. He's done some of the best surfing I've seen all week.
Christian Kimmerson is on fire. This is kind of like the Jack Freestone roll, the Toledo roll from the other day. We'll take another look.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He just misses that section, then there he goes. Bang, straight legs. He kind of almost flew out of the lip onto the flats. Those are definitely the harder ones to make. I don't think it's going to go into his top 2 scoring waves, but still, there we see a 7 dropping. This kid has had a 9, an 8, a 6, a 7, and probably another 7.
So Kimmerson waiting his score. It's not going to matter for his top 2 as he's having a blast out in this lineup in the last heat of the day. We just have a little bit over 1 minute on the clock for Perillo or Timmy to make a comeback, both in the combination spot. You can count on Kimmerson getting that jump straight into the round of 16. Timmy and Dylan are going to have to surf once again in the round of 24 as we slow this one down.
Here we see again, not the highest, but there you see it comes into the flats, out of the lip, just manages to hold on. He's had an insane day of surfing today, Christian Kimmerson.
Well done for Kimmerson, putting out a highlight reel on our last heat here at the Mr. Price Pro. A tough one for Perillo and Reyes. You saw Timmy kind of change his game plan and going for broke above the lip, trying to respond to the big numbers that Kimmerson was dropping. Kimmerson's 9.63 had a couple of 9.8s in it. The highest score, a perfect 10, that didn't add up. That's thrown out when you have the high and the low out of the equation. But he'll have a lot of confidence coming into tomorrow's action if we do continue on. We're expecting more size. If the waves do get up to what Surfline's predicting for the weekend, is that going to change your favorites for the win here at the Mr. Price Pro?
Yeah, 100%. I think if we stayed with these conditions right now, I would have one team. You know, I'd have my eyes would probably be on the Brazilians for sure. But you know, if it gets bigger and if it gets anything like it can be what happened 2 years ago with those big 6 to 8 foot swells out front, I'm gonna have to pick a whole new team.
It's crazy how quickly the game can change. So you're only as good as your forecast, it seems like these days. And big thanks to Kevin Wallace at Surfline for giving us the updates each and every day. The final result is in. Kimmerson takes a big win, taking 9 waves, throwing away a 7.57 and a 7.03. Timmy Reyes ends up comboed in second, and Dylan Perillo is in third. They'll be reset to surf once again in the round of 24, as we anticipate a lot of big action coming first thing in the morning tomorrow. For you, Walk, what was one of the biggest performances that you saw today on day 3 of competition?
Well, just looking at this 3-man heat, I knew from the beginning that Toledo, Hermes, and Alves heat was going to be the one. It was the 3 Brazilians, the 3 guys who I've been most impressed with all events so far. And they really stepped it up. Felipe did some amazing surfing. And then Tori Master surprised me with that first opening air of his at 9.5. He must have gone 5-6 foot in the air, and he at least stuck it. He stomped that thing really good. So stoked for Tori, and really good surfing from everyone today.
So a solid day, Walk, and we'll anticipate an early start tomorrow. Check in with us local time at 7 o'clock for another call here for the Mr. Price Pro. For now, enjoy the rest of your day. But thank you so much for watching. We'll see you bright and early.
Cheers.